Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
NWE Worldwide, like c'est moi qui n'ai pas la trouve à Binaka. Allez, tellement en position. Allez, beaucoup, beaucoup, beaucoup. Guidez les bousous. Allez, beaucoup, beaucoup. Guidez les bousous.
Well, that is a celebration of Pop the Balloon's 1 millionth, Arlette's channel's 1 millionth viewer slash they got picked up by Netflix. And it's actually good to see that kind of success. I appreciate the way they did it. I appreciate, the clean lines. Nice celebration, in my opinion. So congratulations to those folks. So what we've got here is Manhattan at night. It's a little bit time delayed, but while I'm here, and before I forget, this is Stanley versus the world. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you're new, um, also share it out, share the wealth. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, which is my, personal channel. Um, I actually did a new, very short video clip uh, of an upcoming supposed debate that we're supposed to have. And as a matter of fact, I might show it next because it kind of emphasizes my point. But we do have news. We do have a couple opinion pieces, a couple videos towards the end, and probably won't get to a pop the balloon unless somebody insists upon it. That's another thing. Everybody seems to think that all I can do is pop the balloon. Uh, I like watching it, but I want to make sure people know that I can do more than that. Pop the balloon is dessert, and apparently people want dinner before dessert. So I can definitely chef up some news and opinions. Um, I want to point out the title of the show today. It is The Bottom Feeder's Guide to Self Delusion. And we all know who the bottom feeder is. Self proclaimed, by the way. And I actually had not intended on showing that short. And maybe I'll hold on to it. But let's see. Let's see, can I find it actually? Because I want to make a quick point if I can find it quickly. And it is pursuant, to use a word, to this proposed debate that I'm supposed to have. And I want to emphasize that if we're going to be doing debating and stuff like that, there are rules, there are, certain things you do to actually have a productive debate. And one of them is research. Like if you want to know the other's opinion, you need to know the basis for the opinion. And oh, I got a video is not um, is not a based opinion, and I'm not going to scrimp. If I'm going to get in debate, it's going to be an effective debate, and I need to make effective counterpoints. So the gauntlet is thrown, and half-assing it, uh, doing a bottom feeder's half-assing, I believe it, therefore it's true sort of point, doesn't work for me. And if you can't come up to a level that's that I want to be associated with, then debate is not life. So I'm sure that those who this point is aimed at will figure out what I'm talking about and act accordingly. But anyway, let's see if I can find. Oh, here it is. Give me one sec here. This is the little short that I created earlier today. And hopefully people will get my point. And I'm bad at making shorts, by the way. Volume. Yeah, I got to figure out some of my technical difficulties.
Living like kings. That's the beauty of America, though, man.
I know, and Stanley don't get it.
That's the beauty of America. Trump
You
is a
don't get
bottom
it.
feeder.
Stanley don't get it. I might have to put subtitles on it.
Yeah, be a bottom feeder in fucking Vietnam. Go be a bottom feeder in fucking Africa. Go be a bottom
It's
feeder
justifying
in South
bottom
America somewhere.
feeding in America.
Come on, I dare you. That's what I'm telling you. That's why people try to sell me some shit. I'm going, what do you mean it's rough in America? I'm at the bottom, and I know I live like a god. Like John says, that's probably what pisses a lot of people off is that they can't pull it over on me with wealth and materialism. It's like, sorry, I'm a loser. I'm living like a god. Sell that shit to somebody else.
All right, and I'm sorry for the audio
know.
issues. I'll see if I can't like fix the
Debating guys,
audio issue. But my bottom line is just because you're a bottom feeder doesn't mean I have to debate one. So anyway, we'll go with that and move on to the news. But I want to emphasize, I'm not going to debate a bottom feeder. I'm going to debate someone who is worth debating. So bring yourself up, come up from the bottom, surface, and let's actually have a good debate over some fact-based opinion. I saw a video and I feel a certain way about a video is not the basis for a serious debate. Maybe it'll be a conversation. Maybe it can be a panel discussion, but it won't be a debate. So I actually think personally that some folks are kind of scared to be serious and deal with their opinions in a serious, systematic, deliberate manner. Some people are born comedians, and not every comedian is worth debating. Jokes are funny. You don't debate jokes. So anyway, let's move on. So in today's Trump news, Trump highlights. This is like a synopsis of the day in Trump. And supposedly he supports proxy voting in Congress. President Trump threw his support behind a measure that would allow members of the House of Representatives to vote remotely after the birth of a child, a bipartisan rule change that Speaker Mike Johnson tried and failed to kill earlier this week, resulting in the House being paralyzed and members abruptly being sent home for the week. If it's constitutional, that's fine, but I'm not sure that it is. But I don't know that the Constitution actually covers that. If it's just a internal rule change, whatever. I'm not against it. It is 2025. But let's see if we can get more details on that. Trump supports. Let's see. Trump supports proxy voting for new parents in Congress, a blow to Johnson. I won't comment on what a blow to Johnson means. But no, I think that's fair. You know, if you're a new parent, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. You're having a baby, you should be able to call in and vote. Mr. Trump told reporters flying to Florida with him aboard Air Force One, I'm in favor of that. But that's very progressive of it. And wait till, you know, he's okay with this, which I'm okay with it too, but he's not okay with mail-in ballots. There's just as much, risk of fraud with someone phoning in a vote, I would imagine, as someone who is mailing in a vote. Not quite the same thing, maybe not a perfect parallel, but it seems a little bit inconsistent. You can phone in your vote, but you can't mail. You can phone in your vote, but you can't mail in your vote. Interesting, especially with AI. Wait till AI can imitate a congresswoman or a congressman phoning in a vote. That will be interesting. So that's be brave level, quite frankly. Uh, National Security Agency chief ousted after far right activists urged his removal. Um, this is an interesting story. I'm going to go ahead and play it, and then there's a ground news analysis that I'll get into on this topic next.
This news story was written by Ellen Nakashima, Warren Strobel, and Aaron Schaffer. National Security Agency chief ousted after far-right activist urged his removal. General Timothy Hoff, the director of the NSA, the powerful wiretapping and cyber espionage service, was fired Thursday, according to U.S. officials. The director of the powerful wiretapping and cyber espionage service, the National Security Agency, was fired Thursday, according to 2 current and 1 former U.S. officials. General Timothy Hoff, who also heads U.S. Cyber Command, was let go along with his civilian deputy at the NSA, Wendy Noble, according to the officials. Like others in this report, they spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss personnel moves. The firings were advocated for by far-right activist Laura Loomer during a meeting with President Donald Trump on Wednesday, she confirmed to the Washington Post on Thursday evening. In the meeting, Loomer, a fervent Trump supporter, pressed for the dismissals of a number of officials besides Hoff and Noble, in particular National Security Council staff whose views she saw as disloyal to the president. At least 5 key National Security Council aides were fired Thursday. NSA Director Tim Hoff and his deputy Wendy Noble have been disloyal to President Trump, Loomer said in a post on X early Friday morning. That is why they have been fired. Loomer told the Post that she urged Trump to dismiss Hoff because he was handpicked by General Mark A. Milley, who was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 2023, when Hoff was nominated to lead Cyber Command and the NSA. As chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the country's top uniformed military officer, Milley would have had a role in helping select the nominee for Cyber Command, whose leader earns a 4th star upon confirmation. Milley, who retired in 2023, had his security detail and security clearance revoked in January by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth over perceived disloyalty to Trump. Noble was reassigned to a job within the Pentagon's Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. The NSA is part of the department. Hoch, who assumed his dual position just over a year ago, was traveling on Thursday and could not be reached for comment. Sean Parnell, a spokesman for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, did not respond to a request for comment. The current and former officials said they were not aware of any official reason for Hoff's dismissal or Noble's reassignment. The named acting NSA director is Lieutenant General William J. Hartman, who was the Cyber Command deputy, one of the officials said. Sheila Thomas, who was the executive director at the NSA, was named acting deputy, according to 2 officials. Hoff last month hosted Trump advisor and U.S. DOJ service head Elon Musk at the NSA's headquarters in Fort Meade, Maryland, Musk's first known visit to a U.S. intelligence agency. The visit went well, officials familiar with the engagement said. Ha is a cyber professional with more than 30 years of military service, including as head of Cyber Command's Cyber National Mission Force, which led offensive cyber military operations overseas, and as commander of the 16th Air Force in San Antonio. He ran Cyber Command's half of the Russia Small Group, a joint effort with the NSA to defend the 2018 midterm elections from Russian interference. The NSA portion was led by Ann Neuberger, who went on to serve in the Biden administration as a deputy national security advisor for cyber and emerging technologies. During the election defense effort in 2018, Hoch led offensive operations against Russian trolls and launched initiatives to disclose publicly Russian spy agency malware and to conduct hunt-forward missions to boot Russian intelligence from Eastern European government networks, recalled Jason Kikta, who was at the time lead defensive cyber operations planner for Cyber Command. His tenacity in countering Russian efforts was impressive to watch, said Kikta, who retired from the command in 2022. So why this administration would fire someone who was so innovative and aggressive is beyond me. Reaction from the Democratic leaders of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees was swift. Senator Mark R. Warner of Virginia, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, said that Hoff served with distinction. At a time when the United States is facing unprecedented cyber threats, as the Salt Typhoon cyber attack from China has so clearly underscored, how does firing him make Americans any safer? Warner said in a statement. I am deeply disturbed by the decision to remove Hoff Representative Jim Himes, Democrat Connecticut, Warner's counterpart in the House, said in a statement. Himes described Hoff as an honest and forthright leader who followed the law and put national security first. I fear those are precisely the qualities that could lead to his firing in this administration. Dan Lamothe and Alex Horton contributed to this report.
Okay, so this Ground News article it provides a little bit more analysis, I guess. The most concerning thing is Laura Loomer. I think she's a podcaster or something like that. They describe her as far right, and I'd agree with that. MAGA, in my opinion, is far right. Laura Loomer reportedly influenced Howe's dismissal during a meeting with President Trump, who has removed various officials since taking office. So some journalist comes up and recommends that you fire a 4-star general. What is this White House coming to? Something about loyalty. I actually understand that if he was appointed by, General Milley, then, it's kind of a normal course of action to, if the other guy or the other team selected you, it's a political serve at the pleasure of the president sort of thing. But that it went on this long and it changed once Laura Loomer got involved. I'm starting to doubt that Trump is as resolute as his desk might imply. You got Elon on one hand doing stuff, and you got Laura Loomer on the other hand doing stuff. That definitely raises an eyebrow. I wonder if everybody keeps bringing up Biden, and maybe I understand why now. Let's see. There was something in here. Apparently, General Howe disagreed with some decision and made a comment stating it does not make Americans safer. And I'm not sure exactly what he disagreed with, but it might be par for the course. But you've got a whole national security advisor who goes out in a Secretary of Defense. You go out, you discuss a strike, a military strike out in the open. It accidentally invite a journalist, and I assume it was an accident. And Trump has to wonder whether to fire him. I wonder if Laura Loomer actually discussed that situation. Maybe she's a senior advisor or something now.
No, and she's not a journalist.
Oh, what is she?
Well, she's more of an activist. Now, she has worked for I would not call her a journalist. She's worked for InfoWars and Rebel News and some very ideologically driven outlets, but she is fallen for every conspiracy theory and misinformation that's out there. And you just go to her wiki page and you'll see, I don't know, maybe 10 major, in 23-24, falsely attributed social media posts to family members of judges. Falsely claimed on X that Joe Biden is dying and they're making final preparations. Claimed that a winter storm that occurred before the 2024 Iowa Republican presidential caucuses was created by American deep state by using high-frequency active HARP, basically. She also has run for office a couple times and not done well.
Well, this CBS, I got this article from Ground News. And again, folks, if you want, something that's a little bit deeper than just clicking on the Washington Post or New York Times, I'm enjoying this new toy here. Ground News will give you a variety of articles, left, right, and center. So I actually clicked this from a more right, I think it was a right-leaning sort of point of view. So let's listen to this short clip, and then I'll read the article if the clip isn't good enough, because I don't. This video is about Pete Hegseth. The other news regarding that signal gate thing is there's an investigation being launched into Pete Hegseth's role. So let's listen to it.
Real quickly, Stanley, Laura Loomer is kind of sort of an Alex Stein sort of level person and interacts in those circles.
I see. Well, hey,
Did you mean Alex Jones?
Was in.
No.
Did you mean Alex Jones?
No, she worked for InfoWars, which is Alex Jones, but Alex Stein is a I don't even know what to call him, sort of a provocateur on the right, and he does a lot of stunts and trolling and things of that nature. He's the one that accosted AOC as she was heading up the steps 3 or 4 years ago. That's how he made his big splash. But
a lot of people on the far right troll her because of her, I think she's Jewish, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Laura Loomer, yes. Now, yes, that's true. She calls herself a proud Islamophobe.
Well, good for her. Hey, DiCapriono, I get your point now. Makes perfect sense. I get you now. So let's play this clip right quick. And I will move on from this, but I kind of find this fascinating that Laura Loomer, and the reason I find it fascinating is I read an article a few days ago where she was kind of petitioning to be in the administration in some capacity, and she was kind of rejected. I wonder if they're going to go back, and I can't remember. It was maybe something in the communications. I can't remember exactly, but she wants to be a part of the Trump administration. And they kind of said, nope. And so it surprised me that she actually got into the Oval Office and had a direct, had so much influence on Trump.
Yeah, I think he likes her. Some of his people in 2023 warded him off, and some people in September of 2024 expressed concerns about her continuing presence and kind of influence. So,
well, they were practically holding hands or something. Yeah, I think he does like her. Out on the campaign trail, she loomed large. I think Trump likes Fingalis.
He likes people that are on his side, which we all do.
Yeah. Oops, damn it. Why do I always do that? Forget to turn on the volume.
Discuss military plans in Yemen. In a memo sent Thursday, the Pentagon watchdog wrote, quote, "The objective of this evaluation is to determine the extent to which the Secretary of Defense and other DoD personnel complied with DoD policies and procedures for the use of a commercial messaging application for official business." The acting inspector general went on to write, probe will also review compliance with classification and records retention requirements. CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata joins us now from the Pentagon. Charlie, the probe is in response to a bipartisan request from the Senate Armed Services Committee sent last week. What more should we know?
Oh, good to see you, Lindsay. So the brief memo, one-page memo, states exactly that. They're conducting this in response to that letter received by the committee requesting an inquiry. So at the moment, it's narrowed in scope, as you mentioned. Did the defense secretary and members of the DOD break the House rules regarding things like using apps like Signal in the first place, and whether that information should be retained into official records? So Democratic Senator Jack Reed, who sits on that committee, he was among the first of those who requested the inquiry. He weighed in, releasing a scathing statement saying that the potentially deadly consequences from Secretary Hegseth's blunder, those are his words, they're chilling, and had the intelligence in that chat and those messages been obtained by the Houthis or anybody else, would have allowed them to reposition weapons to target pilots. And that's key to this inquiry. He goes further by saying that the information first reported by CBS News that Israelis provided intelligence used in an airstrike to target what they call a high-value terrorist target, that compromised an Israeli intelligence source, and they're furious about it as far as who provided the location of that target. And it says that would have damaged relationships with America's allies. And Reed called it reckless behavior. So Defense Secretary Hegseth said none of that information was classified. So the memo says the inquiry will focus here in D.C., obviously here at the Pentagon, at Central Command Headquarters down in Tampa, because Yemen's part of that CENTCOM area of responsibility. And the Office of the Secretary of Defense memo states they've got 5 days to put 2 points of contact forward to insist in the inquiry. So asked about it moments ago, the White House may want this to go away, but President Trump said on Air Force One, don't even bring up that story.
In your experience, how long do these investigations take?
Oh, they can take months. You know, the last big one that the IG held here was when Austin went to, then Defense Secretary Austin went to the hospital unannounced, went to Reed, and they dug into that. If you remember that, and there needed to be complete transparency for that, and then to suggest who may have been in charge during that period. That investigation took, oh my gosh, I want to say 3 or 4 months at least. This one might be sped up because, as I said, it's narrow in scope. Did they do wrong? And should that information have, first of all, was it classified? And secondly, should it be obtained as a permanent record?
All right, Charlie Daggett, thank you.
Interesting. You know, this is kind of, you know, at least somewhat, I've had to deal with, you know, classified stuff, classified communications. So, you know, way back when I was in the Navy. So, you know, I at least have a historical, you know, experience with this sort of stuff. And it really doesn't matter if it has a, you know, a classified, you know, ink stamp on it. If it's sensitive, there's some things that you just don't talk about in the open. And it is scary that a journalist who happened to be, you know, editor of The Atlantic accidentally got included in this, you know, in this group. And yeah, everything turned out all right. But what if that guy had been like, oh shit, I'm going to break this early, or, and then there's an intelligence source compromised. Yeah, this is sloppy. And the other interesting thing, and I have less experience with this.
Stanley, did they ever talk about how he got added?
Hold on one sec. I wonder, you know, the defense secretary has military aides. I kind of wonder if, you know, that colonel, that 06, where were they? So I'm sorry, John. Because I mean, you have military advisors. Where were they?
How did Goldberg, did they ever discuss how he was added to the group or who added him?
By accident. And I haven't really looked into it, but apparently Michael Waltz added him. He was the one who added, and according to him or somebody, he had the wrong phone number attached to the wrong name. So it was literally like a mismatched phone number to a contact.
What are the odds of that?
Apparently it happens a lot in address books. I have an address book. I don't use it as much as that, but the bottom line is they shouldn't have been doing it on a civilian app. And I know it's convenient.
And then, he talked about.
Well, I did a story yesterday. Michael Waltz and other members of that security apparatus, national security apparatus, they won't be able to talk about Hillary Clinton's emails anymore because they've been using Gmail to talk about government business.
He talked about he tried to say he don't even know who that man is, Goldberg or Greenberg, whatever his name is.
And that has been proven false as well. They've met before.
Right. And then just so happens you made a mistake and get that just seemed rather odd. And then,
it doesn't seem odd. And you know what? I'm perfectly willing to chalk it up as sloppy, inexperienced, in oopsie moment. The problem was you are literally putting, pilots in whatever you're putting assets in danger. Hey, even if it was an accident, accidents like this should not happen if you're prone to this sort of accident. And now I was talking yesterday.
And then the other thing is
I had an experience that I described yesterday where an accidental mistake, people start asking questions and start scrutinizing how you operate closer. I've had personal experience in the Navy with a guy who worked for me, low-level guy, misspoke something he didn't quite understand, and my boss got wind of it, and it turned into, like, speaking of CENTCOM, my ship told CENTCOM that we didn't have the right crypto to talk to them, and it blew up. And luckily, everything was okay on my part, but I was the eye of that storm because it was basically me and how, I managed my communications account. It could have blown up. Luckily, everything was in order. But when you screw up like Michael Waltz did, people start wondering, well, what kind of circus is he running? And are more screw ups there that we need to know about?
What was this one of those? I'm assuming this was a classified or some kind of classified meeting, something like that.
On whose part?
The Trump meeting, was it like top secret, classified or something?
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. It does not need a classified stamp when you're talking in active military operation. It's just assumed as standard practice.
So that was like a top secret. It would have been top secret. They were talking about war plans or something, right?
You know what? Again, it's not something that someone goes, oh, hey,
right.
let's dip it in the ink pad and stamp a document. If you're talking an active campaign or anything like that, standard practice is to treat it as sensitive, and you don't want to talk about it out in the open.
Yeah, and so I'm pushing it back on Goldberg. Like, you realize you're in a meeting that you don't belong in. It seems sensitive, top secret.
Who's Goldberg?
You don't step up and say, "Hey guys,
which Goldberg?
Greenberg. Who's the guy?
The guy that was added to the Michael Waltz. He was the NSA.
No.
I think he was the one who put.
No, the guy from the Atlantic that showed up on the meeting.
Okay, that dude's a civilian.
But he's a journalist. You show up in a top secret meeting. You
No, he didn't show up. He was invited.
But I'm saying, like, clearly it was a mistake. You log in, you say you don't, I don't know I think he gave a court answer if he knew.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how this could be pinned on him. Because I actually listened to an interview. The Atlantic has a podcast. He thought it was a hoax the whole time until they said, "Hey, this attack is going to happen in 2 hours," and it did. That's when he was like, "Oh shit, this was real."
But if you were a journalist, you found yourself on the phone with the government officials talking to. I mean, maybe I guess, but you can't.
No, this wasn't even talking. This was Signal. It's like texting.
Signal. Right? You find yourself in a message like that, like you probably need to lead it. I don't know, but I don't even know.
Oh, so you were expecting a journalist to leave a conversation that he could do a story on?
Yeah. No, he can't do a story on.
All I can say is you are not a natural journalist.
Let me ask you this quick. Can he do a story on that? Wouldn't it be against some kind of law?
He did it after the attack.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I get you. Okay, so that I guess makes sense. All right, but okay, I thought
he thought it was a hoax. He thought, hey, somebody's spoofing me, and then the actual attack happened, and he was like, "Holy shit! How did I get included in this?"
Yeah, and
I think you know what? We're just lucky that he didn't go out on a limb and report it before the attack.
Did he tell anyone that he knew this beforehand?
Why would he do that? He thought it was a hoax. He thought it was a hoax.
Okay, so so after the fact, I'm just getting the details down. So after the fact, he came out and said, "Hey, I was included on the email chain with this."
Yeah, he scooped everybody.
Well, what happened was he indicated that he had been part of it, and they said no, he wasn't, and this didn't happen, that didn't happen, this didn't happen. He went, no. Here's the actual thread, and for Michael Waltz to indicate he doesn't know who the editor, and this was not a reporter, this is the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic, the head guy.
Yeah, because he's and stuff like he's probably well known in those circles. Because hell, I knew his name. Shit,
extremely well known. Yeah, extremely well known. In Lloyd Austin's case, his issue was that he was in the hospital, and no one from his command or his group had informed anyone. They exonerated him. They said there was no intent to avoid, evade, or mislead. He just went to the hospital and nobody said anything about it. That was the oversight there. But yeah.
The bottom line is this comes off as a clown car operation. You shouldn't be doing this stuff on an app that civilians could even be accidentally included in.
Why did they use that app, Stanley?
There are secure apps.
So why would they use that app when they're secure apps? I guess to keep it outside of government purview or something.
I have no idea. I can't imagine convenience, maybe. Or even maybe they thought it was secure. I mean, that's within the realm. Maybe they thought this shit is secure. Accidents like that can happen. And you know what? If someone said, "Oh God, I thought it was secure," you know what? It would still be egregious, but at least it would be like, kind of owning up to something. I don't see the Trump administration. I don't see this national security apparatus as any different than any other, president, administration. They are the norm. So, And the other thing is President Trump, came out in public and said, "Hey, I support Michael Waltz." But in private, it's been reported that he's been going around asking, "Hey, should I fire him?" President Trump does not come off as decisive. You either fire the guy or you stand by him. But going, in the background, and I guarantee you, Laura Loomer, it was discussed with Laura Loomer.
About firing Trump? The man?
Firing Waltz, yeah, because she had something to say about it, and I can't remember specifically what she had to say. I think she was pro firing Waltz. So that she winds up in the Oval Office, and people get fired. I'm trying to figure out whether, because I think these guys are part of that National Security Council, I'm trying to figure out whether they're firing, they're scapegoating some people, but saving Michael Waltz.
Signal is actually a very secure for a consumer product. I mean, it's end-to-end encryption. And as I understand it, there are some government agencies that do issue Signal for employees to have text chat.
Well, supposedly it was issued here, but the problem is if you can invite people without clearance to it, it's not secure enough.
Well, that was my point, was that it's not an official channel.
Right.
And official channels all get documented. Now, that doesn't mean Signal can't be subpoenaed, but by the same token, it's not documented. It's not kept in a record. It's not in the official government channel.
Is that true? Mike Waltz is Tim Waltz's brother? Mike Waltz is Tim Waltz's brother? Is that true?
No. Two different spellings.
His names are spelled different, right? Yeah,
one
that's what I thought,
spelled, Michael Waltz, his name is spelled like the waltz. Walls is without the T.
Right. That's right. Okay, yeah.
One's from Minnesota. One at least represented a district in Florida. Waltz.
Oh, you're right.
So, and I'm kind of, we're staying on this story lingering too long, but it comes off as sloppy and, but it's not surprising. The slash and burn style is bleeding out, and it's the slash and burn thing. It's good as a extremely short-term shock and awe sort of thing, but you can't plan a whole administration on it. And I think Trump needs to tighten some belts. However, Trump is a slash and burn guy. Slash and burn, then make a deal. So we'll move on. Trump tariffs ripple across the globe. Wall Street sees biggest plunge since Joe Biden got in office in 2020. Everybody wants to talk about Joe Biden. Well, now we can't talk about Hillary Clinton's emails, and we can't talk about the worst stock market since Joe Biden. So I'm going to play a little bit of this, but not all of it because it's kind of longish.
This news story was written by Abba Badarai and Garrett DeVink. Trump tariffs ripple across the globe. Wall Street sees biggest plunge since 2020. Some countries vowed to respond after President Donald Trump imposed higher tariffs on imports from much of the world, including many U.S. allies. President Donald Trump's intensifying trade war on Thursday drove financial markets into their steepest one-day declines since 2020 as investors, companies, and ordinary Americans fretted about rising costs from an onslaught of new tariffs. U.S. stocks closed down sharply, with the tech-heavy NASDAQ falling close to 6% for the day and about 17% from its mid-February peak, with Apple, Google, and Nvidia all posting big losses. The S&P 500 notched its biggest one-day drop since summer 2020, in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic. closing down 4.8%, while the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell almost 4%. Major indexes in Asia and Europe also took a fall, though some recovered their losses during their trading day. The wave of new import taxes, which are expected to cost U.S. consumers and businesses hundreds of billions of dollars this year, threatens to radically alter the economic outlook. Analysts at J.P. Morgan described the tariffs as the largest U.S. tax hike since 1968, and economists on Wall Street and beyond began warning that a downturn is becoming much more. Tariffs is just absolutely massive, said Luke Tilley, chief economist at Wilmington Trust, which now puts the odds of a recession at 50%, up from 40% earlier this week. There is still so much uncertainty, but if these tariffs stay on for 3 months, there'll be a recession, and that will be one of the easier calls I've had to make in my 25 years of being an economist. Major companies are already scrambling to adjust their investments and hiring to reflect a much costlier new reality. Jeep maker Stellantis said it was temporarily laying off 900 workers at 5 plants in Michigan and Indiana, and pausing production at factories in Canada and Mexico, while it tries to figure out the medium and long-term effects of these tariffs. Trump was unfazed by the sell-off, saying late Thursday that it's what is expected. The patient was very sick. The economy had a lot of problems, Trump told reporters en route to Miami on Air Force One. Comparing the tariffs with emergency surgery, he added, "The operation is over, and now we let it settle in." On Wednesday, Trump introduced a 10% tariff on all imports, which will take effect Saturday, and additional taxes that will bring the levies up to 50% on goods from certain countries beginning April 9th. A separate 25% tariff on imported vehicles went into effect Thursday, starting at midnight. White House officials have said the measures are just the beginning of ongoing negotiations, and the percentages could quickly move higher if other countries begin ratcheting up.
Yeah, I want to stop it there, at least temporarily. This is actually, not unexpected. Trump likes to make deals. So what he's doing is, hey, you make a deal or this is going to cost you big. He basically wants to run this country like a business. And what he does not understand is that while America is the big dog economically and militarily, that doesn't mean that, you can't get, excuse me, the whole world against you. I'm on the fence about whether this is going, I don't think this is going to work as an overall strategy. You have to kind of, wield that weapon more tactically versus strategically. And I actually think that this is going to be a problem. Trump's not a bright man, and he doesn't seem to understand that, you wield that scalpel. If it's emergency surgery, the point is not to make the patient so sick that the medicine kills them. So, and the point about the recession, I'm actually not that worried about a recession if it means, you grow 2.0% versus 2.3%. You're still growing, just not as fast. But I wonder if, and I'll have to go, and Ryan's not here because I'd ask him. He would probably know. I don't think we're in a negative growth situation. It's just not growing as fast. But what surprises me is companies are already laying people off to figure out what's going on. These are people that are out of work, maybe with pay, maybe not. But I'm assuming if it's a layoff, you get a month or two of salary. But this is not good, and I think Trump is fucking up here. the patient was very sick. Really? So and you'll see at some point Rand Paul of all people has some things to say. And this is kind of in the same vein. They're tracking what's going to be affected price wise first. Price hikes could start with clothing, cars, and coffee. So, I don't need clothes. I don't drink coffee very often. And I'm not in the market for a car. So I'm not going to be affected necessarily.
Stanley, did you notice any countries, just out of curiosity, on the list of tariffed countries that were missing?
No, Russia has sanctions, but they're light sanctions.
But they didn't get any tariffs.
Actually, they did.
Did they?
I can find last night's story. There's a map that shows the world by country, and they've got it color coded and everything. Yeah, Russia has sanctions now. He literally said 10% on everything. So I think Russia has that 10%. Now, Madagascar, for instance, has like a 46% tariff on something or another. And I don't know what. I didn't do that research, but no, Russia's affected, though lightly. And also, I did a story a couple days ago where Trump is, quote, pissed off at Putin and is threatening sanctions if he disrupts the Ukraine-Russia peace process. So Putin's not getting all the loving, but it might just be, hey, I don't want to show my too much favoritism. So I don't know that we want to even bother going into this. If anybody wants the story, that's fine. Oh, here's a chart. Let's see. Is Russia on here?
They didn't get tariffs.
I believe they did.
I believe they didn't.
Okay, well, produce the story.
New York Times. Let's see here. Let me get my list of stories here. New York Times,
well,
The Hill,
stories.
BBC, Axios, Wall Street Journal.
Well, I'd have to go back and look for my Washington.
Russia's escape from Trump's tariff raises questions. Russia wasn't on Trump's tariff list. Here's why. And there may be good reasons why. I know those sanctions were in place before Trump got into office, unless he's instituted new ones.
Well,
BBC,
I could go back
Trump,
and
Russia's
dig out.
not on BBC. Russia is not on Trump's too. I'm sorry.
Hold on one sec, because there was a nice little map, and I specifically went to Russia just to see, because I was kind of curious about that too.
And it's perfectly valid if somebody's under sanction to not tariff them. I mean, that's a form of.
If I get a chance, I'll find it. Now, again, it was a color coded map, and oh, here it is. This might be it. Here we go. This was what I was looking at. I assume this is Russian Federation, 10%. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So this is why I'm thinking. This is why I'm thinking they're getting at least the minimum, not as much as Madagascar, 47%.
Well,
So-
they've been sticking it to us for a long time in Madagascar.
Right, but this is where I'm basing my story. Maybe, or my opinion, maybe that's changed, but at least why I'm thinking that.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's see. I guess you know what things are going to get expensive, and this somewhat surprised me, but not that much. Rand Paul warns tariffs could cause GOP decimation. He has a point. Now, I think this is an opinion piece, but I'm going to play it because it's short. Yeah, it's an analysis by Aaron Blake. I'm going to play it. And they have a picture of William McKinley here, which is one of Trump's favorite presidents. So, you know.
This analysis was written by Aaron Blake. Rand Paul warns tariffs could cause GOP decimation. As a point, Republicans have never lost more seats than after implementing major tariffs. Republicans who are evidently not too comfortable with President Donald Trump's decision of large new global tariffs have tried plenty of hints to push him in a different direction. And one of Trump's most vocal tariff critics on the GOP side, Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, tried a relatively novel one on Wednesday. He pointed to electoral peril for the GOP. Tariffs have also led to political decimation, Paul told reporters. When William McKinley most famously put tariffs on in 1890, they lost 50% of their seats in the next election. When Senators Reid...
I want to also point out that somewhere in that time frame, there was a slight depression or major recession, and it wound up some years later, like maybe 10 years later. That's when they maybe it was even longer than that, maybe 20 years later, they wound up doing the progressive income tax. So tariffs back in the robber baron days, historically, these tariffs have not worked. But I also want to draw a parallel and this is just my personal opinion, but what Trump is basically trying to do is bring back the days. They want to basically totally reverse the Roosevelt progressive sort of era and go back to the quote golden age when oligarchs, the Standard Oils, the Rockefellers, when the big money guys were basically controlling the politics, the country, almost the culture. And I have no clue why anyone would think bringing 1896 to 2025 is an actual solution to anything. Renaming Denali Mount McKinley again, is one thing, but invoking the ghost of McKinley tariffs, that is truly scary. This is be brave level smart.
Moot and Willis C. Hawley put on their tariff in the early 1930s. We lost the House and the Senate for 60 years. So, they're not only bad economically, they're bad politically. This is a good point. Whatever the theoretical economic benefits of major tariffs, history shows they have coincided with huge losses for the Republicans, and it has almost always been Republicans who pursue them. That history looms large right now as a Republican Party that has defined itself by free trade in recent decades has suddenly been confronted with Trump's historic protectionism and the apparent economic shock it is primed to cause. After the McKinley tariff was enacted in 1890, Republicans lost 93 seats in the House that year, losses that included McKinley's own re-election defeat. He was then a congressman, but would later become president. They also lost an 1892 presidential election in which the tariffs remained a major issue. After the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act was signed into law in 1930 and, according to many historians, worsened the Great Depression, House Republicans lost 52 seats in the 1930 midterm elections and then 101 more in the 1932 election. Part of that was undoubtedly due to the Depression rather than merely the tariffs, but Democrats focused on the tariffs in both campaigns. And as with the McKinley tariff, the GOP's electoral failures post-Smoot-Hawley were punctuated by the losses of both of its namesakes in the 1932 election. These are a lot of numbers, so it's important to put these swings into context. Put plainly, these weren't at all normal losses. In terms of raw seats, the Republican Party has never lost more seats than it did in 1890 and 1932. The closest it has come is the 92 seats it lost in the 1874 election, and the 52 seats it lost in 1930 are its sixth most since the Civil War. In terms of percentages, the House has increased in size over time.
Well, I can stop it there. The historical points don't really matter. I will only say, we will know if history rhymes in the 2026 elections. So, but I think one of the major criticisms I have of Trump is not so much that I don't mind the experimentation. I don't mind the boldness. I do have a problem with the timeline in some of the methods. He's doing way too much in too compressed a time. And you toss a bunch of plates in the air, you're going to drop a couple, and just hopefully you don't drop the wrong plate. So, John, can you turn that music down, please?
Oh shit! I thought I was on mute. Stanley, sorry about that.
No, that's all right. So I'm not going to belabor this point. I just find it funny that they're showing a picture of McKinley. McKinley has his mountain back. Let's hope Trump doesn't get his election results. Of course, I do hope that, but even someone like me, I actually don't think that Trump is that. I don't think he should be in office, but you don't want America to fail, even if you don't like the president.
Yeah.
And I want him to be successful.
Sure.
Yeah, that we might get a bump or a bruise. I like the boldness. I just naturally like people who are just that arrogant and that sure of themselves. But you gotta produce the results. And I just don't see. I literally don't see. I'm sure there must be one or two that I'm forgetting. I literally don't see how Trump has benefited America just yet.
By the way, I got to the bottom of that other thing. There is a 10% baseline tariff,
right,
on the world.
Right.
He didn't specifically tariff Russia or North Korea, Cuba, or the Belarus. The White House came out and said the reason for not just Russia, but all four of those countries is that they are already under very high tariffs in other parts of the world, and that the sanctions that we currently had on them, if he had tariffed them further, might preclude trade with those nations, and he didn't want to do that. And I think that's perfectly valid.
Yeah, I mean, there is a tariff, but it's like the entry level tariff. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So this next story is, a little bit of a change of gears. And this actually is really interesting. It's a Fox News story. Massachusetts judge charges ICE agent with contempt of court. And I was like, well, what on earth? Well, it seems, you know what? Let's just play the story.
Battles in Boston over immigration and sanctuary city policies. A Boston judge now finding an ICE agent in contempt of court after agents took a man into custody in the middle of his criminal trial last week. The suspect was facing charges for providing false.
These people came and arrested a man in the middle of a criminal trial. What the fuck? They couldn't wait? Oh my Lord, this is ridiculous. Talk about disrespect to the judiciary.
Eric Sean is live with more on that for us. Hi, Eric.
Yeah, good morning, Sandra. As you say, he was on trial for providing false information on a driver's license. That's when ICE came during the trial and arrested him on the second day of the trial. Now, the ICE agent himself is in hot water.
Where are you taking him? Where are you taking him? Where are you taking him?
Take a look at this video. It is of William Martel LeBron. His attorney says LeBron is being taken away by ICE agents on the second day of his trial in Boston. Martel LeBron is from the Dominican Republic. He is charged with giving false information when he applied for a driver's license. The arrest prompted Boston Municipal Court Judge Mark Somerville to blast the agency, accusing ICE of violating Martel LeBron's rights.
This is a disturbing case. It's a case of obstruction of justice. It's a case of violating the defendant's right to be present at trial and confront witnesses against him. Couldn't be more serious.
Martel LeBron's lawyer, Murkat Erkan, tells us that ICE agents hid their faces with hoodies when they grabbed his client. He calls it blatantly a kidnapping.
My client was disappeared in the middle of a trial in which he was defending himself against allegations that the government made. That's what occurred, and it is a sobering and highly concerning event for anybody that loves freedom and democracy in this country.
Trump border czar Tom Homan, though, has accused the state of going easy on illegal immigrants. For example, ICE says that Massachusetts has an overwhelming number of migrants charged with child rape who are released from custody, citing at least 4 cases where Guatemalans and Honduran were freed on bail. Homan has promised to go to Boston himself to try and confront the situation. As for Martel LeBron's case, well, he is in ICE custody, and the judge says that he still wants him to be on trial. According to the district attorney's office, we have asked ICE for comment. So far, they have not gotten back to us. Back to you, Sandra.
All right, Eric Sean on that for us. Eric, thank you.
Any thoughts on this, John? I'm particularly interested to know your thoughts. To get rid of that. So, what do you think?
I was happy to listen to it. I think, man, my own opinion, the news, they got to report on stories. I think we just have to let it all shake out, see how it works out. All these tariffs and all this shit. I don't know, man. To be honest, I kind of stopped following it as much. I only get to hear about it as much from you and other shows that talk about it.
Whoever knew Stanley versus the world, a trusted news source. The world is truly going to hell in a handbasket.
I think that these tariffs are going to. These tariffs.
No. We've moved on from the tariffs.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We're talking about an ICE agent. There's a Dominican guy who they're accusing of lying on an application for his driver's license.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He is literally in the middle of a trial, and they fucking arrest him. Like the judge.
Oh.
So the agent gets charged with contempt of court. It is highly irregular for someone to be arrested in the middle of them being in an active court session.
Yeah, I would admit
you could have gone, Your Honor, can we take a 30-minute recess? Let me tell you what we need to do. Let's negotiate. They just nabbed him. So Tom Homan's response is, I'm going to go to Boston and deal with this situation. The other problem that the Trump administration is going to have is the judiciary is, now this is a personal opinion. It's my favorite branch. It's slow cooking. It's deliberative, even if it's activist. It is political, regardless of what they say, but I like it because there are some smart people who have the time to think about stuff. And for ICE to go in there and just grab a guy out of a judge's courtroom, these guys are lawless. Trump is fostering it. Um, he is basically fostering the unit. He's taking the unitary executive theory, putting it into action, and it is coming off as fascist. It doesn't matter that a judge has you in his clutches and is trying you for a crime. Our crime is more important, so we're just gonna snatch you, and the judge has to deal with it. What happened to the nation of laws?
I think they're to look at it from their side. I bet you they would say that
Whose side? Who is there?
From Holman's side, I think that these local jurisdictions and
Holman has no respect for judges. This isn't a local jurisdiction. Well, jurisdiction. It is literally nabbing a man out of court. Okay, let's show a little bit of respect. There is nothing saying you can't respect and negotiate. The judge, they didn't even talk to the judge. They just grabbed him.
Yeah, I think they should have done it better. I think, what it shows you, like these jurisdictions kind of want to, enforce their law as they see fit. And
okay, apparently, you're not getting my point.
I guess
the man was on trial. There was no law enforced. You don't go into a courtroom and drag a man out.
No, I do agree with you. I agree.
Okay, well then, what were they trying to enforce other than like a norm?
I think and I'm just giving you my opinion. That a lot of these cities, Boston is a sanctuary city, and I think that
Okay, but it's not a sanctuary court. The man was on trial to figure out whether he was guilty of a crime. Sanctuary city has nothing to do with this.
Well, I bet you that, and I'm just telling you what I think Holman would argue. That these people would be willing to hide this man, release him, because they've done that before, where they'll have a guy that they know has a retainer on him and they let him go.
Okay, so John, much like I'm cutting you off, they cut off this judge.
Yeah.
You get pissed off when I cut you off.
I'm not disagreeing. But I think again, like those people, they really have two different agendas, to be honest with you. Really want to be honest.
Sorry. I understand your overall point, but I'm trying to concentrate on the specific case. What you're doing is be brave. You want to take anecdote, something that has nothing to do with this specific case, and apply it to this specific case. And it may or may not be a good fit. My problem is that you interrupt a judge and a trial to fit your agenda.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as I said, these people aren't working well together. They, clearly they probably come down the opposite side of the aisle on this immigration. And so this is what it looks like when you don't have cohesive thoughts as to how to, handle this immigration. The judge is probably pro-immigration, and as you can see,
how do you know that, dude?
Well, I'm figuring she's
the brave level thinking. The judge
we could look her up.
You know what? We will never know what the judge thought because Tom Holman didn't do the proper thing, and you don't fuck with a judge's trial.
I agree with you 100%. But I guess what I'm saying is that
you don't know. You know what? You can't say the judge probably thought anything. He wasn't even asked.
Well, I can't say that these people haven't been working well together because they don't agree with immigrate. They don't have they're not on the same page as it relates to
How
how
do
we
you
should.
know this judge didn't vote for Trump?
Well, I mean, in the jurisdiction, well, I don't, but in the jurisdiction that she's in, it's very pro immigration. This is
Okay,
Boston.
let me just break it down because we're gonna go round and round with your opinion and my opinion.
Mm.
My thinking is assuming makes an ass out of you and me.
Yeah, we can look her up.
Assuming that a legal process is not going to turn out the way you want it to, it's obstruction of justice. That's exactly what it is.
I mean, and again, like there have been cases in New York. I remember doing New York, man. They would not honor the retainers on ICE, and they just release people. Some would be violent criminals, and so
did judges do it?
Well, I mean, it's the whole. You're right, but it's the whole system. It's like one side against the other. That's what it seemed like to me.
But the problem is this isn't a systemic.
I'm not arguing that point, right?
This isn't a systemic even issue.
I'm not arguing that point.
Well, the justice system.
I'm just saying, even within the justice system, I mean, clearly we're getting people interpreting an issue differently.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm.
If you had to choose which side you would back, nabbing the guy Tom Homan style or slow, deliberative, like justice where you decide, if the guy's guilty, do you support Tom Homan's I'm going to go to Boston and deal with this judge?
I don't support it, but I think it doesn't come from nowhere. I think it comes from.
Okay, it doesn't matter where it comes from.
Yeah, but
Is it the right thing to do in this instance?
No, I don't think so. But again, it goes both ways. There've been wrong things done, and then so their souls just trust, and then people just start to disrespect each other. They don't have cohesive thought. That's what it is, man. Like one side sides with one side, the other side with the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just reading an article as we were sitting here. Many of the DC judges, I think many of them are foreign born. That's mean anything in particular.
Whoa. The judges are foreign born?
Yeah.
Okay, and that means
not in this case. No, I'm just saying in general. People are going to start to see things differently, and those thoughts are going to be seated in the justice system. And if you add the international flavor to it, I'm just looking at it, just from all sides. Like, would you want to be the judge coming back to your cocktail hour, having bow down to the Trump administration when you had to live in Boston? No, I don't think so.
Oh wait, hold it. This had nothing to do with the Trump administration.
Well, I mean, I think he
the
did.
Trump administration imposed on this judge's courtroom.
Well, I'm sure he probably had
around.
But I bet you that he probably. Well, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming he had some kind of retainer on him or something. And again, I'm just saying, like, it just seems to me that the federal and the states, the courts, the judges, they all have their own little fiefdoms or their own idea of where they want things to go or how the law should be enforced. And it just smacks, to me, it says just trust more than anything.
Okay, well, to me, this seemed like a garden variety trial where this dude probably violated state law because it was something, an issue like, false information on a driver's license. He's on trial. It wasn't an immigration hearing. This is a Fox News story, so we're not, if there's a bias, it's gonna be pro-Trump. And even they are reporting the story.
Oh yeah, I'm not biased. It looks bad, as I said, man. You know what I'm saying?
It looks bad, but it points to, look, you and I fundamentally see a lot of things differently. Okay, I'm more willing to be objective. You use experience as kind of a background, but you focus on a specific issue to actually wind up being the decider of action. Okay, yeah, Massachusetts is a liberal state. Boston is a sanctuary city. More than likely, this judge is going to be a Democrat. Okay, but that really has nothing to do with this Dominican guy. And they said nothing about visa violations. Maybe he lied about his citizenship. The story doesn't mention any particular thing.
This
Visa
is the New
wise.
York Times, so they probably Thomas Friedman probably not going to mention, but
No. This isn't Thomas Friedman. This is Fox. This is Fox News.
I was looking at what was on the screen, but again,
Oh, yeah, I moved on. Let me go back.
I would love to do a deep dive. What was this guy so accused of, and what has been the stance?
Well, you know what?
That's the question.
I'm
What was
not
he
going to
accused
do a
of? Is
deep
he a
dive.
murderer?
I'm literally going to
He could be a
say
murderer.
I am going to say that it is disturbing that ICE, as a law enforcement agency, just waltzes in to another part of the law and imposes its will. Some rogue agent. This isn't Tom Homan, like an official. This is some dude in a poo shiesty.
Yeah.
This is probably some rank and file ICE agent. This isn't Tom Homan. I'm assuming this guy that was a part of, grabbing. This guy wasn't a supervisor. I'm assuming, could be wrong. He's not some official who might have, I don't see the judge holding Tom Homan in contempt of court if Tom Homan comes in and makes that arrest. Okay, there needs to be a respect for the law, even from the Trump administration.
But should you put the agent in jail? Like, he's just following orders.
He didn't put him in jail. He held him in contempt.
Like, do you I don't know how it works. I'm asking the question. Like, he's just following orders. He's just a peon in the system.
It doesn't matter. He interrupted this judge's court. He's going to hold the ICE agent in contempt.
Well, let me.
And by the way, before we get too far, because I kind of brought it up, one of the reasons or one of the things that you do as a federal agent, you swear to uphold the Constitution.
And that's what I'm saying. Like in the agent's case, should he have just say I'm not going to do this?
No, he should have like got word to the judge. He should have said, "Hey, judge, this is the deal. What do you want to do?" Apparently, the guy, during a recess, just gets nabbed. So they didn't do it in front of the judge, but you just don't pull someone out of a legal proceeding.
Yeah, they should be able to work
walk
better.
off.
Yeah, they should definitely be able to work better together. It just sounds like
The
something.
guy had a lawyer. They didn't talk to the lawyer. They just kind of came in and did what they were going to do, and that was that. And if I were a judge, I'd be kind of peeved too.
Yeah, it sounds like something missing there. Yeah, something just don't seem like. Well, I tell you what, these people they're not working well together. The court system, the judicial, they don't party lines, man. This is how it looks,
Well, we've been, and I belabor the story. It just amazes me that you can walk into the middle of a judicial proceeding and just nab a dude and be done with it.
Yeah.
You're right. Something's not working. Something's not cooperating, and Trump is the center of it. Trump has given up cooperating. He's given up cooperating with the other co-equal branches of government. Okay, the executive is equal to the judiciary, at least,
Stanley, in good faith. Stanley, in good faith, do you remember during Trump's last term, they would be releasing criminals out the back door to hide them from ICE? These people haven't shown a good faith that they will work with ICE.
So
agreed. I agree.
their constituents.
And you know what? So what?
Well,
This is not Trump's first term.
Well, but I'm saying if you're going to abide by the law and other people aren't, if you're going to play by the rules and other people aren't, like
there was no law that said the locals had to cooperate with ICE. There's no law that says that. It varies from state to state.
But I'm just saying, if you're going to side with criminals as it relates to the law, and that's what they were doing, letting them out the back door to run from ICE, that's the reality. Then, well, you sided with criminals as opposed to the government, and well, you kind of can say you operating outside the law, and you're going to get gangster tactics back. I'm not saying I agree.
Right. So essentially, let's not use our brain. Let's be a nation of tit for tat, not a nation of laws. Is that what you're saying?
That's ultimately what you devolve down to, yeah.
Okay.
That's where we are.
Viva the devolution. I hope it does. I hope I don't come down to that be brave level. I see what I see, and that determines my worldview. That determines my truth. Somebody did something that pissed me off, and I'm going to do it back. Is that really a way to run a country?
No, it's terrible.
John, you might be. Oh, there you are. I mean, I know I'm pushing back hard, but I don't agree. Yeah, let's be fair. There were, laws that were broken, criminals were hidden, there was some shisty stuff. However,
joint custody,
two wrongs don't make a right.
8,500.
Can I ask something, Stanley? Whenever you guys are done.
Are you willing to deal with the answer?
Yes, but I don't want to cut John off if John's still talking.
Oh, don't worry about that.
I just think, man, they've broken down on ideological sides, man, and they're not trusting each other. They can't work with each other. Again, right. I keep going back to I've seen them usher them out the back door. I see cities rolling out the red carpet to give immigrants benefits. And in some ways, it seemed like they were trying to antagonize Trump, the first administration. I've seen churches harbor. I'm just setting the table, and so there's a lot of disrespect there that went along the first part in terms of harboring criminals. So now the guys come back.
So basically, in the first term, Trump was disrespected. So in the second term, Trump is justified doing what he's doing now, correct?
Well, one might reasonably say, and I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Well, I don't think it would be reasonably.
Well, I think one may say that these people skirted the criminal laws. I remember being in New York. They would block ICE from picking someone up, picking a criminal up. They would literally physical barricade. So, I mean, you're setting the table now where these people are taking gangster tactics to get their way. That's what it seemed like to people who see the police come to arrest someone and people resist the police physically. That's gangster tactics. They're not going by the law. And so now, the table is somewhat turned and the gangster tactics are being used back against them. Yeah, that was in New York City. I think there was churches and shit sheltering. Yeah, I'm just playing devil's advocate. And, this is where we are. I accept the reality for what it is. Yeah.
Well, you know what? How can I be more eloquent than that? What do you have to say, Ryan?
Well, I was just going to say that, so specific to this case, I don't think it's right. I don't think you interrupt the court to pull the guy, but I don't know the charges by ICE against him, but I don't think he interrupts the court. Specific to this. But by and large, I think, big picture is you've got cities that are saying, it's against the law if a person is here illegally. and cities are saying we're not going to help you do this, right?
Okay, that's going too far afield.
I'm saying it's big. I said
no,
big
no,
picture.
no. That's going too far afield. Let's not drift. I want to stay as close to this specific case as possible. I
So
actually
you don't.
don't
So you don't
care.
think.
I actually don't care about Trump's first term. I don't care about, they disrespected us, so we're going to disrespect them. I want to talk about the specific story, which was ICE grabbed a guy in the middle of a trial. Is that right or wrong? I say
I
it's wrong.
already answered that question easily.
Okay, well then we can move on. If you've answered it, we're cool.
Well, can I just make a general comment then?
Do you really have to? Do you feel the
I'd
burden?
really like to, because I know what John's saying.
Okay, I don't care what John had to say. I disagree with him too.
Well, I think you'll agree. So
you have
I already
to
said I agree with you. I said I agree with you about this specific case. But I do think we got a bigger issue in that, depending on which federal government's in power, the state governments really are not supporting or getting in line with the federal government. Like you got the states.
Why do they have to? Hey, what happened? What happened to 50 laboratories of democracy? What happened to states' rights? Where is it required for a state to agree with the federal government? Where does it say that? Anywhere?
So if a state didn't comply with the Department of Education in any way and taught religion and all this shit, would that be okay? Because that's the same thing.
And you want to know why it's okay? Funny you should mention the Department of Education, because I have this story. And then we'll go back to where I was. K-12 schools must sign certification against DEI to receive federal money, administration says. They don't have to accept the money, now do they?
I still think that the
No. Answer my question.
K-12s must sign certification against DEI to receive federal money.
Those schools don't have to accept the money now, do they?
They don't have to.
Okay. Hence my point about states don't have to follow, the federal government's lead.
I mean, they're not following the drug laws already, right?
But there might be consequences, but they have the choice.
Yeah, they're not following.
Okay, so
a lot of the highway standards.
I don't want to hear about, this state didn't do that, or that locality didn't cooperate. I don't really care. They don't have to, but there might be consequences. And really, that's John's argument. You know what? Y'all didn't do it during the first administration. These are the consequences now. I think that's actually somewhat of a valid argument. I just think we need to be, when it comes to the law, the tit for tat, they did it, therefore we're going to do it.
But it didn't start there. These guys have been doing this shit for a while.
I think it's immature, but I'm not saying it's not a valid argument.
Was it immature when Obama did it?
Okay,
Biden?
I don't care. Obama's not president, hasn't been for quite some time. Don't do the usual whataboutism. Okay. I'm saying John's point is valid. I just think I wouldn't do it that way.
I totally agree with you. I think it's immature.
Then let's move on.
But you can't.
Okay, then let's move on.
That both of these fuckers do it. I don't know why.
Yes, both of these fuckers do it. I literally said John's point is valid. I think it's immature to operate a country that way, but that's just me. The point is they did it. The point that they did it too, we're going to get back at them. Yeah, it's valid.
Nobody's listening.
If that's how you want to run things,
it's dumb.
I think it's immature. But I can't say it's unfair. I can't say it is not a valid point of view.
It's like a listing boat.
Right. It's like that.
Forth,
so can we move on now?
Yeah, that's fine, but I think you should. Oh, look, I just wanted to, you know, I was trying to give you the big picture perspective. Okay, that's all.
Motherfucker, you don't think I know the big picture? What are you doing? White splaining this to me?
Oh, fuck you.
No,
Yeah,
seriously.
fuck you, you motherfucker. No,
You don't
no,
think I
no,
get the big
no,
picture?
you motherfucker.
What
Listen,
the fuck?
you could have validated what John said. Then you
This is
refused to validate what John
this is
said.
wait, are you
Fucking insult, white
proxy
splaining. Go
voting
fuck
for Be
yourself.
Brave?
No, I am for John though. Okay, so fuck you.
Okay, well, you know what? If I were
White
John,
fucking
if I had to run the government, I would not do it like John would do it, but I think John doing it his way is valid. It's just a difference of outlook.
I'm
But
more depressed
don't
at
you
the
ever
failures of
fucking
democracy.
no, I'm dead serious here. Dude, I probably get the big picture better than you do. So
I don't. Stanley,
let's meet
I agree with that.
let's meet as peers.
I
Let's not
agree that
do
with
the
that.
Be Brave thing. Let's not do that.
Yeah, I get too specific all the time, but it seemed
You
like you were
rarely
honing in.
get specific unless it's bean counting.
You know what? That you know what? You know that's a backhanded insult, right?
Oh
Like it
yes,
really.
I
Oh
meant it
fuck
to
yeah, it
be. I'm
is.
glad you noticed.
Maybe a front-handed insult even.
I'm glad you noticed. It means you're awake. You've
Yeah,
had your
that's right.
coffee.
I'm having it.
So let me get back to this, and I don't even know. You know what? I don't even think this is more or less what Rand Paul is saying. Trump is going all in on Trumpism. Laura Loomer is mentioned. I personally think it was amusing. You know, the shock and awe is hard to sustain, and I suspect Trump is going to try and sustain the shock and awe, and it's just simply not a good. It's not a strategy. It's a tactic. Tactics are short term. Strategy is long term. I don't think Trump is a good strategic thinker.
Can I ask you a question real quick? It's what slightly off topic.
Sure.
What do you think about ground? I mean, is it? Do you like the way that? Do you like what you're
I
getting
kind of
so
do.
far? Yeah, like it gives both sides is pretty cool, man. You
Well,
see
it's
how
not so much both
full of shit
sides, like
everybody
right
is.
off the bat, but you can explore one side or another.
Yeah.
So I think that's how it's a good source. I am going to explore other ones though, because it's a little cumbersome, but I like it.
All sides media. All sides media.
No, you it doesn't it does go left, right, and then sometimes there is no center. The
Did
one
you look
thing
at
I
that one?
do like
All right,
about
you
it
looked at that
is
one.
it gives you access to these sources. Like there's all kinds of you can look individually at how it's reported at the newspaper or news source level. I do like that. I have access to more stuff.
So do you get all these different publications then, basically by having ground?
Yes.
That's
Now
awesome.
some
That's
of
actually
them
awesome.
not outright. Some of them you actually do have to have subscriptions to. Like this is the Colorado Springs Gazette. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah.
And for some reason or another, that website's not
Is
coming up.
I was going to say All Sides Media is another one of these outfits. Like it's called AL, just All Sides, and it's like
I'll check
they'll
it out.
yeah, they'll actually compare and they'll say here's an example of spin. Like they talk about just almost teaches you about media, kind of, and how
Right,
full of
but
shit most of these
this is
motherfuckers
the
are.
Colorado Springs Gazette. Never heard of it, but they have a take on the Brown University story. So you can get a lot more into the weeds if you choose to do so, or you can go back to just bullet points. So yeah, I love it.
How much is ground a month?
I got like the middle subscription for $30 a year. It's
How
not
much is it?
$30. It's not that expensive.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
for a whole year.
wow.
Now there's a premium subscription, which I wasn't willing to pay because I want to test it first. But I would so far, maybe I should have gotten the premium, and I can upgrade. So
Interesting. That's pretty cool.
yeah, it's Uncle Fatty. This is the cool thing about hanging out with old people. Not that Uncle Fatty's old, but more mature people who can kind of, know some stuff like, hey, have you thought about this? So this is the early mornings old man coffee clutch, apparently.
Yeah. So this article then. So like I'm looking at the screen. It says Boston Globe ownership high factuality lean left. So that means it's really accurate. It just leans left, right? Is that
Right.
what that means? Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I thought so. All sides does that too. They'll say it's very right, it's very accurate, but it's only kind of paint the picture one way. Interesting.
Well, the
That's
problem
what it
with,
does.
politics and culture is you can be right and still have a slant or a spin on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So anyway,
Yeah, sorry to just
no,
sidebar.
that's all right. No, you know what? There's at this point, who really cares? It's stuff to do, but I do want to point out Trump's my take, and I'm right, is Trump's vendetta against elite schools. Trump is after Harvard, and now he's after Brown University.
What they
So,
do? Oh, anti-Semitic.
these left-leaning bastions like Brown, even though Bobby Jindal, who is a conservative, way back in the day, went to Brown. They are they mostly don't agree with Trump in that whole MAGA universe. They're being accused of anti-Semitism because they protested, and there was another story here. There's a law, this anti-Semitism thing that Trump is doing. There is a law from the 1940s, and I can't remember where I ran across it, but they're using a law about the anti-Semitism protests. Let's see. And if I run across it, I'll highlight it. But basically, all these universities, the Ivy League specifically, are going to be brought to heel through
For now.
basically coercion. $500 million is going to be withheld if Brown University doesn't review diversity, equity, and inclusion and its response to anti-Semitism. But what they're not saying is it will have to be to Trump's satisfaction.
It's dumb. Huge waste of time.
No, it is not a huge waste of time. Trump, look, this is a culture war. They want universities to be more right facing, more right respecting. It is a valid culture war. You seize the opportunity. The liberals did it back in the 60s, or the progressives did it back in the 60s. The right has been working towards this. They've played a long game that's half a century, basically.
And you
They've
really think
got
that this?
they've got Roe overturned. They've got a Supreme Court that pretty much most of the time is going to lean conservative and somewhat religious conservative. Now the universities will have to be dealt with. They are going to turn this big battleship around or die trying.
I mean, I do think that we do have a problem with the universities being ideologues almost, right? Like the
And you
professors.
know what? The problem is it is a false problem. I don't think
I think it's
universities,
an issue.
dude,
Personally.
you know what? Name me one Ivy League conservative university.
There's none.
Cornell.
I guess I don't know. Is it
Quite
conservative?
frankly, I think the Ivy League universities are fairly conservative.
I just read an article. Wall Street Journal's got one that was talking about how the Ivy League was pretty much captured at this point. It's not the students; the professors are all registered Democrats, and I think they're very far left.
Well, let me put it to you
I think
this
that's a
way.
problem. I think that's a problem, right?
The Ivy League has plenty of conservative professors and administrators and students. Why don't they all put their heads together and come up with a conservative Ivy? University of Austin is like an attempt, but you know what? They're not attracting like conservative superstars.
They got some talent there, though, in terms of the professors, right?
Okay,
People involved in the board. I think.
I'm going to tell you right now, probably the most prestigious professor that I know of would be someone like a Glenn Lowry on the board. Glenn Lowry's like on his way out.
He's already on a board, though, isn't he? Is he on the board there?
I think he is.
Okay. But I do
But
think
what I'm saying is that, you know, an old black conservative who isn't that conservative, he's on his way out. Where is the Richard Hanania? Okay.
Roland
Now I
Pryor
will
is at
say
Harvard.
that Christopher Rufo is involved in the Florida university systems education stuff. But he's about the only one who, quote, is a conservative thinker that's involved in education. Where are the conservative thinkers? Where are they in this process? And I've got a little opinion piece by Richard Hanania. Richard Hanania was one of the principal like influencers on the Trump administration of getting rid of DEI. He was literally one of the dudes who said, "Hey, Mr. Trump, you know, DEI is a problem," and even he doesn't like what Trump is doing.
I think most reasonable people think it's way too much and it's overboard. Everything is. I mean,
Shock and awe. But you got the world's smartest and richest man there. You've got
most people want stability.
You got a Trump who is a stable genius at the helm.
What the fuck are you talking about?
But all I'm saying is that Richard Hanania, and I've known of Richard Hanania for maybe 3 or 4, probably 3 years now. He is literally considered a thinker, and I certainly don't agree with a lot of his thinking. But even he thinks Trump, and he was an influencer on the Trump, you know, way of doing things. Thinks it's too far.
I see this listing in all facets to where Trump might actually capsize the boat at this point.
Rand Paul, can you put that link in the back?
Which one?
The one you're looking at.
I'm not looking at one now. I mean, what do you mean?
I thought you were looking at an article.
No, I did put something in the back though from earlier. I put a picture in the back of really just a. It's nonpartisan. It's not like propaganda or some shit 12 man will put up here. But
I don't care.
I don't know. I don't know if you can bring it up or not, but it's a very. it's a very good depiction of the problem.
No, it's a file.
It's a file. Yeah, I guess you can't. It's a pit. It's
Yeah, I don't have the file. You do.
okay. I don't know how to work a lot of this stuff. It basically just showed, who's gained from the globalization issue. Because I don't like these tariffs to me are terrible, right? But if you look at the income brackets, it's just benefited the top in America, and it's hurt a lot of people that weren't in the top, right? So we do have this
Right.
fucking
Well,
problem.
hold on. We finished our tariff portion.
Yeah, I
So
know. I don't want to go back to that, but it's such a great depiction. I'll email it to you because it's
yeah, definitely.
we do have a problem, but he's going about it in a really stupid way right now. So we do have a problem though. We do got to fix some of this shit. But we're just listening from. Look, think about it like this, man. This government is going from 10 million immigrants over 4 years to 6 over 4 years. Like, we are all over the place, and they wanted to prevent that shit. That's why they had the electoral college. That's why they needed a
Right.
higher
Well,
threshold in the Senate,
but
a
that's
66
kind
vote
of
threshold.
that's
We are
kind of
listening.
a separate show, and you're
Yeah.
talking about a Thomas Jefferson Tree of Liberty sort of argument.
Is that what that
Thomas
is?
Jefferson was way more into, you jettison the government and rebuild it every now and again because it needs to be modern. And he's looking kind of right. The problem is he used the word revolution, and he probably meant it. He said the Tree of Liberty needs to be watered with the blood of patriots. It's its natural fodder. He literally said
Oh.
that. It's close to an exact quote. So, Thomas
Thomas
Jefferson didn't have a
Jefferson said
problem
it?
with bloodshed every now and again.
It's. I mean, I guess
Oh,
it's like
it's an actual quote. One of
go
my
to war
favorite
all the
quotes,
time.
actually. You
Let
gotta
me ask you something.
water that tree of liberty with the blood of patriots.
Didn't you say, because of the historical stuff, like didn't you say I read something recently about Trump and Andrew Jackson, right?
Yeah,
And
Trump, Andrew Jackson was kind of a populist. He was like, he was actually an apt. He wasn't into the highfalutin dudes. He and John, he and Quincy Adams were like diametrically opposed.
yeah,
Quincy Adams was John Adams' son.
yeah, the 6th president and the 7th president.
Right. And
Yeah.
One was kind of a highfalutin book reader, and Jackson killed a man. Well, he was a general. Dude,
Oh, okay.
I've read his biography. Dude is admirable. He killed a man and got away with it.
Well, was Jackson? What I read about this was like Jackson would defy court orders like Trump. Almost like Trump's trying to follow him,
exactly.
right?
And that's where Trump is getting it from. Trump is not original. Literally, it was the Bank of it was the National Bank that Jackson was totally opposed to. He was not into national banks. And you remember at the very outset, Hamilton, wanted a national bank to assume
Yeah, that was in the big
states
debate.
debts, all that stuff. Well, Jackson was not into that. That fancy pants, debt, So the Supreme Court said, yep, national bank is fine. And Jackson was like, nope, we're not going to do it. Let's see them enforce it. Yeah, they say we have to do it, but
well, I already did other things
make us
like
do it.
stuff with Florida, stuff with Native Americans, where he was like, "Man, I'm just going to do this. I'm not going to listen to none of that shit."
Yeah,
I'm
and
like, I'm like Trump.
there's a place for that. But notice his picture wasn't hanging in the White House until Trump dusted it off. Then
Yeah.
when Trump left, they took the picture down. Trump's back, and now the picture's back. You know, that rough-hewn frontiersman. The funny thing is Andrew Jackson could fucking, shoot a man in cold blood. He could split some wood. He could build a plantation from scratch. He could general an army and beat the British in the Battle of New Orleans. Become a national hero. And Trump, he would be Trump's hero, but Trump is not the measure of that.
Trump almost acts like he's doing the presidency out of obligation, like Jackson. Also, right? I
No,
didn't
no,
want to
no.
do this job, but I have to.
He wasn't doing it out of obligation. Jackson wanted to
I think
run.
initially he said he didn't want to run.
Oh, no. Jackson wanted to run this bitch.
You sure?
Absolutely.
I thought he
I've
was.
read his biography.
I thought I read that he was. I guess I'll do it kind of guy.
Yeah, all the presidents did it. They didn't campaign back in those days.
Interesting. Well, yeah. Trump acts like it's his duty. Like, I have to save the country.
Well, you know what?
Just save it.
His fans think he can. Look at Laura Loomer. I know if Trump wasn't married, if he hasn't already. there was a Monica Lewinsky moment in that Oval Office.
He might be a little bit up in years to be doing that.
Hey, you're never too old for that.
77.
And even if you are, you won't admit it.
Bring the Cialis.
Trump don't need no Cialis.
I think he's almost 80, man.
Hey. Barron is only 19, so Trump was viable in his 60s.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's still got time at 60. I just feel like at 80 you're like, cool.
Well, I won't know that till I get close. Should I ask my father? I bet I won't.
Yeah, steer clear. Steer clear. So.
All right, well, let's move on. This is totally derailed.
And we're off track.
So we get now. I want to concentrate on this because I'm Mr. Education. I think what they're doing with the education department is pure propaganda. They're saying they can take functions like the student loan function and all that and fold it into other departments. I don't think there was anything wrong with the education department. I think it was overblown. I basically think MAGA is anti-intellectual, basically. Even though Trump graduated from an Ivy League, etc.
I was going to ask you, is he trying to mess with Penn's money?
Yes, he has. Yep.
Okay.
He has.
He's indiscriminate about it. It's not just his alma mater.
Well, no, he graduated from the business school. I'd want to know if he's holding anything from Wharton.
Interesting.
Oh, look, it is truism, the Storm Crow in the chat. Oh boy, what tomfoolery do you have for us today, Storm Crow? I'm tempted to play that short that I did the other day, but I'll try and stay focused. So K-12 schools must sign certification against DEI to receive federal money. I think this is egregious. I thought schools were locally controlled. Apparently, Trump is trying to do what the education department has been accused of doing. interfering with education. This is literally the definition of the woke right, doing the same thing that the left did, but just a little bit more scary about it. Any comments?
It's the list to the other side. The pendulum is swinging back, but
Well,
even
does that
further.
mean you have to adopt the methods of the other side?
I just think that they're effective, right? You know, you play into your base. He's playing to his base. They play to their base. You know, there's no moderates, man. I mean, you know, there's no moderates. They're gone. So that's the problem. So they're going to abolish this. They're going to defund everything. I mean, you know, it's like we're going to defund the education. We're going to defund all the research. We're going to defund the police. Like everything's defunded now. Let's abolish it. What? Are you fucking kidding me? We built all this shit over the last 100 years. Let's just get rid of all of it. It's crazy.
Well, the problem is they're not getting rid of it. They're threatening to get rid of it.
No,
what's going to happen is what Colombia did. They acquiesce. We will do what you want because we need the money.
Oh, I thought you meant the whole DOE. I thought you were talking bigger picture, but you're talking specifically.
No, I don't think. I think the Department of Education, like all bureaucracies, needs to be reviewed, trimmed, dealt with, etc. I don't see why it needs to be gotten rid of. It's been kind of scapegoated, in my opinion.
I read their plan to where they were going to send the financing arm over here. They were going to send this over there. Like they had a plan to literally disband it. Like, really? Like we're going to just get rid of the whole thing? That's crazy. A wild swing there.
Here, let me address a hilarious comment. So, you know, jokester that you are, Truism, I know you're kidding about that, right?
What do you say?
He says, John Galt, folks, said I'd be a good moderator for Be Brave versus Stanley debate. What say you? I say they were kidding. They were joking with you.
Is he on the left or right? Or is he, what is his ideology?
You know what? I want to say that Truism is moderate.
Huh. All right,
like
good.
all clowns are.
What
they just want to entertain. It does not matter whether it's a right laugh or a left laugh. It's just a laugh.
Or they just want to have stability, right? Don't make any sudden moves. Let's just keep things going and move them a little bit, but not crazy. So.
Well, anyway, I think, to be honest, I don't think either side is really serious about education. The anti-intellectualism, the we don't care, we want patriotic education, or we want a world education. I'm a purist when it comes to education. Have you ever heard of what's the name of the school? I had a professor who actually went to, is it St. Mary's? It's
in Maryland?
Like almost literally across the street from the Naval Academy. It's St. Mary's.
No, it's yeah, I know what it is. It's oh man.
Well, it's excuse me, it's a school.
They teach the classics, right? They just teach the classics.
Well, they make you read like Aeschylus in Greek. They literally
Plato,
make you read
that's it.
The theory of relativity, literally the theory of relativity.
It's by the way, it's an
St. Mary's of something, isn't it?
No, I think it's like St. James Academy.
Oh, no, it's St. John's.
St. John's Academy, that's it.
Oh, no,
because
no. And they have a campus in New Mexico now. No, I had a, believe this or not, a comparative lit professor who got his undergraduate degree from there. It would not hurt my feelings if that was just imposed on our kids.
well,
You
I'll
want
tell
to
you this
read
much about it.
Dante? Read it in the
Yeah.
Italian, bitch.
Well, listen, that's they don't do grades. They don't have grades. You don't get a grade at the end of the semester, which is
Is
why
that
my
right?
which is why my daughter wanted to go there.
Now look at this dumb motherfucker.
But
Education does not equal indoctrination. I don't even know what the fuck that means. And I'm not your level of mathematician. Um, you'd have to explain that. Education is education. Indoctrination is not education. Yeah, I agree with that. But education will give you a point of view one way or the other. And what fools, the MAGA fools, think is if you don't agree with them, you're indoctrinated.
well, I do. I mean, my best friend's a progressive school teacher, and he's pretty much a Marxist. Okay, like
Who
this
is?
guy is my best friend's is a school teacher. He's a progressive, very lefty. And I mean, academia's got a lot of just left leaning
Okay,
professors, a
and
lot of
that's
them.
simply not. I'm gonna argue that education, especially like a legal education, there are more moderates, left or right moderates than there are. How often do you hear of progressive lawyers?
I think that I
And I
mean,
know there have been progressive DAs, etc. Most of the lawyers that you see on TV or you read their books, they might be left leaning or right leaning, but they lawyers especially tend to be fairly measured, very Socratic.
there's a few fields which to me end up you end up with a lot of registered Democrats. And I'm okay with registered Democrats. I'm not being critical, but
Well, how
education
about just
definitely
name the field?
education, teachers. The teachers union and most teachers are on the left. There are also a lot of women there. I think that also plays into it. But and then journalists are actually most. I think 85. I read this. It was actually 85% of journalists are registered Democrats. So they talk about the media ecosystem being left. A lot of the journalists, it's not the organizations, they don't give a shit, they just want to make money, but a lot of the journalists are on the left. So accountants, pretty much all on the right. So certain fields, I think, go one way or another. Um, Uncle Fatty says educated people are left leaning. Now they are, but I think that
Well, see, and
that's
this is the problem. I think even the labels sometimes are unhelpful.
I think that the STEM fields are on the right. I have my
I'm
nephews
a I'm a STEM
that
major
fucking
and I'm not on the right.
you're not, but I think a lot
I
of them
tend
are.
to be I tend to be fairly conservative in my thinking, but let's just say um conservatives tend well used to because I don't consider populists like truly conservative. There's some
They're not.
conservative-ish opinions. Um Populists can be left or right. They are not conservative, even if they're on the right. They may have some conservative like ideas.
Bernie Sanders is a
Okay, but
populist.
you would never. Well, yeah, Bernie Sanders is a
He's a hard
populist,
lefty.
but he
He's a
is
hard lefty.
more. He is a left populist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think populism lands
I
on either
mean,
side, but
it's essentially people focused, worker focused. You can have left ideas or right ideas. You can like socialism, or in my opinion, something like the American dream. Like any worker can have a new flavor of Fritos and become, vice president of Frito-Lay, something like that. So they're right. There are two ways of, or two camps of how do you help the worker. However, um, I'm not a populist. I'm actually probably more. If I had to choose a conservative hero, it would be someone like Edmund Burke. I actually do believe in, institutions like social institutions as a kind of a natural break on rash ideas.
I mean,
Like
I think that's
I think what Trump is doing is rash. There is
just a
nothing
little
wrong
bit.
with trimming the government, but the method is important. And if he were more conservative, more an Edmund Burke type conservative, it would be slow cooking. Now the problem is everybody gets tired of slow growth or slow change.
Stanley, I think I mean, just to give you my assessment, he's blown his political capital. If he was smart, he would have got in, dealt with immigration, which was hugely popular,
Yes.
got it into law. There's no
Or he
fucking
would have just dealt with it. That's a
right.
win. Let's move
That's
on.
an easy win, right? Like
Yeah.
instead, he did 1,600 things. He's wasted his political capital
Well,
strategically. I think it's
now
dumb.
you may not remember me, or you may. He blew his political capital starting to influence government shortly after the election.
Well, I
mean,
still
things were changing because they knew he was coming, like a Omar with hair, and a bad hair at that. Farmer in the
still think
Dell, Trump's a coming. Trump's coming. Trump's coming. He blew
I
his
still
capital before inauguration.
I don't know because there was still so much bad press with the Democrats, man. Like it was, they were trying to figure it out. I mean, I feel like when he just sat down and signed 100 executive orders affecting every part of American life in the first week, that was kind of that. What the fuck is he doing? And then he's changing tariffs every other day, 25%, 20%. How does business plan what they're going to do over the next 5 years when this guy is changing the tariff amount every other fucking day? Like that's just crazy. How do you plan? How do you plan? We're going to build a factory in Mexico. No, we're not. Yes, we are. No, we're not. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts, man. So, I don't know. I think it's lunacy. But he's out of political capital. I think people are going to be scared to vote with him. And
Well, see, the thing is now he's going to force people. He's going to rob the political capital. Harvard, we're going to cut your billions.
Well, what I mean is
Don't do what
no,
he's out of the goodwill. Now he's going to extort.
He's got no laws, right? The key is you get in and you pass laws so they're hard to switch them. You can switch an executive order in a day.
See, you're thinking pre-Trump. He don't need no stinking Congress. He's got executive orders.
That's dumb. That's just dumb. So I think he's screwed this whole thing up in terms of what he was willing to get
only
done.
a few months in. He might be able to right the ship and at least please his base. Now political capital for the centrists. Nah, he never really had much to begin with. Like I said, I don't have a problem with the agenda of trimming, getting rid of, kind of taming the administrative state. But when you're going and just slash and burn and you bring in someone who is totally unaccountable, this motherfucker, Elon will be out in a month. And
he's got
be
120 days.
He will be scot-free. No accountability for the damage or the mayhem he has caused. That's unacceptable.
I have a different. He doesn't have the ability to do anything. Like the
Dude,
president has to do
well
it.
then, you know what? The press has been misreporting because I keep hearing how much Elon has cut and saved, and supposedly there is a fraud case, a Social Security fraud case, coming to bear. So he went in all this turmoil for one fraud case. I literally want to see this. All this
He's
for
essentially a
one fraud
glorified
case.
audit. He's an auditor. He
Okay, damn it. Even if you call him just an auditor, auditors don't give out $2 million at a Supreme Court justice election in Wisconsin. He's more than an auditor. He went to audit. He went to audit and distribute the money in Wisconsin to influence an election. That's auditing?
No. What I'm saying is,
Okay, no,
so
no, no, no. You need to address what I just said. You said he's an auditor. I'm trying to figure out what an
he has the
auditor is.
ability to go donate money to
So
Wisconsin.
he's not an auditor.
Hold on.
If he is influencing elections, he is
Yes.
more than an auditor.
Yes, he's
Now,
influencing
are you
elections.
saying he's more than an auditor? I can agree with that.
His role with the federal government is he doesn't have the ability to fire people. Trump has to do that.
Okay,
He can say,
dude,
Trump, here's
dude,
what Trump,
you know
fire these
what?
people. And Trump fires them,
That
right?
is so much bean counting.
Well, okay. I disagree with what he's doing, just so you know.
Is
I
he
don't
doing more than auditing?
he's going through the books basically and reporting to
Okay,
Trump, and
is
then
he
Trump's fired
doing
people.
more than his auditing? It seems that the books didn't include the Wisconsin Supreme Court elections.
As a person, he is very involved in
Oh, okay. So
national
you
and
can
local
separate
politics.
Elon the person from Elon the auditor. Gotcha.
What I'm saying is his role with the federal government, he's not elected. He simply has the role of the OIG, like the inspector general, right? He's going through the books and then he's
Was
going to
he
the
in a
media and saying,
cabinet meeting?
I believe he was in the cabinet meeting.
Oh, no. Don't believe he was. They're pictures. So does your average auditor wind up standing there looking dumb in a hat, in a Dylan, in a Columbine style black trench coat,
He does have some
telling
agency.
cabinet secretaries what they're going to do? Is that what an auditor does?
Okay, but Stanley, listen, what I'm saying
That
is,
was a federal function, was it not? Cabinet meetings are federal
yes,
functions, are they not?
and he is a
No.
cabinet
Answer
member.
my question. Is
Yes,
a president's cabinet meeting a federal function?
yes.
So are auditors usually speaking? And I don't know, maybe you do. Do
Yes.
auditors often get to confront cabinet secretaries?
So like the head of the OIG can confront anybody he wants in a cabinet meeting because he runs an agency. And
Does he run a federal agency?
Elon Musk does, yes.
Okay, so maybe he's head auditor, or is he maybe is
Doge
he the
is an
head?
agency. It's a
So
federal
he's
agency.
more than just an auditor, right?
The function of Doge is to do audits, not to fire. And by the way,
Didn't he send out memos saying, "I need you to tell me what you did this week"?
and the OIG does that. The OIG could do that too, if they could.
He could do it too, but
I don't think it's appropriate, but I think
who sent out that email?
Elon Musk.
Is he the head of Doge?
Yes.
So I would say he's
it's an
more than
agency.
auditing, or is he auditing like your weekly status report?
So if I'm with what's the HR department of the government? I don't remember. Office of OPS. If I'm OPS,
Personnel management.
yeah, if I'm OPS, I think it's OPM or OPS. Yeah, whatever it is. I can send to all the other agency heads and
Okay,
people
you're
in those
doing
agencies.
whataboutism. It's spreading
What I'm
thick on
saying
the
is
coast.
he has agency power, but his function is to audit, right? So he has agency power. He's not just a citizen doing it. And the agency that he's now ahead of was actually set up by Obama to do the same thing. They just didn't
All
have
right.
Elon Musk
You
on
know
it.
what? I'm pretty much bored with the whataboutism.
I think
Of course,
I think you know that I
Obama.
won this.
Of
You
course,
won this.
Obama is relevant to this conversation about Elon Musk and Doge. Of course, Obama's relevant.
Obama built
When are
the
you going to bring
agency
up
that he
Biden?
runs.
Is Biden next?
I'm not bringing up Biden. I'm
You brought up
saying,
Obama,
okay,
or did you not bring up
if
Obama?
Bush started the agency, we bring
Now
up
it's
Carter when we
Bush.
talk about the DOE. Carter started the DOE. Obama built an agency to do this type of thing. It's just that Elon Musk is doing it
No,
from behind.
Obama did not build an agency to do that sort of thing. What I can't remember the name of it now. John tried that bullshit. No, they repurposed the agency to
That's what I mean,
do.
repurpose.
That's right. Basically, the agency that was created under Obama was to deal with that website, the Obamacare website crash functionality. They just basically were there to make sure that the website was working.
I thought it was
And then
about
they gave
efficiency
it
in
some other
government.
stuff to do. This bullshit about Obama did it too is so ahistorical as to be laughable.
I thought it was about functioning, efficient government.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, I'm wrong, man. But I know that
Oh no.
they
I
repurposed
looked
it.
it up.
They repurposed it.
I'm not whistling Dixie here. I'm not doing a be brave.
Why are
It's
you
what
taking
I
an
saw.
adversarial thing here? I'm trying to come alongside.
Because you know what? I'm tired of the bullshit. Is why I'm being adversarial. You bringing this be brave
I'm not.
aesthetic into this.
That's another backhanded insult right there.
Oh no. It was not a compliment.
Coming from you, I know it's a fucking insult. Okay, coming from you, it's a specific
It was
insult.
not meant as a. Actually, it was just meant as an observation.
Fucking bullshit.
A
Seriously,
neutral
that shit.
observation.
Holy shit, man. Bullshit. That's bullshit right there. That's bullshit.
Hey, I like be brave.
No, I don't. If I could, Elon Musk is not a member of the cabinet, first of all. Second of all,
no, but he was there.
No, he was there. No question.
No,
that's why I pointed out he's confronting cabinet. He should exactly. He is not a member of the cabinet. Second
Hold
of
on.
all,
Hold on. Back up, Tom. Back up. I thought that all the agency heads were cabinet members.
No.
Okay, so I'm wrong then. Okay, sorry. I'm wrong. I own that.
There's such a thing as sub-cabinet level agencies.
Okay.
Yeah, the cabinet members, there's a few administrators, there's the attorney general, and the rest are generally secretaries. But the other thing is, as far as party affiliation of journalists, over half of journalists, full-time journalists, identify as independent. Now, the truth of the matter is, around 36% say we're Democrats. The problem, and the reason it seems as if they are left-leaning, is A, the organizations they work for in some cases, but B, only 3.4% identify as Republican. So it's not so much that most journalists are left-leaning, it's that very few are right-leaning.
I believe it was open sources, which the opensource.gov, which gave me that information. So I could be wrong, but if I recall, it was hugely Democrat, like way. Or maybe hold on, Tom, let me back up. Maybe I was talking about donations to they were because it shows their donations. 90% were donating to Democrats, 10% were Republicans. So maybe that's what I was referring to.
That could very well be true because most of the journalists I know, and this is anecdotal, is we don't donate because we don't want to be called out for it.
Gotcha.
If you're Tom Brokaw, you don't care. If you're a biggie, you don't care. But if you're rank and file, and even some of the non-rank and file, that's a bad look. You don't want to have that level of bias anyway. Luckily, not luckily, but the truth of the matter is that a lot of the news organizations now are politically driven. I mean, we all know what the most popular news network is, quote unquote, news. And so that 3.6% is working real hard there. But
let
anyway,
me preempt right quick. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already.
Thanks for clarifying that. Go ahead, Stan. Sorry.
Well, that to me was what makes Elon Musk being at that meeting more audacious.
Well, that's the whole. He's an auditor, so he should be audacious. Right?
You know what?
Bad pun. Everybody, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. And please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel for, the substandard essays that are very biased that get put out occasionally. If you're new to the channel, make sure you share the wealth. And my favorite bird, Truism, are you still there? I bet what you're doing, because I'd love for you to come up to the panel. We won't charge $50 or collect money before we deign to entertain your foolishness. But what I'm guessing you're doing is you're in the background, kind of gathering material for a show, probably about me, as so many people want to do. But you don't have the balls to come up here and confront me. Let me put it to you this way. Put your name in the show, my name in the show. Awesome. I'm not paying $50 to clown around with you. If you want to have a serious conversation, we can do it on this show. So you're not serious if you're not up here with the serious people talking about serious things. And by the way, picking on old ladies on YouTube, how is that manly? What's your word? It is a young nibba move. Clip that, bitch. So,
Hey, Stanley.
Let
us move on.
Hey, Stanley, I would say we gave, what's his name? Truism. We gave him enough content this morning. He wants to use some of that, find space for it.
Oh, no. You know what? I got more content for him. Anyone who isn't like some anti-black idiot is content for him. And picking on old women is his other method. He can't even pick on the young. He can't even pick on the young ladies. He has to go for Lady Boulay. The woman is a retired teacher in her 70s, and he wants to do a whole damn show about an old black lady expressing her opinion. The motherfucker made content off of that.
Her real name is Lady Boulay.
It's like these nibbers don't have respect for their elders. As a matter of fact, I did a video. If Clue Studio didn't mention my video about you, nibba, I made one, and it was basically about young black men not having respect for their elders. You should try it, son. Now,
so who is Lady
clip
Boulay?
that bitch.
Who is Lady Boulay, Stanley? Is that a real?
Someone
is that a real
someone that I show every now and again. She's got a YouTube channel.
Is that her real name?
Retired
Lady
teacher.
Boulay?
You've seen her. I show her fairly often. When
No, is
I
that her
do-
real name? Is that her real name? Is that just what she calls herself on YouTube?
You think her real name is Lady Boulay?
Shit,
I don't think it is, John. Sorry, John. I don't think it is, John.
Is her last name Boulay or something like that?
No.
That's fine. Okay. I was just curious.
You know what the Boulay is, right?
It's like an organization or something, right?
Yeah, an old organization used to be like super elite black people, like at the beginning of the 20th century.
The bougies.
They had like a what would they call it? They had a benevolent association or something. Read if you want to know something about it. There are whole books about it. I'm not an expert, but E. Franklin Frazier. If you read the Black Bourgeoisie, whatever the book he wrote is called, he mentions it. They were the elite, the elite of the elite at that time. Now, I don't know her association with it, but I do know she is elderly. She is 70 plus, maybe even my father's age, and he's 80 plus. You don't fuck with the old people. And this young truism storm crow freak doesn't have respect for his elders. Clip it.
Fun fact: bourgeoisie.
So that was a very deliberate performance.
I need to say something real quick.
I want to make sure this gets clipped because Clue Channel or Clue Studio and people like Hood Conservative and all those fucking hurt little black boys are going to glom on and pay $50 to come up and trash Stanley. And then Imperius will come up and I heard Imperius's comments. The funny thing, Imperius doesn't come up to me. Imperius has never come up to me face to face and been nothing but respectful. For some reason or another, we get along. So that's because I know as much as he does. Truism, the Storm Crow. Maybe next time you have Imperius up on your panel, you want to talk about something other than Stanley or Lady Boulay or other elders. Maybe you should talk to Imperius about lawyering or law or politics or something, so somebody might take you seriously.
All right, can we get back to my fun fact?
No, motherfucker. We will get back when I want to get back. I'm not done.
It's about the word bourgeoisie.
Dude, what are you doing?
Bourgeoisie.
What exactly are you doing?
All right, that's fine.
Now I'm curious.
Okay, it's the same.
Bougie, I'm not done.
Bourgeoisie.
When I'm done, Ryan.
Hold on, you said
Ryan. Don't be.
You said you were curious.
Don't be a solid snake.
Okay, go ahead.
Truism.
Another backhanded insult there.
Truism.
Go ahead.
Well, no, that was actually a compliment. Truism.
Go ahead.
Don't stay in the weeds, bird. So anyway, yeah, I am taking it overboard, but that dude is just fucking weird. So I'm sorry, what were you saying, Ryan?
Bourgeoisie, also the House of Burgesses, like the Burgesses in England, it's the same word, bourgeoisie and Burgesses. Did you know that? I didn't know that. It's pretty
No.
crazy, isn't it? That's like when you hear the House of Burgesses, it's like the high class people.
Well, you mean in Virginia?
No, haven't you ever heard like the British, like they'll say it's like they're
Okay,
part of the
there
House of
was a
Burgesses
House of Burgesses in
Virginia?
pre-colonial Virginia. Yeah, it was
I think
basically
it's a British
Virginia.
thing.
It was basically Virginia's first families.
Yeah, that's like the bourgeoisie, though. That it's the same thing.
No, it was. See, the funny thing is the bourgeoisie is basically a middle class.
Yeah,
Bourgeoisie, it's not synonymous with aristocracy.
I thought it was. I thought it was a French Revolution term, actually.
It might be, but
They're going to kill the
bourgeoisie is the French equivalent of a burgess, which is English. And
yeah, like they're related terms.
German word that's similar, and I can't remember it. Burger or something or another.
Oh yeah, burger. That's right. That's it. Burger. It's like a. It's higher than the peasant class.
So anyway, what's your point?
They also call the peasant class. There's another name for that. It's called Irish. Irish. That was a joke. The Irish.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I happen to have an affinity for the Irish. I was taught by Irish nuns and a few Irish priests in my younger days. So,
Irish.
And Southern Catholics, Southern Black Catholics, the Irish are salt of the earth.
Well, you know,
they came down and taught the black kids and risked their life with the Be Brave class. Po White Trash. Oh yeah, that was the Be Brave class.
Doesn't everyone, like a lot of people try to say they're Irish though? They want to be Irish badly.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm
Everyone's Irish,
I'm
and St. Patrick's Day is the same.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm like, I'm fucking Irish. They didn't do a lot. If you think about it, like there's no great composers.
So speaking of Auditor Musk, EU prepares major penalties against Elon Musk's X. I wonder if that's part of the retaliation for Trump tariffs. Just heard it in the past few days. So I'm going to play this story because I want to hear what they're going to do to Musk. To put it in John Galt's way, in John Galt's worldview, Trump's doing it to us, so we're going to do it to them.
EU prepares major penalties against Elon Musk's X. This article is by Adam Satariano and read by an automated voice. European Union regulators are preparing major penalties against Elon Musk's social media platform, X, for breaking a landmark law to combat illicit content and disinformation, said 4 people with knowledge of the plans, a move that is likely to ratchet up tensions with the United States by targeting one of President Trump's closest advisors. The penalties are set to include a fine and demands for product changes, said the people, who declined to be identified, discussing an ongoing investigation. These are expected to be announced this summer and would be the first issued under a new EU law intended to force social media companies to police their services, they said. European authorities have been weighing how large a fine to issue X as they consider the risks of further antagonizing Mr. Trump amid wider transatlantic disputes over trade, tariffs, and the war in Ukraine. The fine could surpass $1 billion, one person said, as regulators seek to make an example of X to deter other companies from violating the law, the Digital Services Act. EU officials said their investigation into X was progressing independently from tariff negotiations after Mr. Trump announced major new levies this week. The investigation began in 2023, and regulators last year issued a preliminary ruling that X had violated the law. The European Union and X could still reach a settlement if the company agrees to changes that satisfy regulators' concerns, the officials said. X also faces a second EU investigation that is broader and that could lead to further penalties. In that investigation, two people said EU officials are building a case that X's hands-off approach to policing user-generated content has made it a hub of illegal hate speech, disinformation, and other material that is viewed as undercutting democracy across the 27-nation bloc. We have always enforced and will continue to enforce our laws fairly and without discrimination toward all companies operating in the EU, in full compliance with global rules. A spokesman for the European Commission, the bloc's executive branch, said in a statement, declining to comment specifically on X. X declined to comment. After publication of this article, the company posted that enforcement actions against it would be an unprecedented act of political censorship and an attack on free speech. X said it would do everything it could to defend its business and protect freedom of speech in Europe. Officials in Brussels expect Mr. Musk, who has criticized European policies as a form of censorship, to fight any regulation. In July, after the European Union's preliminary findings were released, Mr. Musk said he looked forward to contesting any penalty in a very public battle in court. That could set up a legal confrontation with wide-ranging ramifications. If Mr. Musk refuses to comply with EU orders to change his service, a standoff may result. The X investigation has been closely watched as the first major attempt to enforce the Digital Services Act, which requires companies to better police their platforms and to provide adequate transparency about how their services work. The law has become a point of contention in a transatlantic debate about free speech, with Vice President J.D. Vance in February likening EU regulation to digital censorship. After Mr. Trump was elected, European regulators slowed down the X investigation to assess the potential fallout, one person said. More recently, as trade tensions with the United States intensified, the authorities decided to press ahead. Last year, European regulators concluded that X was violating the law by refusing to provide data to outside researchers, making it difficult to measure how disinformation and other harmful material spread on the service. The authorities also believe X has failed to provide adequate transparency about advertisers, or to verify the authenticity of users who pay to have a verified account, making the platform more vulnerable to abuse and foreign interference. The European Union and X have been in discussions for months over the investigation. After the preliminary judgment against X last year, the company replied with hundreds of points of dispute that regulators have been working through to rebut, two officials said. EU officials said the exact penalty against X would not be decided until closer to a final announcement. Under the Digital Services Act, companies can be fined up to 6% of global revenue, though regulators rarely pursue the largest possible penalty. Unlike Google, Meta, Apple, and Amazon, which are publicly traded, X is owned solely by Mr. Musk. EU regulators are considering using a piece of the law that lets them calculate a fine based on revenue that also includes other companies Mr. Musk privately controls, like his rocket maker, SpaceX. That increases the potential penalty to well over $1 billion, one person said. X is not the only tech company in the European Union's crosshairs. Regulators are expected to announce penalties against Meta and Apple for violating a 2022 law, the Digital Markets Act, intended to boost competition in tech. Meta is also under investigation for potentially violating the Digital Services Act by inadequately protecting minors. The investigations show that the European Union plans to continue aggressive regulation of American tech giants. For more than a decade, the bloc has investigated or fined U.S. tech giants, including Amazon, Apple, Google, and Meta, for anti-competitive business practices, lax data privacy, and weak oversight of user-generated content. European tech regulation may have played a role in the size of the tariffs Mr. Trump announced this week against the European Union. In February, the White House published a memo warning that the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act were being scrutinized for unfairly targeting American companies.
And hence, the dumbest thing Trump could possibly say on this topic. And I used to think, like Donald Trump, that there were American companies. Apple is American originated. These companies are global. And they do actually have to follow laws as strictly as they follow laws in the US. They have to do it in other countries too. So thinking of X as an American company is actually just not, the real. It's not realistic. You're either global or you're American, but you can't be both.
That's where they're based.
You know what? Someone, and I thought I mentioned this, maybe not to you specifically. X could pick up and move their headquarters to Singapore and make just as much money. These companies are not American companies anymore. Apple could move to India and make just as much money.
So here's a question for you then. Where are the taxes collected?
Okay, I don't care about any of that. My point is the bottom line. They could be just as successful somewhere else.
Well, what is the point of that, though? I don't understand what
Where am I wrong in this? Literally Microsoft could move to India and
Ireland's a good
be
example.
as successful.
A lot of
Where
companies have
am
moved to
I
Ireland.
wrong? You want to quibble about bean counting, and I'm talking bigger picture.
Okay, so these companies are multinationals, most of them.
Not international, multinational, not American is my point. America can't lay claim to Microsoft anymore. American origin, maybe some loyalty, but Microsoft could move to India, take its global headquarters to India, and be okay.
Yes. The parent company can move to India, in other words. Because there's already a Microsoft
Yes,
India, is the point. There's a
Microsoft,
Microsoft
as a
India.
layman who's not a bean counter, like Microsoft could originate the new version of Windows from India. Now, there's some there are always complications. The infrastructure India will not have. There will be complications, but I will argue that, hey,
Stanley, I
you
think
could
you're missing one blind spot, though.
no. John, let me finish. India could be the headquarters of the CEO of Microsoft's office, and Microsoft will make just as much money. They might have to compensate, they might have to make some adjustments, but they would still be as successful. Prove me wrong. Where is my logic off?
I think if you give me a second,
Okay,
here's what.
let Ryan answer this.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
So there's a parent company of Apple located, it's Apple US, right? Located in the United States.
We were
whatever.
talking Microsoft.
Microsoft, it's located in the United States. Then they have about
the parent company's located in. See, this is the problem.
I'm trying to explain it. Just let me finish.
Ryan,
Okay, go ahead.
all I'm looking for is a yes or no, and then we can devolve into.
All right. Well, what's the question? What's the question? Can they be just as successful?
They can be just as successful. Their bottom line might not be to the penny where it is right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Still be where they are. There would be no. Now we can devolve into the details. The bottom line is a yes or no. They
can easily move.
Successful, yes or no.
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom line might differ, but they'll be as successful.
I don't need to know the details. I don't need to go deeper. The yes is what I was looking for.
Well, I think no, actually. I think that they're as government dependent as anybody else, and I would say the bulk of their revenue comes from the United States government. They would lose those countries.
Then let me correct you there, John. The government dependency, it does not matter. Look,
the CEO doesn't need to move either.
Overwhelming, like 98% of operating systems are Windows based. It does not matter whether they're in is it Redmond, Washington, or New Delhi. Those operating systems will not be changing anytime soon. I think your argument, John,
Well, if you let me
ineffective.
finish.
Government no.
Okay, go ahead. You
See,
got it.
Let him finish,
see, the
Stanley.
problem is you want to finish a bad argument, and it's
Go ahead.
unnecessary. My point is the government dependency does not matter. Microsoft will not suffer on their bottom line, whether they move from Redmond, Washington or New Delhi. The operating systems are there. The infrastructure is there, at least as far as the internet goes. I don't care about government dependency. It doesn't matter to my argument. It doesn't matter who they're paying taxes to. The bottom line is they will still be as successful. You want to dig deeper. I don't need to do that to prove my point. So go ahead.
All right. Well, okay. Do you want to talk about the article now?
I've already heard yes. Dig deeper.
Well, you were trying to get it. So we got to the point. You got to your point, right? But here's so there's two.
Do we need? So what you want to do is prove another point?
No. So you asked a basic question. So yes, what they can do. I'm responding, Uncle Byron.
So you want to describe how they're going to be as successful? I don't care about any of that.
No, that's not what I was going to describe. But you don't let me finish.
I'm going to be bored, aren't I?
They've been bitching. The Europeans, several things. The Europeans been bitching that all these tech companies fleece. They literally fleece the place. They bring all the money back to the U.S. The U.S. government to get all the taxes.
I hate to be rude, but this is a
I don't think you do. I think you like it.
Level. The answer was yes. They will be as successful. Giving me the nuts and bolts, I don't care about any of that. My overall.
I'm trying to tell you why they have this lawsuit. You don't want to hear it.
Okay, so you want to change the topic. Gotcha.
I said I want to discuss the article. You want to discuss the article now? I'm trying to do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Musk was over in Germany campaigning, as you saw. He was in England campaigning against their government, as you saw. And I think this is, hey, fuck you, Elon. We're going to go after you at this point.
I pointed that out. Back to John's point, they did it.
He didn't point that out.
They did it to us. We're going to do it to them.
It's just retaliation. It's retaliation. But the reason they go after all the companies is because they think we fleece the place. They think we take all the money out of there, which we kind of do. Other than Ireland's, we put a lot of money there.
Yeah, that's the Apple point. I get you. The point is the company doesn't care. And the other point I want to make is that free speech in America, England, they have a different idea about free speech. And this is the other thing global companies like X need to understand. When Trump talks about digital censorship, well, they don't think they're censoring. Okay, the government has much more control over things like hate speech in Britain than they do here. So Trump is ignorant. Elon, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
And Vance was there too. Remember Vance was over in Germany?
Vance,
that's part of it.
I know these guys. All three of these folks are Ivy League graduates. Now maybe I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know whether they forget what they learned at these commie universities. But one of the things you learn at commie university is how to critically think. And I just wonder whether, Vance thinking that it is a good thing to talk about free speech when no one in the world agrees on what free speech actually is. What do we care? We enjoy a level of free speech. I don't think there's a freer country in the world. You can say shit here in America that would get your ass put in jail in Switzerland.
All right, go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Oh, I forget what I was about to say.
I was offering it up to
Go ahead.
John since Stanley was shooting
Well, that
down.
was so nice of you.
Well, we have a little thing here in the United States called Section 230, which actually protects all of these platforms for the speech that's on them. They do not have that in Europe.
Yeah.
Right.
And there are many laws regarding digital privacy, protection of minors, etc., that are codified law. And it's the reason that these platforms have even changed their practices in the United States to some degree. The only protection you really have, I'm sure the John Galt channel is well aware, is the copyright protection that was an exception to Section 230, which is Napster ruling, which is, man, you played 3 seconds of a song and they are going to strike you. You know, if you want to, rail on about somebody, you can slander them all day, and the platforms are going to go, you need to take that up with that person in civil court. That's not on us. They don't feel that way in Europe.
Sure.
You know what? I wanna take the time, a total departure from what I'm saying, to say hello to Kimmy Cakes, Brooklyn Watson. Welcome. So it's she'll probably get a chuckle out of it. That woman is awesome. So yeah, she's so damn conservative, but you know what? I'm okay with that. So, special shout out to Kim. She said something that was just so, like, it just blew my mind. She said, she gave a huge compliment to the conversation, the panel we had yesterday. She literally said, this is what she wants to hear from men. This is what women should hear from men. God damn, I don't know that I've ever had that. Is such a weird compliment, but she almost sounded like it. It literally reminded me of a time, and I'm going to reminisce a little bit. Like, I used to split all my wood by hand. Imagine little skinny Stanley. I was adamant about, I split like 5 cords of wood over a summer and into the fall, because we burned about 5 to 6 cords of wood. And it was old fashioned. It was fake manliness or whatever, but yeah, I could swing them all. And I was good at it. You get good. So one day, I'm out there, it's like, I don't know, August, and I'm splitting wood. And so my wife and my son are sitting on the porch watching me split wood. And I did like a 4-in-1 on a big stump or something like that. And you know what? I was so into splitting the wood, I almost forgot they were there. So she yells down, honey, good one. And I'm like, oh shit, you were noticing? Dude, I don't know that I ever felt like a bigger man. My son and my wife are on the porch. I'm just kind of into splitting the wood. It was my flannel shirt moment. So
there you go.
thank you, Kimmy, for reminding me of that moment. I don't give a fuck about the fake bullshit. You need to be who you are. I was being who I was. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. I kind of never split wood, but I got into it. It was a cool thing to do. It's awesome exercise.
It's
Ryan,
a meditation, man.
God damn, it is somewhere between aerobic and strength training.
Yeah. There's
So
something to
anyway,
it. There's something to it there, Stanley. Like you throw it overhead, and there's almost like a moment where you're not.
there's
It's just
technique
it's
also.
kind of hanging there, and
Yeah.
then it's like destruction, right?
Dude,
It blows it apart, right?
But it's also focusing on a point. There's a specific spot you're gonna have to hit to
Yeah.
split this. You're doing math, you're doing strength, you're doing it's a lot of different things. And then it's also technique. You don't want to take that maul so far back that you fall backwards or you
That's right.
pull a muscle. So,
Yeah.
it's almost like playing tennis. There is a technique to that swing.
Yeah,
So
and you
anyway,
throw it, right?
Yeah.
You throw it.
anyway, to get back to my probably ridiculous point, you made me think of like shit. My son's 18, so it must have been 15, 18 years ago. Brought back a good memory, Kim. So thank you for that.
There's also something really satisfying about the accumulation of your efforts. When you see that,
absolutely.
That's a tangible, result of, foot pounds against nature,
nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that. The only thing that's annoying about it is when you start to really, because I use the axe and I whittle. I just go around the outside edges and bust off pieces. And once you start getting inside, then the shit wants to fall over on you. The piece falls over. So splitting wood's awesome, but then setting it back up is eventually will annoy the shit out of you.
Yeah, and then once you split it, you have to gather it and stack it.
That's right. Yeah, but I would just hate having to stand it back up, hit it again, stand it back up, hit it again. So
yeah, well, you know what?
That's part of it, though.
Split it right the first time. Now, there's also the logistics point. You want to touch everything as few times as possible. So, all that goes into it. Shit, I haven't split wood in a number of years, probably 7 years. But, my son had a little toy steel chainsaw, like a fake chainsaw. You pull the little cord and it makes the noise. So, yeah, those were the goddamn days, dude. Living in the mountains is awesome.
It is. And when you have to burn wood for heat.
Yep. You get real good at it.
You look out at that pile and you go, oh boy, it's going to snow tomorrow. I best get to,
Oh, yeah, you got to bring some. Hey, Tom, I've had to go out with snow on the ground and winds a howling because we run out of wood. And I'm like, God damn it. It's, the choice is being cold inside or being cold outside for a few minutes. Dude, living in the mountains is awesome.
Yeah, I used to have to walk.
That'll bring the man out in you.
I used to have to walk the property for fallen branches for pinyon wood to see
if
I
I
could
gather it to start the fire.
Yeah.
The twigs. Oh, yeah.
And if the pinyon wood was out there, that was great because that meant you didn't have to do a lot of splitting. You could just chop it up or whatever, and it burns hot and long. But at a certain point, I was lucky. There was a mill that, how they square off logs.
Yep.
All of that squared off wood was in these giant 40-foot high piles, and my brother happened.
Were they dry though?
Oh yeah, they're very dry, and he happened to know one of the guys that owned the mill. That was like, "Look, this is all scrap to us. We might, eventually make some sawdust or something out of it, but take all you want." And we'd go out and we would pile up this big pickup truck with these. I mean, they were 25-foot long, squared off, log pieces of wood, and then you just put the flatbed gate down and get your disc saw and start pulling them off in about 1.5 foot lengths and just pile them up. And that's lucky. We did do a lot of wood splitting, don't get me wrong, but when you got something like that, it makes it a lot easier. But there's no math that will make, when you look at that pile and you go, this is going to be a big snow. It's going to be at least 4 days of heavy snow on the ground, and I got 2 days worth of wood out there. And
Well-
waking up in the morning and the temp in the house is 55 degrees. You want to get that wood stove going, and I mean quick.
Well, we used to, and I'm not going to belabor this point because it's mountain bullshit. If you haven't lived there, it will sound kind of weird, but me, my wife, and my son, we would go out into the backyard and, after a windstorm or something like that, yeah, we're out there picking up sticks. That shit will start a fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know what? Got to get outdoors. A little chilly. Put on your coats. Let's go pick up some twigs and all that litter, that gets blown out of the trees. It will make the fire start quicker, and God damn it, banking the fire overnight. And, I would wake up like 3, 4 in the morning just to keep it going. Cause, I've never been a big fan of banking a fire. I'm not sure that it actually works. Not when it's really cold. It'll keep a spark and, stuff going, but it's not going to put out heat. So, you have to get up, depending on your stove every few hours to get more wood in or to stoke it, to tend it.
Yeah.
So,
And people made fun of my show about lint. Man,
fuck,
you don't throw
you know
away
what?
dryer lint.
I knew what you meant.
You do not throw away dryer lint. And the other thing
Hell
is,
no.
hey, try to start a fire in the mountains. People don't realize it, but when you're at 7, 8, 9,000 feet, the oxygen is low. And what do you need for a fire?
I was in the Blue Ridge, not like those are the starter mountains.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about you need for a fire, you need oxygen, you need a spark, and you need fuel. Well, when there's not very much oxygen, starting a fire, not as easy as you might think. You got to crack a window, open a flue so you get plenty of flow. And even then, it's not super newspaper, whatever. It's not super duper easy. Once you get it going, you're fine. But yeah, it's just a different thing. And hello to you, Brooklyn.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of other fire stories. Look, even if it's just a weekend in the mountains, try it. It is awesome, especially if you grew up in like a small city like I did. I moved up there on a whim. It is a totally different style. It's literally a different aesthetic. Living in the mountains, you have to watch the weather more. Um, you really have to plan your life if you live, you don't even have to live that rural. But you will wake up every day and the first thing you're going to do is check the weather report for the next couple days. Totally different way of living. So anyway, I guess we should move on. John, you got any input?
No, just not, John. I'm having terrible internet connections. I dropped off, came back. I probably missed a bit of your conversation here.
Well, no, we were talking about living in the mountains. Totally different than city living. And not like, I grew up there. I married into a family, that knows some woodcraft, mountain craft. And I had to learn it. I mean, shit, my wife taught me how to build an effective fire. Building a fire when it's raining is really tough.
It's got to be hard.
Now, that was my brother-in-law who taught me that. You can build a fire. Now, not driving rain and wind. You have to build it, under a shelter or something.
Mm-hmm.
There've been many a times. If it's a little wet, you can build a fire. It's gonna take a while. But
did they teach you that in the military too?
No, it's in the Navy.
Yeah, it's military.
I was in Army ROTC. No, they don't. Now if you go to a special forces school or something like that, I was just in ROTC, so I never. But
SEER training, they'll teach you that.
Yeah, exactly.
What kind of training you say?
SEER.
Okay.
It's like survival training,
but
mostly for pilots, right?
Is that what it is?
Well, any recon, survival, evasion, resistance, and escape.
Oh, okay, that's what it means.
So special forces would probably go through SEERS training. A lot of Marines go through it, but that's something I think you can take in any branch of the military. But pilots definitely are going to go through that. Definitely.
Well, I wish they'd teach it in high school. So
can I respond to Uncle Fatty about something? Can I respond to Uncle Fatty? He says,
Uncle Fatty hit the link.
Yeah, I want him to come up too, but I was just going to respond to what he's saying.
He needs to come up and join the old man's council.
I mean, I want him to, but I just want to respond to what he was commenting on. If I show all my R&D costs in high tax countries and none of them in low tax countries, I can declare a shitload of profit. Like R&D might be 100 million, right? If I put those costs in a very high tax place, but yet I'm using that R&D everywhere else, I could declare the profits with no cost in Ireland, for example. That's only a 12% tax rate. So that's what they do, that kind of shit. Offshore the costs, onshore the profits. So that's what I was saying earlier. So anyway, but go ahead. Sorry, I was trying to explain that to him. So, shoot.
Well, that's B&B stuff. Business to business.
Yeah, that's one of the bitches the Europeans have is, hey man, you don't pay any taxes here. You pay them all to the United States. Well, we bring all the profits back because we rock. So they're not taxed.
Yeah, we rock is going to be a good legal argument.
Well, they love their VAT.
Not white split. That is, again, I hate to bring the poor
Uncle Fatty's white, so it doesn't matter.
Be brave. That's be brave. We're
Uncle
white.
Fatty's white. I can white explain that motherfucker.
So you're going to white people going, we're white.
I'll white explain to them. I'm white explain. How come you know what? I'm a mansplainer, a white splainer. I mean, come on.
Oh, you're all of them.
Yeah.
You're really good at it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a white splainer, a mansplainer. I mean, come on.
Hey, you know what? It's not necessarily an insult.
Well, earlier you were explaining history. Are you a history splainer? Are you black splaining?
Oh,
you're a historian splainer.
What you think is I'm going to be offended? Yeah, I tend to look at current events through a historical lens.
No, I know.
Am I a book page turner? What am I going to say to that? You're probably right.
Well, I'll be in my day, and I'll actually be like, "That's interesting," and it'll be something historical, and I'll go, "I should probably ask Stanley that." Like I'm just out in the world, you know. Like Stanley would know.
Right. Well, we all have our biases. We all have our limitations. So forgive my snark.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. I've been called Be Brave 4 times today. So.
Oh, I would think you're always on that panel, so it's got to be a compliment. If I said be brave, that is be brave level. He would take it as a compliment.
You haven't thrown that at John today. He's up there a lot.
Oh, you know what? I have. See, this is the other thing. I tailor my snark.
Oh, got it. I got you.
See, I don't do stereotypes. Not all Be Brave lovers are the same.
Actually, John hasn't said anything at all because every time he's
Oh,
tried to, you just hammer him. So yeah, no
all right.
worries.
So,
Ryan, I said enough earlier this morning. You see, at 8 a.m., about right now, we're going to be reviewing a little clip from last night, overnight, or early this morning, I should say. You'll be able to see them urban landlord clips there. Should be up now.
Yo, peace. Good morning.
oh, Shenard.
Yeah, man.
Wait, hold on. Before we get too far, this is my panel. There are rules.
No, I got you.
You should follow them. Now,
to flex on John
just a
real quick.
question, and this is for the panel. Banning Glock switches. Do we want to go into that, or do we want to kibitz?
Whatever kibitz mean.
Well, that means kind of shoot the shit.
No, just
I
real
thought
quick.
that was
It's pretty simple.
I thought that was a community in Israel.
I want you
simple.
to look at the S&P 500 real quick, John. You know, if you were to listen, right?
Oh, forgot. No,
There we go.
You would have been listen.
So the auto seer, what that is?
This is not ticker talk.
This is rental talk.
I'm saying
This is rental talk.
he could have been a millionaire. Well, he probably is a millionaire. He could
How
have
do
been a
you know he's
multi-millionaire.
not a millionaire?
No, he could be.
How do you know everyone on this panel is not a millionaire?
I'm just saying, like,
No.
John,
This is a dead serious question. Now, there is John, who is obviously successful. There is Ryan, obviously successful. There is Tom Gully, obviously successful. We're all like either close to 50 or over 50, or a couple of us over 60. I'm on the internet at all times of the day, and last I checked, I'm not starving. How do you know we're all not millionaires, Shenard? And why do you think we need to know about XPY? Dude, I don't give a fuck how you invest. I seriously don't. If I did, I would have approached you. Dude, don't assume. And I'm going to be very specific to you.
I didn't say you.
You're quite frankly offending me.
I didn't say nothing about
Don't you
bro.
bring your dumb ass up here, assuming we aren't all successful. This is offensive.
Yo, did I
dude.
say that?
We don't need your goddamn help. Don't tell John Galt how to invest unless you know he wants your information. Now, I could be wrong, but motherfucker, do it on your own time, not on my panel.
All I'm saying is this.
This is not MSNB. I'm sorry, CNBC. I don't give a fuck about your stock picks.
John, you're greedy, bro.
Okay, motherfucker, what you're not understanding.
If you weren't so greedy,
if you getting up here,
you would have.
John, dude, you're gonna go behind. Don't tell John to look at the S&P 500. Do it on his show or in an email or behind the scenes. We have a back chat. This is unacceptable.
Here
we go.
No,
you would have been. You would have had way more.
Both of you can go hug each other over the S&P 500
That's all I wanted to say. That's all I
on
wanted to say.
someone else's panel.
And y'all, peace.
Good. Now, there. See, I didn't even have to put him in the back. All right.
So the auto seer, you guys know what the auto seer is, right? I mean, it basically turns a semi-auto into a machine gun, and it's pretty.
No, actually, I didn't. I didn't know they could do it for handguns.
Oh yeah, they can do it for handguns. Yeah, and so it says here Republicans and Democrats agree. Yeah. I agree. It's a bad idea.
Well, the part about the ghost guns, And actually, at least it's good to know that common sense, at least a modicum of it. But I did not know you could do this with a Glock.
Yeah, you can do it with any handgun.
How does it work?
What is this for? Or is this a Glock trigger?
Well, there's a variety of ways to do it, but basically all it is, most of your magazine weapons cycle with the power of the gas explosion, and then they reset. It basically, overrides the reset. Mm-hmm. And so it just continually fires and does a mag dump, basically emptying out the mag.
Yeah, let's watch this right quick. Let's see.
That's pretty slow.
Wow.
Yeah. See, you're just basically using this.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, it empties the whole clip. Like, it's wild. Like, how do you control it?
Well, you might have if it's a handgun, you might have ports. It might be a ported weapon.
No, but it shoots so fast.
Hey man, let me tell you something. It does shoot really fast, but someone well trained in the military or law enforcement that knows the reset point of that handgun, it's almost comical to me how slowly that guy was shooting the handgun, because I know guys that it's just dun, 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 dun. But like I said, the release of the gases and everything.
He was trying to aim.
I'm talking about these guys can aim too, man. It's amazing.
You're talking about, and the thing is, you're talking about, a 13-shot clip, 15-shot clip, like you're out of bullets almost instantly.
Yeah. Because the thing that brings the slide back is the gas is being released, and then so it comes back and resets. Well, if you don't have that reset, it'll just continue to fire. Mm-hmm. It brings a firing.
So let me ask you this:
the firing pin back every single time, just instantly, as fast as that thing can go back and forth.
So it essentially is just, so when the slide comes back, does it basically stay back and the firing pin just
it only stays back when the mag is empty, but when it comes back forward, okay, that's like when the gun is in a resting position. You pull the trigger, and it hits the firing pin, and off you go. There's a point on that trigger called a reset point. So when you're shooting it and you're pulling one at a time, you can let the trigger go all the way back forward.
Yeah, with the Glock, I have one. I know what you mean.
If you know where that reset point is. Okay, so with the auto sear, that reset point is not there. So it goes straight to fire, straight to fire, straight to fire, rather than resetting in sort of the standard position. And so it's just going to let those gases every time are going to bring that slide back, boom, 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 and hit the firing pin every single time.
So with a revolver, I'm trying to think about. So
it won't work with the revolver.
Well, no, I know it won't. But I'm saying, if you think about it in terms of a revolver, if you pull the trigger, does the revolver just spin and like the hammer's going off, pop, 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 pop when you hold the trigger down? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, those are two different.
It's two different things. But if you're thinking about it in terms of a trigger and a firing, trigger and a firing.
No, I understand the different operations. Is what I'm saying. So is it like when you pull the trigger, as if the revolver is spinning and the hammer is going off when you just hold the trigger down? Is it like that, or is it just because with the Glock, the slide has to move like that, right, back and forth?
Yeah,
it's throwing a bullet up in there, throwing the bullet up in there. When the slide comes back, it throws the bullet up in there, right?
Right, but
so
it's
how do the bullets come up into the?
Yeah, but now
the bullets are spring loaded,
but those bullets,
yes,
there's a spring.
Yeah,
the bullets get
but they only
up.
So
No, the bullet gets if you pull
One
the trigger
clears.
on a mag, it gets cleared, and instantly another bullet is spring loaded into the chamber.
Oh yeah, you're
Yeah,
right. The
that
slide is just
magazine.
clearing it.
You know when you
The
load the
slide's just
magazine.
clearing. Yeah. So I'm trying to go through it.
Yeah.
In my head, I'm
Yeah.
just having a hard time.
Hey, dude, I guarantee you, there's 50 YouTube videos about it.
I guess I gotta
guys,
look it up.
they like to explain that. But yeah, that's.
I mean, the 45 works different than the Glock, right? The 45 works different than the Glock. I'm trying to mentally go.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
its basic operation is exactly
The
the
slide.
same. If you're talking about a Colt 1911 45, its basic operation is the same.
Okay, so the double action, but that's not a firing pin. That's a hammer, isn't it? That's a hammer. It cocks.
Well,
The
whether
45.
your gun has a firing pin,
Okay,
whether it has
I'm
a
gonna have to
hammer or
ask-
not, there's a firing pin.
I'll have to ask a basic
Okay.
question. How often do you break your gun, your handgun down and clean it? I mean, you learn this shit if you break down your.
I pretty much every time I'm just mentally. I can't get. I have a
Okay,
mental.
dude,
Every time I shoot,
break
I got
down.
canics, I got
If you
Glocks, I got all
clean
kinds of
that
shit.
weapon like you should, you will understand how it works.
No,
Now,
I
this is a
think I have a mental block.
Navy guy telling you that. Even I have broken down rifles and 45 specifically. Take your gun apart every time you use it, put it back together, and you will start to understand how it works.
In answer to your
I
question,
clean it all the time.
Do you now?
In answer
Do you-
to your
wait, hold it. Do you clean it after every use?
Okay, maybe every third use. Not every
you
exact
might
time.
not, truthfully, you might not want to clean it after every use. You do need some
All
foul.
I'm saying is when you can do it when you can do it blindfolded, you will understand your weapon.
And in answer to your question, the auto sear does hold the hammer in the cocked position. It holds it back. So
I'm not even a gun guy, and I can break down a pistol.
Actually, my buddy called me too and said he had a bunch of 9mm ammo he didn't want. So I'm like, he's got tons and tons and tons. So
Does he
I'm
have
like,
a sear you can use?
Look, man, I want to shoot accurately. I don't want to just spray. I don't want to just spray. Okay, it's 22 cents a round, and that's cheap. It's usually more than that. That's cheap.
You know what? We might have to confiscate your
You know how
weapon.
cheap I am. Hey, I buy the reloads. Stanley.
You're in
I actually
Maryland.
I buy the
You're in
fucking
Maryland. We
reloads.
can declare you.
I buy reloaded ammunition. I'm that cheap.
Yeah, are you now have you started making your own ammo? Or
Nah, I would
recycling
never.
the
I don't
case?
trust. No, absolutely not. I would never. I don't. No, because you got to pack different amounts of gunpowder in, and I feel like I would not pay attention and fuck that up. So, know your limitations. But I do buy the reloads because you can get them cheaper. So, instead of 30 cents, they're 22 cents. Freedom Munitions is a good one.
You're becoming a
freedom.
little concerning. You throw axes and you're
Buy cheap
becoming a
ammo?
little bit of an arsenal there, aren't you? People's Republic of Maryland might have eyes on you.
I got bows and arrows that I shoot. I got all kinds of stuff. Believe me. My wife's like, your place is like, it's like this place is like Hobby Lobby anymore.
Yeah. Does Hobby Lobby sell ammo?
No, they don't. I got bikes, kayaks. I got. She's like, you just always need a new hobby, don't you? So, I'm like, absolutely, man.
Ryan, I gave you an article in the back chat on specifically
On the
Glock
switch?
switches. Glock switches. Since you have a Glock. Which Glock do you have? I'm going to guess
30.
17 or 19. Oh, you got a 34?
That's the long one, baby.
Yeah,
It's
I
beautiful
understand.
too. Yeah, it's a beautiful gun. But there's a brand called Canic. I got a couple of them. I've been really impressed with them. It's based on like the Walther kind of.
Yeah,
And
I know
very
Canuck.
smooth. It's a smooth gun, man.
Oh wow.
Very smooth.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's a
That
30.
makes-
That's a 30 clip right there. That's a 30 clip Glock. So a 30 round Glock clip, which they're illegal in my state. But Pennsylvania's real close. But all right, here we go. Here we go. I can see this on TV now.
Interesting.
Yeah, take that down real fast.
They just want to constantly mess with this, man. Like it's just like those they were turning the AR into the the bump stock. Like, can't we just comply? Like, do you need a machine gun? Can't we just comply? Makes no sense.
Come on now.
Be careful now. YouTube
What's
doesn't
this
like
say?
gun stuff.
Oh, it doesn't.
Of course, it's not. Of course, it's
Oh,
not shooting
my
at
bad,
anything.
my bad.
It's not pointing at a person. So
You know
I
what
guess
the
you're okay.
problem is I'm still
Uncle
a
Fatty
native
looks like
fighting
he's a
this
shooter.
sort of stuff.
Oh, Uncle Fatty's in Idaho. Of course he is. What am I saying? 12. What's he say? He's got a 12 and 20 gauge still in. What do you do? Reloads with that? Shotgun reload. Can he do that?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
technically,
Wash price per round because you got to wash the casings, I guess.
Your regular cartridge reloading, if you are patient and you do the proper clean environment and everything, is still a very good idea. The problem is a lot of people aren't. I'm positive that Uncle Fatty is very careful. People run
He says,
into
I still make my own
problems.
30-30 hot loads, which that's probably like $1.50 round for like a 30-30. It's probably $1.50 for that round, so I don't blame them. It's a lot of money. So, I mean, 22 cents, I get irritated.
All right. Well, let's move on. I was actually gonna do a John McLaughlin imitation, but I better not do that.
The answer is no reason.
Who's John McLaughlin?
Is clean your weapon.
Who's John McLaughlin? Who is that?
You don't remember the
Oh,
little
you
McLaughlin
really?
group?
No. He's joking.
McLaughlin? No, I don't know who it
He's
is.
not joking.
Oh,
What is
really?
it?
I'll get you something on it.
Well,
He'll know
you know what?
once he sees him.
We might just do a whole show. So this next thing, this is actually John's territory. With Cuomo leading. And this is a longish article, but I just, New York City is its own like version of, I don't understand it. So
With Cuomo leading mayor's race, his political baggage grows heavier. This article is by Nicholas Fandos
Yeah,
and Dana
right. I
Rubenstein
believe that.
and read by an automated voice. Being the front runner in a race for mayor of New York City often comes with exceptional scrutiny, but few have presented their opponents with quite as many targets as former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo. In the weeks since Mr. Cuomo joined a crowded Democratic primary field and immediately catapulted to its front, a group of New Yorkers whose relatives were nursing home residents who died of COVID have repeatedly blamed him for their suffering. Women's groups have picketed his campaign events to remind voters of the sexual harassment accusations that drove him from the governor's office. Then on Thursday, years-old sworn testimony surfaced in the New York Post describing Mr. Cuomo and his longtime top aide, Melissa DeRosa, as having been in an emotionally intimate relationship. Mr. Cuomo's proximity to Ms. DeRosa would not at first seem to be a dominant issue in the mayor's race,
but the sudden re-emergence of the long-denied rumors underscored how his tenure as governor left Mr. Cuomo with a lengthy list of enemies and political baggage ripe for attack. For now, Mr. Cuomo has maintained a comfortable polling lead against 9 Democratic challengers, including...
So I'll just stop it there because it's just beating a dead horse. Why is he leading? Why? I just don't understand this particular upcoming cycle in New York. Excuse me. I hope they clear the decks. No Cuomo, no Eric Adams. Just like clean the slate. Find someone new to make newer and different mistakes. And John is a resident of New York. Any thoughts? Would you welcome Andrew Cuomo as your new mayor, Mayor John? John may not want to touch this hot potato.
You say he was leading? Is he leading? You said?
Yes. Well, the Democratic primary, but at this point, that means he's leading the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nostalgia vote. Probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think he's
nostalgia for
he's the best option they have. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. And John, this is my frustration. I think there are going to be other people to run. Toss him and Adams. Adams wants to run as an independent, which means he'll be able to raise money till the actual election. Why, John? You know what? It may go. Let me go a little deeper here. Why does Mario Cuomo not have shame?
Well, I mean, he is probably the best option that they have,
So
man. You know what I'm saying?
But no, I mean, I mean on a personal level, and maybe it's too much to ask. But if I were Andrew Cuomo, I literally would not want to have this dredged up again. It's like I effed up. I don't want to hear about it. I need to go to upstate and rake some leaves in my lawn.
Well, I bet you that he would probably be somewhat protected by the media. They're not just gonna just pillage him. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, the media is bringing up his
particularly
past.
if he's the ordained. I think
Okay,
he's
well,
like
I
the
don't
ordained next
care.
Democrat.
I think the media is the one bringing this to the attention that he did all these things. So
maybe getting out of the cycle, rinsing it out early. You know what I mean? So,
well, I think
so it doesn't affect him later down in the campaign. But I don't think that
understood. But
I don't think
let's
they have
not
any.
bring the media
probably the
in.
best.
I'm trying to think about Mario Cuomo, the man. We talk a lot about culture. We talk a lot about what America is and white culture versus black culture. Yeah, you do too. You and Be Brave. What is it about white culture? Yeah. And quite honestly, I'm taking it down to the bottom feeding level, probably. So if Be Brave is lurking in the chat, he can actually understand me and maybe quote it right. What makes this white man who has been basically a lech think it's okay to lead New York City? Is it because I'm white and
Well, I think they don't have anyone better.
mistakes and I'm white. I didn't
That's really
live
what
up
it boils
to my
down to. They don't have
full
anyone better.
potential. Not living up to your full potential, but
Say what?
I'm living like a king. Therefore, I deserve to be mayor of New York. That's a Be Brave argument.
I mean, he has a legacy there. His father living, and politically
So that
astute
means
wise,
he
he's probably
deserves. I am white. I have a legacy like a Be Brave. My culture has success in its past. Therefore, you need to defer to my judgment on me being your mayor or me making pronouncements about your culture, which I haven't lived among. Now, I am being specific to Be Brave here, but I'm doing it because I know I'm doing it. I lived
well,
with y'all as
mhm.
a kid, therefore I know everything. Plus, I'm white. Plus, Charles Darwin is in my legacy somewhere way back in the day. Therefore, it qualifies me to talk about 2025 and the goings on.
It's a family business.
Well, it's a family.
Yeah.
It is
You know,
my legacy. I'm white and I'm
I
proud.
don't know.
Now vote for me and be loud.
It's what they
Well, I
do.
don't know
It's
if you
what he was.
remember this.
It's what he was
In
raised to
Michelle,
do.
I don't know if you remember
Would
this,
you
but
would
if
you
you
say
remember in
that
Michelle Obama,
Mario Cuomo is less depraved or more depraved than Be Brave?
I don't know anything about him. I don't honestly. I don't
You
know anything
don't know
about Cuomo.
anything about either of them, though, do you?
Not much about either one of them, to be honest with you.
Mhm.
But I will say this
Mhm.
though, you know, he kind of represents what Michelle Obama talked about in her book. But in terms of who are the people in
And when
Illinois
you
that
want to make it
McDowell?
political, I want to keep it racial, like a Be
Well,
Brave.
well,
Be
it is.
Brave never talks about politics. He talks
Well,
about
this,
race.
this is racial.
Okay, so Michelle
Well, this,
Obama is black before
well, you
she's
didn't let me finish my.
Democrat.
You
In
didn't,
a
right? You
Be
didn't.
Brave,
Yeah, you don't go
worldview,
and be right. Okay, I got
my
something to do.
worldview of Be Brave's worldview is race before politics.
Okay,
Johnny,
but
you
as I was
talking
going to say,
about the Daly family in Chicago?
yeah, the Daily, and there's another Madigans, the Madigans, and those two people those two families seem to run Chicago and Illinois.
And I think you want to make it political, and I will outright reject
No,
that framing.
I'm not. Well, if you let me finish, because I was going to get to the
I
race.
want to make it
I was going to
racial,
get to the race.
not
I was going to get to
political.
the race. I was going to get to the race element if you ask me about it, if I can finish. And so Michelle Obama mentioned the race of those people. They just happen to be Irish Catholics or
Okay,
something.
no, we can stop there. I know
And
where
so I
this
think,
is gonna go. You
well,
want
no,
to
you didn't. Well, you asked me,
call
so go ahead. You don't
Michelle
want me.
Obama a
No,
racist.
that's not.
No.
Well, go ahead. If you're gonna finish, go ahead.
What you're trying to do is build a narrative independent of where I want this to go.
Well,
Michelle
okay, if you want to
Obama
go,
has nothing to
just
do with
what you
my
want to
point.
do.
Democrats, no. You seem to think that where you're going is okay and I should follow. I'm going to do a Be Brave on you. I'm going to lead you back to my very narrow, lowbrow, bottom feeding narrative. Race is race. Michelle Obama is not a white man who's trying to lead New York City.
Well, as I was saying earlier, these white men, and his dad was a governor, I think. He went on to become governor. So it's not atypical than
Now, was
the
his dad white?
yeah. And
I know who Mario Cuomo is. So I want to connect this back to a Be Brave level of lowbrow bottom feeding logic. Why
as I
does
said,
this white man? Can't we find a new white man?
well, I think honestly, the Democrat Party chose him. I don't think he could have just jumped out there and took the reins.
I think independent of his politics, I think he thinks he deserves to be mayor, not because he's a Democrat. I think he thinks he is mayor. He should be mayor because he's white.
It very well could have something to do with it. I don't doubt it.
Something, I think it's major. I think it's the only reason. I'm white and I'm a lech. I'm white and I have a white legacy because of white culture, like a Be Brave. White culture is awesome. I heard him say that yesterday. White culture is awesome. Therefore, what I say about black people, I don't need the data. I'm white and I saw a video. That
Yeah, I
is
don't know.
that is be brave.
I could. Well, I agree with that. I could posit a different reason on the part of Andrew Cuomo. Much like others, once you get into these positions of power, you think you can kind of do anything.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, Be Brave is like that. He's white and he thinks he can say anything. And we should compliment and congratulate and do whole shows about it. Be Brave should have a show because he's white and wants to talk pro-white.
I think Be Brave just I think he's.
I think Be Brave is an idiot, and people just kind of, if it's entertaining, I mean, it's like, they took Cheerios, which was bland when I was a kid, and kind of promoted as a health cereal, and then they turned it into Honey Nut Cheerios. It was sweeter and more popular, and I think that is Be Brave's logic. It's entertaining, it's sweet and popular. Therefore, we want to put him in a debate, and we don't give a fuck about his facts, whether he has facts. We just want to see a debate. Yep. Look at the title of the show, The Bottom Feeder's Guide to Self-Delusion. I'm trying to live up to that title. I think Be Brave has self-deluded it with help that he is smart. And I'm just chuckling. All these motherfuckers want to see a debate between me and Be Brave. Be Brave is unprepared. I have a clip. I did a 2-minute clip on my channel yesterday of a motherfucker saying, I don't need data. I have a video and a joke or something to that effect. And people are taking him seriously. And I want to shit on those people, even if they're in the audience. If you are thinking this debate, Be Brave, I will debate Be Brave if he can validate with some form of data other than a goddamn video in his uncultured, unlearned opinion on the topic. Yeah, it'll be worth my debate. Go and be Brave as Rocky. He needs his Paulie. Someone to fucking motivate him to get off his lazy white ass, his bottom feeding white ass, and make an argument that's worth me considering. And if that can't be done, then I don't give a fuck. You know what? I don't give a fuck about Be Brave's opinion other than to mock it. Someone come and challenge me on Be Brave not being worth me debating. I'm open to, like, Be Brave is worth debating.
I took a pledge not to mention that name or to denigrate that person.
I didn't take that pledge.
I know you didn't.
my pledge is I need
the
to
other
make
pledge.
sure there's enough Charmin in my bathroom to wipe my ass once I shit out his logic.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's kind of disgusting.
I think there's an interesting dynamic in people
and this motherfucking idiot says I'm coming across as anti-white. Hey, all I have to say, Mike, if white people want to claim Be Brave as an intellect in a sterling example of quote white culture, I'm sorry if I offended your dumb ass. I'm sorry. Your brightest intellect, be brave, I insulted. Yeah. I'm sorry for being anti-white, Mike. Dude, anti-white. I can go in on you, Mike, if you'd like. But I think you're a cool guy. But nope, I have some arguments for your bullshit.
I think there's an interesting dynamic in people that achieve positions of influence, and it's somewhat logical that if I've achieved these things, even if I get a big setback, this is just another challenge. And
Fuck the challenge.
It's
Look,
Nixon.
here's the deal. I've had plenty of challenges in my 60 years, and I think it's more challenging to bake bread, a good 2 loaves of bread, than to fucking debate a moron.
I wasn't talking about you or
I'm sorry.
that situation. I was talking about Andrew Cuomo or Ted Kennedy or Richard Nixon or people
I'm doing what Be Brave does. I'm personalizing it.
Yes.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. I understand what you're saying, and no, I'm not ready to claim certain people as a representative of a culture. I think a lot of people would reject it, as a matter of fact. But that's what I think is perhaps going on with Andrew Cuomo. I mean, Marion Barry got reelected. But I'm anxious to see this debate. The people want it. I don't know that the League of Women Voters are going to sponsor it, but I think the people want it.
You know what? Oh man, that's an interesting idea. Let's get the feminists to sponsor this debate. Lindy Lou, you're in the chat. Hey, Lindy Lou, welcome to Stanley versus the World. And I want to go back to this point. You're coming across as anti-white. So what if I am? Should I be pro-white? Mike, would you like me to be pro-white? Would you prefer that?
I thought you were coming across as anti-one person.
No, I'm anti-stupidity.
Well, that's
there are a
true.
lot of fools that I have to goddamn suffer on this channel. And this is one of those comments. If I'm coming across as anti-white, there are people who say I come across as pro-black. To me, both are ridiculous statements. So let's see. Truism is back. Let's see what he has to say. Thanks, John. Listening to this possibly limp-wristed effete femboy is boring. You know what? But you're still here, and you came back if you left. Truism, welcome back. Hit the link, pussy. Don't let femboy call you a pussy, because I can clip it. What a fucking dumbass. John, you better help your son out. Truism addresses you. Apparently, you're Truism's daddy. This motherfucker is weak. Daddy, listening to this sounds limp-wristed, Daddy. What a fuck. This dude truly is a bird. So, anyway, I guess, I don't know what to say to this dumb son of a bitch. $50. Come up to my panel for free. Come up to my panel for free, Truism. Let me drop the link. Not gonna charge. I don't need to raise $50 for you to come up. So I just want to hear what you have to say. And maybe Daddy wants to talk to you. It's free to come up and talk to your daddy, John. I'm not gonna charge for the reunion of a lost son.
There's no poll tax.
This is so funny. Oh, poor Truism. Now, what's going to happen is he's going to go back to his show on a Friday night. He's going to pull up some motherfuckers and, oh, that Stanley is senile. He's not making sense. He thinks John is my daddy? That's senile. Well, motherfucker, it's a joke. So, if you think I'm serious, that's your particular problem. This might turn out to be a morning roast junior, because I think Truism is a joke. So let's see. I seem to have run out of show. Maybe I'll have to pop in or pop the balloon. That might piss some people off.
Are you having morning roast this morning, John?
I'm not sure. I didn't even look at the schedule. See what they got there for me. I'm ready to go with something, Tom. I'm always ready to go with something. Whatever they put in front of me, Tom, I just go at it.
Well, wait. I wanted to put this up. Let me blow this up if I can. Now, this dumb son of a bitch. This is for real. This is actually Be Brave's show for today. The title of his show is "Let's Debate Matters of Moral Philosophy." Stanley, no sources needed. Okay, I have to know your impression of this. Moral philosophy? Any takers? This motherfucker. I don't even know what moral philosophy is.
Is he trying to say morality?
No. He means more. There are moral philosophers,
right?
And this motherfucker wouldn't be one of them. I couldn't name you a moral philosopher other than like the Catholic ones. You could say Saint Augustine or even someone like a Thomas More. But even that would be stretching it.
St. Francis of Assisi.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know that St. Francis, I don't think he ever wrote anything. You could say Jesus is a moral philosopher. This motherfucker is an absolute. Why would I talk moral philosophy? Does he know what moral philosophy is? Does he know the difference between morals and ethics? It would probably be better to talk ethics in philosophy more so than moral, but he wouldn't know that. So he wants, what the fuck? Hey, John, you're his best friend. Maybe you can help me out.
Best man.
What is this? He wants me to debate moral philosophy? The fuck is wrong with this man?
I hadn't heard that. Is that what he's saying?
No, it's. Do you see it on the screen? This is the title of his show today.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Debate matters of moral philosophy. So racist.
He's got something
talk.
in mind.
No. I think I know. He wants to say, this racist talk that he specializes in is a matter of morals. And what he wants to do is talk about, in the hood, people shooting up the hood as a moral problem in America. And I'm just taking a guess, but that little weak ass, limp brained motherfucker, of course, it's a moral issue. And what does that have to do with race? Is taking a racist position over an arguably moral thing. Life and death, they can be connected, but your dumbass wouldn't know how to connect them. Going back to your old argument about white culture being superior and black culture bringing down America, what does that have to do with morality exactly? I disagree with your worldview, Be Brave. I don't even know why I should debate you. Motherfucker. The reason you want to talk about moral philosophy is you can't quantify it with numbers. The 70% making it a moral argument means that it can't be measured. So my question would be, 70% is a measure of something. Your dumbass fails. That shit does not work. You are not my peer. Quite frankly, and this is going to be the boldest, most arrogant thing. And when people say, Stanley, you are arrogant, they will be justified in saying so. Dude, you're not worthy of my time. If I debate you, you need to make it worth my while. I want to debate a worthy opponent. Make yourself worthy. Anytime you make yourself worthy or do something interesting that I want to talk about, I will be happy to debate you anywhere, anytime. But motherfucker, don't think I'm scared. I'm bored. I don't want to waste my time. I could debate a Bud Light can full of beer and be more amused than me debating you. You're not worth a you're not worth a Bud Light. You're not worth a can of Bud Light. So take it for what it's worth. Come up to my level, Be Brave. I'm not coming down to yours. So I hope someone clips that and makes good use of it. John, any comment? He's your best friend.
See what he had to say this morning.
Motherfucker, I don't give a shit what he has to say. I didn't ask him. All I'm saying is, well, you know what? Let me make it simple for you. Is Be Brave smarter than a can of Bud Light? That's a yes or no question. I'm trying to make it easy. And this is an unopened can of Bud Light. You get stupider, as the can becomes emptier. Is John Galt, is Be Brave and Think
I'm here.
smarter than an unopened can and just out of the fridge, so there's no water droplets dripping down it? is Be Brave as smart as a chilled can, 16-ounce can? Let's give him some credit. Is he that smart?
I'm gonna give him credit. I'm gonna say he's got the can beat this.
I don't think he's as refreshing. I don't think he's as enlightening. I get more knowledge from a can of Bud Light, I think, than talking to Be Brave on any given day. Be Brave, come up to my level. Give me something to think about and research and talk about, not some fake ass 70% number that you derived from watching true crime YouTube videos. That's not a basis of an argument, nor is it of a debate. It's good enough for your panel. It's not good enough for Stanley versus the world or just Stanley. Deal with it. And I see Virgo is much amused. Oh, they're talking about 12th man. Oh, I have a whole nother separate like clip for 12th man. Ooh. Now, John, I'm sorry, Tom, we might get copyrighted if we show a McLaughlin group, don't you think? Yeah, I'll have to go through this. This is good. I'm going to save this. John McLaughlin. John goddamn McLaughlin.
Yeah, you can't show me.
Yeah, this is all like PBS, like glossy stuff. We could take a hit on this. And the one person I'm not gonna cross is Portia J. Don't. Yeah, she just go tisk tisk tisk. What were you thinking? I don't want to do that. Speaking of which, Portia J, we need to get some $10 a day, $20 a day. There would be no Stanley versus the World show without Portia J. She is, kind of like my I don't know. I was about to go crazy and go showing John McLaughlin, and the first thing I thought is, oh shit, what would Portia think? And I had to double think it, folks. Portia J is the glue. She is the mind behind Stanley versus the world. I'm just kind of the ridiculous host. She is, she thought it up. She thought up the concept, and she is worth $10 a day from every one of yous.
Well, I showed a trailer with the sound off the other day, and only 15 seconds of it. I didn't get struck, but I did get a notice, and I just clipped it from the show. Well, but I really think YouTube and these companies need to come to an agreement where if it's a trailer that's meant to promote a program, gosh, you ought to be able to show it. Now, I understand they don't want to associate themselves necessarily with certain kinds of programming, but come on, man. But yeah, at present, I don't even get close to anything because of the way their review process is sporadic at best.
Yeah, and I think we are within, today's the 4th, we're within like 10 or 11 days of the John Galt channel being back in business. And I simply, not willingly, not with forethought, want to have to explain to Portia or HB for that matter, or John for that matter. I've been chastised a couple times. Like,
well, and when
need to think of the business.
When you're monetized, it gets even dicier.
Well, you know what? You deal with your goals and you go from there. But
yeah.
My goal is not to fuck with Portia. That is not, Portia and I'm way off the topic, but Portia has the capability of being rather mean. And my mother was like that. Dude, my sister, after I've known her for 59 or so years, maybe 58, we're 16 months apart. But seriously, even at 60, dude, if you think I'm kind of like speak my mind, I feel comfortable with my sister doing it because about 96% of the time she'll go, yeah, you're right. But God damn it, um, I don't I don't fuck with her like willingly. And dude, we're both old people now. But back in the day, nah. And Portia's kind of like that. And my mother was like that too. If you can think of me like, do I really, I have something pithy to say. It's pretty goddamn funny, but do I want to suffer the consequences? This is why I know consequences. You can be flippant, you can make an asshole one liner, but are you willing to deal with the consequences? And a lot of times with my mother, no, I'll just use it another time. Or my sister, about way less. We're peers, but even my sister, I think before I speak, and I don't think before I speak with Be Brave. As a matter of fact, I think after I speak, like, like, should I have been worse or more pithy? I often think after talking to Be Brave that God damn it, I wish I had piled the shit on higher. So Be Brave is the opposite of my family. I think less of him than most people I know, but he's still a friend. I still think he's amusing. I don't think of him as a peer. He's fun to talk to on a panel. He's not a thinker. He's not an intellect. And you know what? I've known white men, white people, who would look at Be Brave and go, you're not white. Why do you think you share in our culture? We don't want to be bottom feeders. We don't glorify bottom feeders. We don't invite bottom feeders to our Easter dinner. And that's what this motherfucker thinks, that he can get on a panel, talk to black people, and glorify whiteness, where there are black people who know white culture better than Be Brave does. White people would not invite Be Brave to their fucking fancy Easter dinner. What the fuck is he thinking? Yes, at work, they will go, oh, you're clever. Let's make you a supervisor. But your ass isn't going to marry my daughter. Your ass is not coming to my dinner table. That's the white people Be Brave wants to fancy himself being a part of. And I often wonder, those people don't consider you white. Not their kind of white. If we must be racist, let's be racist, and let's admit that, dude, your type of white is mottled skin and calloused hands. It is a red neck. White people don't consider you white. This is why knowing American history is important. There was a time when the plantation class of white considered taking your class of white, Be Brave, and enslaving them. And the only reason they didn't is y'all had guns. So, that's a good Second Amendment argument. We would be slaves, but we had guns. No, if that is a good slogan, I imagine it would be, but dude, you are not. There's white and you are not white. You are white looking. That's about it. The motherfucker has no sense of history, no sense of nuance, but yet he wants to debate me. Be Brave, I'm telling you about your own white culture. I know more about your white culture than you do. Actually, way more. So All that racist bullshit can be turned against you, and storm the black crow or truism, the black, raven nevermore. You don't know shit either. So, and I guess I'm just in a mood for monologues. And who says I'm not good at monologues? See, I didn't need to pop the balloon. I just did a whole monologue.
I never heard anybody say you're not good at monologues.
Oh no, this is a self-criticism. I bore myself. Unless I get off into some, ridiculous. Dude, it was a diatribe. It wasn't a monologue. So thank you, Ryan, for coming back. Yeah, I'll settle down, but God, that fucking B brave.
Hungarians aren't really white. Okay.
Look, that was another thing I was going to say. My roots go deeper than that fake white man. As a matter of fact, if I really want to be persnickety about it, my white roots go deeper than his.
I think the English are white. Which, by the way,
no, I'm not going to go into details, but I mean in a very actual historical sense, that motherfucker's an immigrant.
Hey,
Wicked. Hey, Wicked. Hold on one second, Ryan. Let me let you finish. Let me welcome Wicked.
Hey, Wicked.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Stanley.
Nope, sir. You will wait your turn, Wicked. Ryan, go ahead.
Us Guineas aren't really white. We weren't white. We weren't white either. We weren't white either.
You don't need to defend your. Hey, I'm not asking you to defend your whiteness. I'm just saying that I have deeper American roots than Be Brave does.
Are you any English? You have any English, Stanley?
I literally just said Be Brave isn't the type of person a white person would invite to his Easter dinner table. He's a white wannabe. The only thing he shares is a similar tone of skin.
But don't you think white is English, like really English? Like, let's be honest.
You know what, Ryan? Stick to your bean counting. You know nothing about culture.
I'm asking the question of you. Don't you think they're the highest tier white?
I'm giving you an answer. Stick to your expertise. If you want to know about what white is, I can recommend books. There are history books. There are sociology books. Oh, there's like a shelf full of books. You can learn about what white is. I'm not going to sit here and tell you. Read about it.
I just think the English are badass.
No. I don't give a shit what you
They're
think.
fucking bad motherfuckers.
I have my English isn't the. There are whiter people. There are whiter Europeans than the English.
I mean, come on.
Oh, you didn't know this now, did you?
Nah, who's whiter than English?
Dude, read about it. Let me know. Email me. I'll give you the references. And they are legitimate history books, by the way.
I mean, like the Finns are whiter.
History books. There are legitimate history and sociology books on the topic. It will bore people. And I'm not an expert, so I don't want to misspeak. I need you to know about your whiteness from experts who are white.
Ryan, I put a link to the McLaughlin group for you in the back chat if you want to check that out.
Well, McLaughlin, I would never call him white.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily either, but we were talking about it earlier, and I think a lot of people, when they see that set and they see him, they go, "Oh, that was that show that was on Sunday mornings all the time."
What I want to do is make sure that Ryan is as uncomfortable as I can make him about this question of what is white. I want to.
I don't care.
I want to do a white thing and put him on the rack and then apply the thumb screws.
Okay.
I just like the English, the British. I like the British. Mad props for the British. In terms of like
kicking ass. You know, like they're pretty badass. That little shitty country ran the fucking world, and they had no people. They're pretty badass if you think about it, right? I mean, talk about the Roman Empire. The British were they were bad mofos, I think. So
Stanley will
let's
appreciate.
let Wicked talk.
Yeah, Stanley will appreciate their navy.
yeah, exactly. The natives. Horatio Alger, or no, what's his name? Horatio Nelson. Horatio Alger. Horatio Nelson. Who's Horatio Alger anyway? Horatio Nelson was a
Oh boy,
bad dude, man.
You
All
are
right, Stanley.
you are-
I don't know all the fucking names.
You are the scrambled eggs of history.
Okay, I'm just saying.
What's
Horatio
that?
Nelson. Horatio Nelson. I corrected myself.
Wicked.
Go ahead.
Well, welcome to the morning abuse.
I'll stick him in Ronnie James' locker.
And I see HB is another fan of the British Navy.
Oh, you're bad, bro.
Well, he's
You
white
little
adjacent.
fucking dark for a disgusting country.
Yeah, I'm
like it
sure
is.
HB has probably the same questions you do about what is white.
Hey, you know what Ronnie James's locker is? It's when you
hold
die,
on
they
a
throw
sec.
you overboard.
Wicked's gone again. He's
Oh,
probably
Wicked,
waiting.
come on back
he's
up.
probably waiting on. He's John's other son.
Where's John? Is John still up here?
Yeah.
Oh, he is. I see him.
Yeah, I'm here.
What is up? Why does Wicked keep running?
Nah, I was just yammering, probably. I was yammering on.
Well, anyway, I'm actually not kidding. There, white studies is a thing. Surely you've heard of it.
I mean, what do you think, Stanley? You think I'm studying? I took accounting.
Do you really want to know what I think?
Fucking white studies.
I think this whole thing in 2025 about pro-white and pro-black is really taking your eyes off the prize.
Well, I think it's dumb.
Well, that's what taking your eyes off the prize. That was kind of what I was alluding to. The word dumb.
Nobody's getting rid of each other, so we're all here. Let's work it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Just saying.
So anyway, I don't even know where I was going.
Well, you weren't going to let. I'm sure you weren't just going to offer it up to John. You've been shutting him down all day.
Oh, we can shut it down. John has a whole show to start. He can do
Are we doing the morning roast this morning? HB in the audience.
He can do a morning bake.
Yeah.
Oh, who's this guy, John Courier, you were talking about in the Sunday morning?
Who?
John, what's his name? John Cardigan?
McLaughlin.
Tom Bolt.
Oh yeah,
John McLaughlin.
Who was he?
He was the host.
Click the link.
Why am I expected to know him? Is the bigger question.
Well, because he hosted an incredibly influential PBS roundtable with some of the most highly prized intellectual, journalists on both sides of the aisle. Pat Buchanan, Eleanor Cliff,
I don't
Jack
know.
Germain, Morton Kondracki.
Clarence, what was his name?
80s guy, 80s
and 90s.
80s, 90s into the early 2000s. He passed away and they continued the show for a while, but he was known for his bombastic style. This week, border troops moved to the edge of Afghanistan. Well, there'll be a war. Your thoughts, Morton Kondracki.
But no, he knew he was, though.
Yes. Oh, yes. He was almost a caricature of himself.
Right.
He was great. And then everyone would answer the question, and then he would at the end go, the answer is no. The Russians will not attack.
The answer is, hey, but let me tell you how influential he was. I watched him like the earliest I can remember was 8th or 9th grade. So this little black kid in Savannah, Georgia, was watching him on WVAN, the PBS station in Pembroke, Georgia. I knew who he was
That's
in
80s.
high school.
Yeah, I watched
don't
it.
think.
But I like politics.
I think I was a little. I think it was before my time.
Nah, you're 50.
Nah,
Yeah,
he wasn't.
I watched him growing up, man. We're about the same age.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who would I have watched? I think
Captain
Chris
Kangaroo.
Matthews and Bill O'Reilly.
For a
Chris
long
Matthews.
time, Wall Street Week followed him. So I would
Oh,
have
Tom
thought
Louis Rukeyser.
Louis Rukeyser, yeah.
Oh, I
that
know. Okay,
hair,
I know that name. I know that name.
Yeah, yeah.
And Tom
Yeah, what
Brokaw.
was the
Tom
lady's
Brokaw.
name?
Tom
What
Brokaw.
was the lady's name on the show? The lady,
Eleanor Clift. Eleanor
yeah,
Clift
yeah.
was the
She's a
lady.
feisty old lady.
Oh gosh,
You
yeah.
know
she's-
what? I never thought she was even in like her prime. You know, she's probably in her late 30s, maybe mid 30s to 40s, somewhere in that range when I first became aware of her. You know, she was a good journalist.
Yeah, she was.
What do you think about Bill O'Reilly? Bill O'Reilly.
There wouldn't
Bill
be
O'Reilly.
there wouldn't be a Bill O'Reilly without the McLaughlin group.
That's funny.
Really? Is that true? Is that true?
Well,
Oh,
yeah, that was in
So
a time when they were still kind of doing real news. That was an opinion show. It was 100% opinion. They were talking about the news, but they were giving very, very pointed opinions, and that it was kind of a descendant of Firing Line too. But it was just a.
Were they close though?
I don't think they were
They
close.
were way more. They were less serious, as serious, but less serious.
And but it was it wasn't necessarily political theater, but it was a form of debate.
A turn of phrase.
It was though they were nowhere near as skillful at that, but it was a point counterpoint kind of exchange.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. One of the highlights would be Pat Buchanan breaking up in laughter.
Yes.
Oh, that motherfucker, he would turn red laughing so hard. Now, sometimes it was scoffing, but he would take deep laughs at some of this shit. I don't think I've ever seen Pat Buchanan have a good time other than that show.
Well, and he was a heavyweight. I mean, that was a big get for that show.
Yeah.
It really was. But I enjoyed it. And, you know, for me, it was the run up to when the NFL came on. after church, you know, if I didn't have to work outside in the winter in Indiana, we'd be in there. And I just.
Would you go to 11 o'clock mass?
Oh,
or
no,
did
we
y'all go to the early mass.
No, we went to the 6 o'clock mass.
Oh, no.
Sometimes.
I don't even know. I don't think there was 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock. Now, it was a black Catholic church. By the way, the oldest black Catholic parish in America, St. Benedict's there in Savannah, Georgia. Clarence Thomas grew up in the same parish I did. I actually know some people who knew him when I was a kid. But no,
they'd cut us a break sometimes, and we'd go to the 7 o'clock mass, but usually it was the 6 o'clock.
Now I have to say, Tom, there were 6 o'clock masses, but maybe at the cathedral. But most of the actual individual parishes, there was a 9 and 11. And, we used to suffer sometimes, almost like going to the 9 o'clock was just a little too early. If you were out there doing yard work or something, but 11 o'clock, that's when we went. Sometimes I'd have to read at a 9 o'clock.
The big one was the 11 o'clock.
Right. Yeah. That was prime time.
Yeah. That was prime time. When we were there, was nobody there, but old people. And I delivered the newspaper on Sunday mornings. So I was dog tired when we went to church. I mean, I was really tired.
Someone asked me, I think it was Deacon Dave, am I still Catholic? And I wanted to respond, but I was in the middle of insulting Be
All right,
Brave
see
or
you later.
something. You're never not Catholic. Even if you don't practice, I'm a cradle Catholic. I can't be anything else. And you know, who knows? Maybe one of these days I'll be a churchgoer, but I'll be forced to be, and I know who's gonna do it. It will be the we have an African priest at my home parish who thought the world of my mother and delivered the funeral mass. So I pulled out I had to write well, I didn't have to, but I was asked to by my sister, brother, and father to write my mother's eulogy. And funny enough, I did a good job. Um, you know, what the hell? Every now and again. So what I didn't know is the priest would insist that I read this this eulogy at the mass. So I had to read my own mother's eulogy. And unlike when I read news stories here, I read it. Part of it is I wrote it, so I knew. But I was so nervous, I just read it perfectly. But it was dude, I used to read, read at the mass, and you didn't want to misspell or mispronounce or anything like that. So it was like you. I guess what I want to say is the Catholic came out of me that day, to a point to where the priest is like, "Well, you did such a good job. When are you coming back? To church?" So and no one was like, "Leave him alone." So if I ever move back to Savannah, and who knows, it's probably more likely than not. Yeah, I'll wind up back in the damn church. But
by the way, Ryan, the McLaughlin group would be like in in movies and stuff, like the movie Independence.
And by the way, I
yeah.
don't want to be deterred from my topic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you'd finished.
We can move on. But I just wanted to answer Deacon Dave's question. You never stop being Catholic if you were raised right the first way. You may
That's true.
deviate. You may never go to church, but you will always kind of have, that little tug back. So, and by the way, John McLaughlin, former Catholic priest.
Yes, and I agree with you 100% about that. By the way,
my other guy on the stage there. What was his name? The other big Catholic.
Pat Buchanan.
Yeah. He's big on the Catholicism.
But McLaughlin
Now
group,
he was Amy, that weird Mel Gibson like conservative Catholic. Those folks are crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think they're Catholic though, right?
Oh, absolutely they are.
Oh yeah.
He said he's not under the Pope.
Well, that's because he would be under Pope. He would be under Pope Benedict. They want.
No, he said I don't listen to the Pope.
I'm sorry, not Benedict. Who's the German? That was Benedict before Francis, right?
I think so. Yeah.
No. They're not under a liberal-ish Pope. Believe me, if they got a Pope Paul VI, oh hell yeah, he would be their Pope, no doubt. This Pope, this specific Pope, not under the papacy.
I thought if you weren't under the Pope, that's a definition of a Protestant, isn't it?
No.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't raised in.
Well, I mean, you could make the
Either religions.
argument that there are no Catholics in America.
You
because
could.
we
Yeah, I was
tend
just
to be
about to
rather
say.
liberal.
Yeah, you
Why?
there's the church makes allowances for the practices of nations because they don't want to lose members, but the Catholic Church is 100% against any form of birth control, and many Catholics practice birth control. There's a bunch of things like that, and they just sort of go, well, you know.
Well, I'm going to proudly say
Look
my
away.
Catholic wife and I didn't.
Well, I'm the oldest of 6 kids. Do the math.
No, but seriously though, I remember in religion class, and I think they folded in. Now I was an all boys Catholic military school, so they folded sex ed into religion class.
Yeah.
But no, a rhythm method, motherfucker. They were teaching you that in like 9th grade, rhythm method. So that is you could say that's birth control, or maybe it's more planning. But they're just against like unnatural methods.
Yeah. But if they have news shows and movies and stuff, McLaughlin Group would often, like in movie Independence Day, the McLaughlin Group is commenting on these aliens coming to, what do you think, Martin Kondragi? I mean, it's just so Murphy Brown, a show like that, maybe they'd be on, So yeah, it was a big show.
Hey guys, I just
So
saw,
Wicked, you're back.
Yeah, guys, you're not gonna believe this. I just saw a bus driver that was not black. I've never
Okay,
seen that
let me
before.
tell you what this show won't be about. Are you willing to
No, just like
don't no
they got my
motherfucker.
attention,
I
is
will
all.
put you in the back. You're not one of my favorite panelists.
Why
John
not?
here is not going to protect you.
Why not? Why?
There will
am I not one of
there
your
will
favorites?
be no N words. There'll barely be like
don't use a
race
strong word.
bullshit. You save that for Be Brave show
But I don't
or
use
a
a strong
John
word.
Galt Enterprise. This is Stanley versus the world.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the world.
No, but I don't use a strong
No,
word anyway.
motherfucker, I don't want to hear the but. I
Okay.
want to hear okay.
Okay,
Okay, well then we're done.
Stanley, can I say something real quick though?
It
On topic.
depends.
It's on topic, yeah. So I'll give you credit. You make sense as far as you being more connected to the white culture because
Okay, motherfucker, it's moving in a direction, but I'll give
Here we
you
go.
latitude because it might be interesting.
yeah, well, because look, you were married to a white girl. He was married to a Hispanic
Oh
girl.
yeah. See, this is what I love about these motherfuckers.
They're like white adjacent.
Have you ever
White
been
adjacent.
married at all?
Unfortunately, yeah. Actually.
Unfortunately, so were you married to a Hispanic girl?
Yes, I was.
Are you still married to that Hispanic girl?
Unfortunately,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, motherfucker. Now, what I want you to listen to very carefully
Yeah.
is I have never used the word unfortunate, married, and my wife in the same sentence.
Yeah. Well, then
Don't.
you're lying.
No, motherfucker. You will listen to this, you fucking idiot.
Whoa.
Don't compare your miserable life
Yeah.
to mine.
Right.
Don't tell me you understand me when you actually don't.
Yeah.
Don't make the comparison.
Hey, don't be mad at me because you married a
Oh,
white girl.
motherfucker, I'm not mad at you. You are mad at you.
You're the one that married a why
You
didn't
are
why
married.
didn't you marry your
You are
sister?
married
Why
to a
didn't you marry your
harridan.
sister?
You are married to a harridan, and you want to blame me.
Hey, maybe I would have been happy, but I married a white girl too.
Motherfucker, maybe you would have been happy is not an argument I'm interested in. Don't
Yeah.
bring it to my panel.
Okay. Hey,
I don't care about the bus driver who wasn't
Yeah.
black. I
I've
don't
never seen that
care
before.
about. I don't care that you married a harpy. I don't care that you're unhappy in your marriage.
I was thinking more of a
How about
succubus.
bring me some
A
joy in the
succubus.
goddamn morning, son?
Yeah.
How
Hey,
about bring some sunshine?
yeah, no. And can I
It's
make a
a
second
morning
point?
show, motherfucker.
Yeah, can I
Bring me
make a
some
second point,
happiness.
Stanley?
We
Can I
don't
make?
care. We don't care about your miserable life.
Yeah, no doubt. Yo, can I make a
Okay,
quick
no.
second point?
If we don't care about your miserable life,
Right.
don't insist upon opening that can of Wicked World.
Yeah,
We
no
don't
doubt about it.
care about your life, Wicked.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Point.
Yeah, but I want to talk about it anyway.
No,
Not
no,
gonna
no.
work, son.
Another point besides that.
Save it. Save that goddamn shit for
Yeah.
a Be Brave panel.
No, I got you, but can I just let me say the second point, Stanley? It's
No.
point.
I'm shitting on your first point.
Okay, we
Do
got it.
you
Though. I'm
understand
miserable.
the criticism of your first point?
Yeah. I'm miserable. Got it.
No. That wasn't the point at all. The point was we don't give a shit that you're miserable. That was my point.
You know,
Now,
that
what's your second point?
That wasn't very nice. I'll throw that out.
Oh, motherfucker, you came here to get nice?
The
You
second
came
point is
here
this.
expecting me to be nice?
Yeah, no.
Is
not
that
at all.
why you came up here?
The second point is
The
this,
motherfucker, I'm not the goddamn Easter Bunny.
Stanley. Yeah. Well, second point is this, right? I think Be Brave has agreed with you. When
I
you
think
said,
Be Brave is a piece of shit. That you agree with him makes you a piece of shit.
Not completely. We disagree.
Go,
on some
no.
things.
Let me quote Be Brave. Now go ahead.
Yeah. He agrees with you when you said that they wouldn't invite him to the Easter dinner, right? He knows that he's a bottom feeder, right? As he calls himself. He said that repeatedly. You know.
Okay, well, let me tell you. Let's stop there. Concentrate on that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he knows that they wouldn't invite him. The better question is, would I invite him? I'm black.
I don't think you would.
No. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Because he is not white is why I wouldn't. Well, that is a joke. Motherfucker, he is not my peer. There's some things that go beyond black and white. I tend to look at thought process and intellect and are you even amusing to deal with? So I brought up dinner as kind of a metaphor, but let's substitute dinner. Would I invite him to a debate? The answer would be no, not because he's not going to bring a bottle of wine or a pie. He's going to bring me a fucking bag of Planters peanuts.
You know, I think you're scared. I think you're worried.
No, I'm worried that I'll be bored.
No, I think you're worried that he'll
Motherfucker, I will see. This is the same shit that Be Brave is trying to do. He's trying to act like there is a narrative that I won't debate him because I'm scared. I welcome debating a fact-based real white man. White men like numbers. Now I'm being racial here, and I want to see if Ryan laughs at this. White men like numbers. They like data. They like rhetoric. They like being able to quote William F. Buckley or Be Brave is not that kind of white man.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I don't, motherfucker. God damn it. I've been trying to avoid this. I was trained with elite white people. Okay. Nope. Let me just be blunt.
Okay.
Private school, for better or for worse, my university has been a perpetual top 50 at 50 university for goddamn 30 years. But motherfucker, you could even say I went to an elite school.
Forgive me for not being impressed.
Motherfucker, you can beg forgiveness when I'm done
not
talking.
impressed. I'm
when
sorry.
I'm done talking, you can beg like a Be Brave.
I'm not sorry. I'm not impressed.
He is not in my tier. He is not my peer. And what I'm afraid of is people think he is equal to me. Intellectually, class-wise, whatever tier you want to put Elite, I would be slumming, fucking dealing with bottom feeders.
Well, if you are in fact
Motherfucker,
superior,
I need you to acknowledge. Don't go on with your point. I need you to acknowledge my point.
you're superior. I acknowledge it.
My
You're elite.
question to you is, why should I come down to the bottom feeder's level when you know what? Let me phrase it better. Should I come down to the bottom feeder's level, or should the bottom feeder's level come up to an actual white man's level?
You know,
no, motherfucker, don't. Wicked, I will drop you right now if you can't deal with that point.
Yeah, I'm going to. I
Make
think,
it quick.
Okay, I'll make it quick. I think you should do it because you are superior. Make quick work of
Nope.
him and banish him.
Nope. We already established that. I did in my statement. My question is, why should I, as superior, entertain my inferior? Why should Be Brave be brought up to his betters? That's what you need to deal with.
But he's not on your level, Stanley.
Okay, well then if he's not, you have solved the problem. I'm not afraid. He's not worth it.
It would be easy work for you, Stanley.
Yes, easy work. I would much rather just be on a panel. Easy. Let me ask you a question. Why should a superior deal with easy work when there's more important work, more challenging work?
Because you're coming off as intimidating.
I don't give a fuck how I come off. When did y'all ever think I gave a fuck how I come off? Now, see, this is the other thing that's amazing. How many times do I have to say I don't give a fuck what the audience thinks?
Well, if you're okay with looking scared, then I have nothing for you.
No, if you're okay with being ineffectual and just feckless in your attempt to turn the narrative, then I'm okay in saying do better.
That is the narrative.
I'm literally saying do better.
Everyone is saying that, Stanley. It's
And
not me.
wait, I literally just said I don't give a fuck about the audience.
Well, if you're okay
So
with that,
if you
then
no, let's fucking Wicked. You're about as stupid as Be Brave here. If I don't care what people think, why are you telling me what people think?
Well, that's what my point is. If you don't care that you look like a coward, then fine,
I
Stanley,
don't
who
care.
cares?
I
And
don't
then fine,
care.
that's fine then.
Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna clip this. I'm gonna answer. If you said if I don't care that I'm looking like a coward, I'm gonna say I don't care that I'm looking like a coward.
Yeah.
Clip it, and then that is the answer.
Then
Now,
there you go.
the second clip I'm going to do is Be Brave. I don't go down into your gutter. I don't go down into the gutter to entertain people like you and Be Brave.
Yeah.
I'm going to clip that too. I'm not afraid. I'm afraid of getting dirty. I'm
Someone likes some
afraid.
snobs,
I'm
Stanley.
afraid of people thinking that Be Brave it has something worth saying. I'm not afraid of the fucking what Be Brave would say because he makes it up. You know when the debate ended?
Disprove him then. Disprove him.
Motherfucker, I can't disprove a non-data-based argument.
What's one of the arguments you're referring to?
Motherfucker, the dude, you know what? How about you go ahead and talk your bullshit while I hunt up the clip? You go and be wicked and talk your bullshit because it's endless. I know you can babble on for quite some time.
Yeah,
Let me
definitely.
find the clip.
Okay.
We'll play it, and then we can debate that. How
Yeah,
about
for
that?
sure. So Ryan,
Motherfucker. So you're
do
not
you like
talking to me?
snaps?
Let me mute.
Ryan, do you like snobs?
Mhm.
Do you like a
Do I like
snob?
snobs?
Yeah, a snob. Is
Man,
no, you don't.
Motherfucker, I'm the best snob there is.
I'll answer it for you, Ryan. You don't. Is he coming off as a snob right now? Is he coming off as arrogance?
Yeah, I think he's being confident for sure. He's
Arrogant,
being
right?
pretty
Is a more.
confident.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
somewhat arrogant about it. He feels superior, so yeah,
it's kind
probably.
of unbecoming, isn't it, Ryan? It's a little bit unbecoming.
I don't look for me. I don't. It doesn't bother me, but I understand why it would bother others.
Yeah, I mean,
I can also be somewhat arrogant. Wicked. Also, I can be
I've
somewhat
never
arrogant
seen it.
sometimes. So
I've never seen it. You come off as a very nice person, I think.
I try to be a
I
nice guy, but I can look down my nose at some people sometimes for sure. So
yeah, I've never seen
Let
it,
me
but I
let
thought
me
you were.
put it to you this way: what people like you, Wicked, and Be Brave expect is the excuse me. Y'all expect motherfuckers to throw salad in a John Galt room. That's what y'all are expecting.
I don't
And
know what does that
Yeah,
mean?
what does that mean? What do you mean exactly?
oh no, you weren't there overnight. My bad. You wouldn't understand.
Salad. Okay.
Y'all expect a John Galt tenant. Let me put it that way.
But what's wrong with
Well,
his tenants? Are you? I mean, stop
Okay,
looking
wait,
down on
hold
people,
it.
Stanley.
Did you just ask me what's wrong with his tenants?
Stop looking down on people, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I spend every day listening to John Galt tell us what's wrong with his tenants and little puppets like you confirming his opinions. Wicked?
So you agree?
No, Wicked, don't pretend you are the piece of shit that John's clients are. Okay, you talk about me being
wow,
a
Yeah, I
wow.
know.
you
Damn.
talk about me being a snob. Well, I'm going to tell you you're a piece of shit. Stop pretending to be a piece of shit.
Well, but
No,
that's
no,
not fair.
motherfucker, you need to deal with what I said. If you think I'm a snob, I'm going to tell you I think you're a piece of shit, and I'm just as genuine in my opinion. Now
Yeah,
deal with
but
it, bitch.
but look, Stanley, you just said
Don't
that in a
tell me
way.
to look. Deal with what
Okay.
I said.
Yeah. You
See,
you
this
you
is the pussy
you
that
agreed with
you and
John right
Be
now.
Brave and all pieces of shit do.
Ryan,
You
he agreed
can't
with
deal.
with John
You
about his
can't
tenants.
deal with what you said, and worse off, you can't deal with who you are. Motherfucker,
Wow.
I come off as arrogant because I know who the fuck I am. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to be someone else. I don't have to entertain a goddamn chat. You are a piece of shit, and you can't deal with your piece of shittedness.
Wow. Ryan,
Yeah,
am I a piece of shit,
motherfucker,
Ryan? Do
I
you agree with
said
that?
nakedly you are on Stanley versus the world. You can
Yeah.
go butt all you want, but I goddamn said it.
No,
Well,
I have no issue.
my
I think
mom
you're
thinks I'm a
funny. I
nice
think you're
person.
amusing. You make me
Oh
laugh
no,
sometimes.
motherfucker, I'm dead serious
Thank you,
and I
Ryan.
mean what I'm saying.
My mom thinks I'm a great
Wicked,
guy.
wicked. Listen to what I'm saying. You can't read my lips, but I might just cam up so you can read my lips. You're a piece of shit as much as I'm a snob. Fucking deal with it.
I mean, but
Move
Stanley.
on, motherfucker. We
Okay,
know
okay.
each other right now. We know
Yeah.
where we stand.
Yeah.
I don't have the patience for the butt pussiness.
Ryan, is he coming off as a
Motherfucker, don't
coward
go to
for not
Ryan.
wanting to face
Stanley
Be Brave?
said it, not Ryan. Did
He's
motherfucking
definitely
Ryan
being somewhat
interfere
critical.
with this, you pussy piece of shit?
Have I disrespected
Have
him like that,
I?
Ryan?
Have
I
I?
can.
Have
I can, but I
I?
won't.
No,
You pussy?
I
The
think there's a
motherfucking
lot
snob
of
Oh, motherfucker! I wish
A
Hood
lot of
Conservative was
animosity I
here
feel.
to be your gay lawyer.
I feel
You're
a lot of
bringing him into this
animosity.
now, Stanley?
No, you know what? I might as well bring every piece of shit I know into this.
Jesus.
Oh shit.
Stanley, come on, man. Wow.
No, motherfucker, I'm going in hard. Let's see what this fucking supposed man can do now. He's on Stanley versus the world, and all of a sudden, this dumb son of a bitch became the world.
Is it me? Am I the dumb son of a bitch?
Motherfucker, you are a dumb motherfucker. Wicked world, wicked world, Stanley versus the world.
Yeah.
Stanley thinks Wicked World is a piece of shit, one of the dumbest fools I've known, a Be Brave clone, and you're not as smart as Be Brave. Motherfucker, I said it.
Stanley versus the Wicked World. How
Motherfucker,
about
I
that, Ryan?
goddamn said
How
it.
about that for a
I
time?
know you want to sidestep
Stanley versus
and
the
try to
Wicked
do a
World.
roast. Motherfucker, deal with me like the man you aren't.
Wow. But I like that title,
Motherfucker,
Ryan.
when you get going against me and I get rolling, you are the
You're not saying
pebble
anything,
I
Stanley.
step over.
You're
You
not
are the
saying anything at all.
pebble I'm stepping over. Stop
You're not saying
talking
anything.
shit you don't know.
What
Be
have you
Brave
said?
is a bigger man than you. The white man is right. You ain't shit.
I've said that. I've said the white man is right.
Motherfucker, I don't. At this point in time, do you really think I care what you said?
I think you do. You're
I
so upset.
said I care about what I said. What you said, I've already shit on.
Not
Now,
really.
what you need to do is
You haven't said
get off
anything,
the
Stanley.
goddamn panel, go take a shower, and get this shit that I put on you off.
Let it marinate a little bit. But you didn't really say
You
shit,
can
Stanley.
pretend like this didn't happen all you want. I hope Be Brave is listening because I want to hear his analysis of me shitting on your weak ass. You are weak.
But you
Wicked.
didn't say anything, though.
Wicked.
Ryan,
You
what
are
did he
weak.
say?
You are weak T.
Yeah. Ryan, what did he
You
say?
are a weak
Besides
man,
ad hominem.
and you
There's
let
a lot
a
of virulence.
you let a
lot of
motherfucker who knows
He
big
hasn't really said
words
much, though, right, Ryan?
shit all over your
be honest.
dumb ass. I shit on you like your little prisoners
Ryan,
don't.
I'm asking you.
Your
What has he
prisoners
really said?
don't treat you as
He's
cruelly
definitely saying a
as
lot. He's saying a
I'm
lot.
treating you. Welcome
what-
to Stanley's
There's a lot of
Penitentiary, and
virulence.
your ass
Lot of
is a
anger.
dumbass inmate.
Yeah, but I mean, what he's
Motherfucker,
saying in
you
regards
can,
to
motherfucker, you
my
can leave
basis,
this
my points
panel
I've made.
anytime you
He's not
want.
addressing the points
I'm
I've
not
made.
gonna even throw your dumb ass off. You're gonna leave.
You know what I'm saying, Ryan? He's not even like addressing the points I've
Ryan,
made.
help me,
And I made a lot
Ryan,
of points.
help me, Ryan, help me,
Address one of
Ryan.
them.
Ryan, do you
Address
know
one of
what
my
I'm
points.
saying? Help me. What a little pussy. You gotta run now, Ryan. This is a joke.
No, I'm
Don't
not
take
leaving.
it, Ryan. Don't take it personally, but I'm gonna get offensive here. So just take it. We can deal with it later. He has to run to the rich white man.
Ryan, you're rich.
He's
Are you
white,
really rich, Ryan?
He's white, ain't he?
No, I don't. Look at. Be Brave. He's not rich, and he's white.
Oh, that motherfucker's an idiot. He's not even rich in brains.
He's a typical white guy. A lot of white guys aren't. They don't have money.
He's a typical white guy. He's a typical white guy. That means he's smarter than me. He's smarter than me. He's smarter than me and not local.
There's a lot of
Dude,
white folks
you
on
sound,
welfare.
dude. If I took tea and motherfucker, you are Walmart tea right now. You're a Walmart tea bag.
Can I be a tole?
Motherfucker, I don't speak Spanish. Speak English.
But Ryan, you're not saying anything, Stanley, at all. You're not.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm not saying anything. I'm
Give
not.
me 1 second.
Motherfucker, I'm not giving you a microsecond. Deal with what the piece of shit you are, and the snob just called you a piece of shit. And The snob is saying you deserve to be called a piece of shit. Deal with it. Don't go, Ryan, John, your daddy isn't saying shit to you. Did you notice? Ryan, your uncle is not saying shit to you because they don't want to. They probably think it too.
Oh, hold on, I think I'm back.
No,
Am I back?
motherfucker.
Hey,
This
can I
is
be
a
a thought then?
psyop now.
Hold on.
I want to take this dumb son of a bitch and correct many problems he's had all his goddamn life.
I could do the same shit he's doing, right? Okay, watch
Oh,
this, right?
motherfucker, do it then.
Stanley, you're
Fight back,
miserable as
bitch.
fuck.
Fight
Any
back,
day now,
bitch.
you're gonna
Go
gonna
ahead,
choke.
fight back,
Any day
bitch.
now.
Fight back.
And the
Fight
world
back.
will be better for it,
Fight
Stanley.
back.
When you
Fight
finally
back.
choke, the world will be
You
better
came
for it.
all the way up here to take Stanley's abuse. Dude,
All you
wipe
bring
the
to this world,
snobby
Stanley, is
snot
nothing.
off your forehead
You
because
bring
I've
nothing
been
to this world
snotting
but
on you.
Hotep
Hello?
bullshit, Stanley.
Hello?
You yourself said you would never be
Hey,
called
this
dad in
shit has been
Pakistan.
so hot. Ryan
Think
can't
about
even
that. As
hear
much
your
shit as you
dumb
talk,
ass anymore.
as much shit as
Ryan
you
can't
talk, you
even
don't
hear
want to
your
be around
dumb
black
ass.
folks, Stanley. Why don't you want to be around
Motherfucker,
black folks? We know
guess
why.
what you're not
We
gonna
all
do?
know why you married a white queen.
Hey,
Everybody knows why.
motherfucker,
Ryan knows
I
why.
was never
D-Brick knows
miserable
why.
like you
John Galt knows
are
why.
with
And
your
most
wife.
importantly,
You
Stanley Qualls
motherfucking,
knows why.
you
Stanley Qualls knows
motherfucker
why he
are
married a
a
white. Stanley Qualls
miserable
knows why
son of a
his son
bitch,
is
and
not
you
with
want to
sister.
share
why.
your dumb fucking misery with
It breaks your
everyone
heart.
else.
It breaks your heart to know
Dude,
why
I'm
they
gonna
don't want
let
to be
you
around
talk
sisters.
because I need to
But you know what?
find the
Maybe
Be
it doesn't
Brave
break your
clip.
heart because deep down you know they ain't shit. You know they ain't shit, and you know what it is. So for
You knew what it is.
This whole
You knew
persona of
what
I'm
it
black and
is.
proud, it's bullshit.
Motherfucker, I
It's a
can't do that
bullshit
fake
persona. You know
Chicano
it is. It's a
accent like
facade.
you. Do better,
And
Mexican.
it's almost pathetic,
Do better,
Stanley.
Mexican.
It's
I
almost
don't do
pathetic,
Chicano.
dude. I almost feel bad for you.
You
I
almost
do, but I
feel
don't.
bad for me, but you don't quite.
Look, if
Why?
I was
Why do you
if I
almost
was
and
you, I
not
would have
just
done
come
the
out
same
and feel
exact shit,
bad?
Stanley.
You dumb son
I
of a
would have
bitch.
done the same exact shit.
Dude, this
I
is
wouldn't touch them with a
half-ass.
15-foot pole, Stanley.
Dude,
With a 50-foot pole.
dude,
I don't
this
blame
is
you.
barrio
The
talk.
problem is
This
that
is
people like you, Stanley,
barrio, motherfucker. I can't
excuse
think.
degenerate
I
behavior.
can't think.
You'll move into a white
I'm
neighborhood
thinking into
and
a
then when one of
barrio.
your son's nephews
Stanley, you moved
commits a
into.
violent
You
crime,
moved
you'll
into.
make an excuse
Oh,
for him.
fight
You'll say,
back.
well,
Oh,
there
be
wasn't enough
brave.
programs for
Ryan
him.
left
Or
your
maybe
dumbass.
he wasn't
notice
loved enough.
Ryan's
You'll
not
say
here?
some shit like that. And it's
Wicked.
unacceptable, Stanley. How
Wicked.
about maybe that son too
Wicked.
was a piece of shit?
Wicked.
Is that on the table, Stanley? Can we say he was a piece of shit? Is that okay with you? Yeah. If there
Who
was
the
mass
fuck are you?
incarceration,
Dude, I
Stanley,
lost
the
track of
question is
your
why.
babble.
The question is why there was mass incarceration.
Dude, you went into Spanglish and I couldn't quite follow. Can you speak English now?
Stanley, can I ask you a quick question? When
Yeah.
they did mass incarceration, why was it mainly black men being
Motherfucker,
arrested?
I don't know shit about mass
Why was
incarceration.
it mainly
Why
black
the
men being
wait? This
incarcerated?
dumb son of motherfucker, you're the CEO. You
Why
tell
was it black
us,
men being incarcerated,
motherfucker.
Stanley?
It is your profession.
Tell me why.
I have never been to prison. I've never been
take
a
a wild
warden.
guess.
I've
Take a
never
shot in the
been a
dark.
corrections officer.
Take a shot in
Why
the
the
dark, Stanley.
fuck
You're
are
a smart
you
guy. You're an elite
asking me
guy.
about mass incarceration?
You're a smart man. You went to an elite school. Give me the
Motherfucker,
best shot.
the elite school did not train me
I'll
to
tell you
be
why.
a corrections officer.
I'll tell
Tell
you
me
why.
about your business.
Because they were committing violent crime. Because they were the ones committing the crime, Stanley. Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about?
How racist they'll be, right? To imply that these
I
black
have
men
no
were,
clue what you're talking about.
for me
Racist?
to imply that these black
Is it
men were being
racist?
arrested because of their behavior.
Okay,
is
this
racist.
motherfucker wants to talk his world, which is not my world. I don't give a fuck about mass incarceration. Why would I give a fuck? Tell
you
me.
do give a fuck because you
Okay,
excuse that behavior. You
motherfucker,
put
I
the rest
do
of
not
us in
know.
danger, Stanley.
Seriously, dude.
Maybe some of these
You
kids
can't
need to be
see,
thrown in jail.
audience.
How about that,
This
Stanley?
is what this
I
motherfucker.
don't care if that
These
kid's
are
white,
what the
black, or
Be
Hispanic, or
Brave
Chinese. I don't give a
motherfuckers
fuck if that kid
dude.
is an
Let
alien
me
from
mute you right
Mars.
quick
If he
because you're
commits a
over
crime,
talking me
a
and I'm
violent
not
crime, he
happy
needs to go
about
to
it.
prison. He needs to be
Dude,
punished
do not,
accordingly,
you're
man.
done. You will let me speak,
He needs to
won't
be
you?
punished accordingly,
Okay,
Stanley.
this dumb son
That's,
of a bitch.
that's what we need to do. And people like you don't.
What the fuck would I care about mass
You're a part of
incarceration
70%,
until I
Stanley.
have to? Guess I'm gonna have to treat him like Be Brave treats him on a Be Brave panel. I don't give a fuck about mass incarceration. I certainly don't care about the facts. Dude, you are the corrections officer. Tell us about your business. Don't fucking expect me to know that shit. Wicked, you're crossing a line. Don't make me just kick you outright from this panel. John Galt's not going to save your ass. Ryan is gone. Be Brave is too pussy to come up on a Stanley versus the World panel. You're on your own. You better live by your wits. My premise, I could give a fuck less about mass incarceration until I need to. You work with that shit. You tell us, not the other way around. You're back.
You're gonna throw me in the back like a little bitch,
Motherfucker,
what a
I
bitch
will
move.
throw you
And
in
you
the
complain
back.
about Be Brave.
I will throw you in the back like Be Brave does. I literally just said, I don't know shit about mass incarceration. Don't care about the details. You are an expert. Maybe you should tell me why I should care. Now, motherfucker, you will stick to this point, or I will not just put you in the back. I'll boot you. Then you can go whine to your big white old daddy about how I treated you. This will stick to my point, not your point, Wicked.
Okay, fair enough. I'll stick to the point if you could stomach it. So mass incarceration occurred in the 90s. The majority of those men were black. People claim that it was mainly black because of racism and racial profiling and targeting. However, the reality is that they were the ones committing the crimes. Stanley, I gotta get going, man. It was a pleasure. You be safe, brother. Take care.
Bye, motherfucker. My only retort is I'm sure it was a problem, but in all honesty, if that's the best you can do, yeah, they committed crime and they went to jail. That's this motherfucker's argument. They committed crimes and went to jail. Okay. Good one there, Wicked. You're back.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Well, poor
fireworks
Wicked,
when I was gone. Huh?
poor Wicked had to go tame some incarcerated motherfuckers. Apparently, he couldn't stay.
There was some stuff going on when I was gone. I heard you guys. I just couldn't talk.
Hold on, HB motherfucker. Then why don't you come up here? Because it's easy to argue. My argument is I don't give a fuck. I don't know anyone who is mass incarcerated. So make these larger points. What y'all don't seem to fucking understand is I don't care about half the shit. Okay. John's experience last night, it's amusing to watch, but other than those people need help and John shouldn't be surprised at their behavior, that's literally the only takeaway that I have. A CEO, a motherfucker, a hero who risks his life every day dealing with the most dangerous motherfuckers in the world, or in Chicago at least. Of course, that he wants to talk about it. It's all he knows. Okay, the motherfucker's life is in danger as a profession every day, probably mostly by black men. Of course, he's going to think those are the worst people in the world. It's expected. It's human nature. The problem is he actually doesn't have a larger point that I need to worry about. That's why motherfuckers like Wicked exist. We pay you to keep them under control. So, of course, I don't worry about it because, motherfucker, you're paid to worry for me. Now, how snobby is that?
That's very arrogant, Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, it's not arrogant. It's snobbish.
Purely
You don't know the difference
Pure
between
snobbery.
arrogant and snobbish? You can be
yeah, I don't
snobbish.
know.
You can be unsure of yourself and snobbish.
Yeah, that's a good
But
point.
arrogance doesn't necessarily involve being snobby. Motherfucker, you need to be a better white. If you're white, you need to know these subtleties.
I don't study the English language like you do.
Hey,
my
dude,
friend.
I don't have to study it. I was trained with them.
Well, there you go. There you go. So that's not my area.
HB, who said mass incarceration was propaganda? Are you as stupid as Wicked? Wicked said mass incarceration was because those people committed crimes. Again, y'all anti-blacks are just like motherfuckers. You want to hear what you want to hear.
Is that just
Never
a
the
lot of
facts,
people
though.
incarcerated, like mass? Is that what that means?
Well, the mass incarceration thing is really a matter of perspective. I buy the argument. I don't think Wicked is wrong that they committed crimes, but the dumb son of a bitch is not a lawyer. Okay. Of course they committed crimes. Fucking not paying a traffic ticket is a crime. The dumb son of a bitch doesn't quite understand the subtleties, as most anti-blacks do not. They are one-trick ponies. They are one-dimensional thinkers. They are linear thinkers who have no appreciation or no ability to deal with nuance. Yes, mass incarceration was deserved if you think every crime needs to be like prosecuted.
I do. Prosecute everything.
Yeah. Execute a motherfucker for not paying a traffic ticket.
Fuck yeah.
That seems
All of it.
fair because not paying your traffic ticket is a crime.
Nah, just but a lot of
No, motherfucker.
I'm like,
you know what? You are a be braver.
Why? No, I believe in harsh penalties.
Because
though.
motherfucker,
He's far more liberal than me on criminal justice. I'm like putting everybody in jail.
At this point in time, you guys defy liberal or conservative. It's stupid or just not stupid.
Well, I think when you pay a swift price, you change your behavior. At least for
that
me.
Could be true.
At least for me. So I learned that when my first wife walked out.
Hey, we've all had experiences.
Poor decisions.
If you really want, do you really want to talk about wives and consequences?
What I'm saying is it really hurt.
No.
It was my fault.
You said what you said. I understood what you said. Now, do you really want to change? Do you really want to do comparative husband suffering?
No, the point is pain gets people to
motherfucker,
change.
I heard your point.
Yeah.
I actually understood your point.
Yeah.
And I'm basically saying I acknowledge your point. I think there are worse consequences than your wife did what you did.
It was an example. That's all.
Okay.
The flame is hot, you recoil. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Burn your hand, recoil from the flame. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And I'm saying there are some burns you can recover. That's why they do degrees of burns. 3rd degree burn is not a 1st degree burn.
But I'll tell you this.
Motherfucker, let me finish. Some burns you can recover from, some you cannot.
Okay,
So,
let me.
dude,
I gotta say something.
again, the subtleties. or what?
No, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but just hear me out.
People, y'all don't craft arguments. You craft like worldviews.
Well, okay. You like to tell long stories. Can I just tell a short story? Very short. Maybe 8 seconds. Short. Can I tell it? Can I tell the story?
Yeah. Well, okay. Dude, you are a friend of the show. You have carte blanche.
There you go. Okay. All right. I'll be quick. I at about 20, I bounced a check and it caused all these other checks to bounce, right? Because I was stupid. And it was a rent check.
That's called kiting.
What's that? What's that?
Kiting?
Never heard of it.
Kiting a check?
Well, yeah, I wrote a check and I had a bank card and I just messed up. They charged me $500 in overdraft fees. Okay. I've never used that bank again. And I have a whole system. I hate the bank so much. I won't have a credit card, for example, because I still fucking hate them. Because I almost got evicted. Okay. I had to do weekend jobs and shit to not get evicted. But the thing is, that pain.
No, dude. Back in those days, you had to balance your check, your checking.
You had to balance the checkbook with your.
You didn't balance your checking account, now did you?
It was my fault.
No,
right?
No.
It was my fault.
The question: Did
you? No, I was a fucking moron. I was 20 years old.
Okay, I didn't ask you that. I just asked if you had balanced your fucking checking account. God damn it.
No, I did a bad job.
Why do you keep doing that?
What?
Someone keeps they just porn bombed us.
Really?
Yep.
Who did it?
So that's the end of this show, folks. This is what happens when you speak truth. And motherfuckers, I'll just start a new one.
All right.
You know what? I might just keep this up. We can edit it out.
Can you? Okay, keep going now.
No.
No, it was fully my fault, though, Stanley. It was my fault completely. But I still hate them, and it was painful, and I got a totally different system now. So anyway, that's it.
Yeah. Jonathan Hope. Yeah, we'll have to make sure and ban that son of a bitch. Setting up his microphone. Somehow or another, someone kept letting him up here. Don't know how that happened.
All right, are you going to kill this one?
Well, HB's here.
Yeah. Just keep it. We can edit it out. Whoever that.
Yeah, but god damn it, that is so. That honestly.
Yeah.
It kind of ruined my ire. I was on a roll in that fucking shit.
I mean, imagine the energy. Why don't you just go to a
Well, I know what the energy is. He was probably a Be Brave panelist. It was probably
I don't think so. Just switch off and go to another one. That's what you do.
We can edit it out. We can edit it out.
Yeah, it was just a few seconds.
Yeah.
Well, HB, I'm sorry. I've been on a tirade, but you know what? What is Stanley versus the world if some of these dumb motherfuckers like Wicked can't be the world?
No, you got to remember, Stanley, this is John's channel, and there are people that really hate John. You know, like, trust me, there's people that hate. There's people that hate me, Portia.
So they come on my show and do that shit?
Yep. Just to cause discourse, man. Trust me, these people are fucking sick, man.
You know what? Well, they never email me, so y'all.
Is that the motherfucker again?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, let's just.
Is that him again? He's back.
I just.
Yeah, man, that motherfucker be coming back and shit. That's fucking amazing. Yeah, you think you two would get a whole
Jonathan Hope? Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, you got banned.
You think
faggot.
you two would get a whole shit?
Make a new account. Make a new account, faggot. Yeah. You saw he hit right back up because he knew. I know who you are, punk.
That's fucking weird.
Pussy. I know who you are. Yeah, you weirdo.
Well, see that shit.
This is dumb.
God damn it! I'm pissed off because I was on my soapbox with righteous, and that motherfucker.
Stanley, your soapbox is as tall as the Eiffel Tower.
Hey,
You're still
motherfucker! Let's say it is the World Trade Center back in the day.
Oh, you know what happened to that, so I don't.
Yeah,
Be careful.
I do. I
Be
do.
careful. Be careful.
I'll be all right. You know what's the worst? So, since you're up here, impresario of all debates,
Yeah.
I basically edited what I'm not going to talk about, which was most of it.
Yeah. No, I got a good idea of what you want to.
Well, no, actually, I don't think you do. And in a way, it's still in my mind a work in progress.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty serious. Since you're here and John's here and Ryan's here, and Tom, all the senior advisors.
Mm-hmm.
Look, the bottom line is I once made a comment and I had a captain go, "Well, God damn it. Are you sure you want to leave the Navy?" I told a motherfucker, "Come up to my level. We're not coming down to yours." And that's my attitude on this debate. I'm perfectly willing to do it. It could be entertaining, but motherfucker, I'm not coming to the gutter. The gutter's coming to me. And forgive me if my soapbox is Eiffel Tower high. I was raised that way by black parents. We don't fucking deal with the shit that doesn't concern us or shouldn't concern us. Be brave being a racist. In all honesty, I should just probably ignore it. And maybe I should start to ignore it, but I have to exist on these panels with that dumb son of a bitch. And it's annoying.
Yeah.
And he is the least annoying of his admirers. The admirers are more problematic than he is. Who's sharpening a knife? Someone sounds like they're sharpening a knife.
Oh my bad. We can't. My mic picking up everything.
Motherfucker, what are you gonna do? Oh shit!
John.
Wait, hold it, John. Are you sharpening knives? Those women piss you off? Or is that cape actually better than that? What did you do with that capon?
Oh man, it's almost gone, Stanley. Almost gone.
Was it good?
Hell yeah, it's good. Hell yeah, I roasted it.
You cooked it and did not let me know.
I forgot all that.
Okay, you know
Yes,
what?
they got
Why
my
don't
half
you
of it
do a
left.
show on that? How'd you cook it?
I roasted it. I spatchcocked it. You ever heard of spatchcocking?
Yo, hell yeah.
What the hell is a spatchcock?
I spatchcock a bird or two every now and again.
Yeah, spatchcock that motherfucker.
Break the back on that.
What John should be talking about. Motherfucker roasted a capon.
Wait,
Which, by the way, this ain't your mama's chicken. This shit will cost you $50 or $60. And
what is a spatchcock? I never heard of that word.
The Vikings called it a double eagle.
Yeah, you break it
essentially,
down the middle, right?
John, you know what it is. You explain it.
Okay, I know.
I think they cut it down the middle and then you cook it flat or something, right? I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you
the back.
take out the
back.
spine. Take out the spine. You can press the chicken flat. It actually cooks more even and quicker, and is good. Now, there's sometimes you actually want to cook the whole bird, but for a down and dirty dinner, like you got kids to feed, and it needs to be done an hour sooner. Spatchcocking it, especially now, capon, that's a special type of chicken, but your average like Claxton chicken,
It's a good way to cook, though.
Get from the grocery
Great way
store.
to cook. Good for smoking, by the way.
Season
Like if
it,
you're
and
going
be
to
done with
smoke if you have a smoker, spatchcock's great.
You're right, because doing a whole chicken, you got to stuff it to absorb the moisture. Now, the problem, if you spatchcock it and smoke it, you have to worry about it drying out. Yeah, you got to keep basting it. Spatchcocking cooks faster, but it also leaves it prone to drying out. It'll get chewy.
Yeah.
Look at Virgo. Virgo.
Well, she's happy.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Stanley, I am glad that you're going through with it because
I didn't say I'm going through with it. I said there's a possibility if see, this is what I worry about, because I heard Wicked talk about me being scared. Oh, no. The person who is scared is the person who can't do what a white man does. White men, white culture, the one that Be Brave is trying to act like he's a part of, they're data-driven motherfuckers. They are engineers. They are doctors. They are all the things he wasn't. This dumb son of a bitch is talking about being a psychiatrist without realizing that psychiatrists are MDs. That motherfucker probably confused psychiatry with psychology. I was in his chat. I heard a bunch of the show. I clipped some of it out to do a short on my channel. That's how ridiculous he sounded.
Well, I do want to let you know.
I don't want to hear white man woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's
No,
not
I
impressive.
I get it. No, but
No. You don't get. See, this is the other problem, HB. You get it, but you don't seem to be able to think about it. Why is it impressive for a bottom feeder? Tell us what he could have been. How is that fucking something you want to form a whole debate around?
I wasn't
Because
debating that.
there are black men who did it.
It wasn't a debate. It was just more just a guy shooting the shit.
Oh, no. What Be Brave wants to do and what Wicked just said is I'm afraid to debate Be Brave. Motherfucker, I want to debate Be Brave. He just needs to give me something worth debating.
Well,
I'm not going to goddamn pretend to not be Stanley. I'm not going to pretend that he has a point. I'm not going to debate whether pro-white is an actual valid stance in 2025 America. It's not. Any more than being pro-black is. Y'all dumb son of a bitches think that I'm going to waste my time for money or entertainment. I'm not Bumpkin. I'm not motherfucking CT who dances when he gets a super chat. No, that motherfucker literally goes, what is it? Must be the money, and does a little jig in his chair. Do you know how disgusting that is when he does that? He does the white man's wiggle when he gets $1. That motherfucker is, I don't need CT. He will come, oh, Stanley's okay, and he doesn't understand architecture and tea shops. Motherfucker, when you get $1, you throw on a song and dance. Now, how black is that?
It's pretty black.
The only so this motherfucker's describing what he is and accuses other people of it. The only thing worse would be if he was in a strip club and they were putting those dollars and he was dancing for dollars.
Hey,
you know, they're putting, these motherfuckers are putting dollars in his anti-black thong.
Somebody got to dance, man. Somebody.
And you know what? HB,
they don't dance no more. Somebody got to dance.
HB, and HB. But here's the deal. Yes, somebody has to do it, but do I have to care that they do it?
No, not absolutely not. I'm not dancing for dollars.
Now
but
you can say I watch the show every now and again. It's like I shouldn't eat a handful of jelly beans like I do every now and again. It's bad for you.
Well, no, this is what I wanted to tell you, Stanley. Because I do understand that, this, and I'm not even gonna say it's less of a debate, more of
now it's changed. It's morphed.
Well,
because John is the one who morphed it. I did see that part of the show
it's
yesterday.
It's more of a formal conversation. But
We've done that before, and you know how it devolved. I definitely won't waste my time rehashing old arguments.
I don't read.
Right. But
I don't spend my time reading other people's thoughts.
Oh wait,
I don't spend my time reading other people's ideas. I've read a few books, and that's it. And from there, I just
so
took a leap. Debate it's like, well, if this is true in these books, and what I'm saying, it appears this is true. What I'm seeing, that's where I draw my conclusions.
Wait, Stanley. I do.
No, all of a sudden, this motherfucker talking about.
I can back them up. I'll tell anybody. Gun Violence Memorial.
I just text you, Stanley. I just text you.
Google anything. Google. Goodness sakes.
Let's prepare for your debate by Google.
Google anything.
Google.
Gas station robberies, driveway robberies, carjacking,
data.
Teens robbing.
Data about
Google anything
robbery.
Caught on camera. Say Google. What you do is you Google this, and this caught on camera. Google.
I'm not doing your work for you, bitch.
That don't count.
See, this.
So what am I to do with that?
This is
the Gun Violence Memorial. Don't count.
Okay, I got to talk about this. This is the low grade, bottom feeding white man. He wants me because, dude, this is so motherfucking Jim Crow. Even though I'm a bottom feeder, I expect you, Stanley, to go out and do the work and disprove my point. Motherfucker, you're not even my equal. This motherfucker thinks it's 1925 versus 2025. I'm not going to Google shit to prove your point, dumbass. I don't have to. I'm not going to go out and watch your videos for you, dumbass. Motherfucker, the days of bottom feeders self-identifying as bottom feeders and black people going, oh, but your skin is white. What the? Why are y'all entertaining this motherfucker? Why are y'all bothering me with this bullshit? Dude, HB, what the fuck are you doing? John Galt, what the fuck are you doing? This motherfucker wants me to Google shit to prove his point. Fuck that.
Is that what he said?
Well, you know what? I understand it might be noisy in the cab of that truck. So, I'll give you some grace. Motherfucker, you better bring your white man game. This motherfucker can't be white to the extent he thinks he's white. That's his problem. He's not white elite. The motherfucker, he's read a few books. Well, motherfucker, I've been reading forever. I read a few books. I have a point. Go Google it for me. Fuck, be brave.
Instead of leaving the word morality to these damn religious goddamn bastards that are out of their minds,
this
crazy. Bless your hearts. No, like I said, I don't. I love saying praise the Lord. I've often thought about starting my own church.
Gonna be cold. Gonna be
This
cold. It's
is
gonna be
a
cold in that church.
low-grade, wannabe white elite, bottom-feeding man. And what I get is I should have a conversation with him. And motherfucker, I take myself seriously. Maybe, maybe it's snooty, maybe it's arrogant, maybe it's too much, but motherfucker, I'm not going to degrade my parents who raised me and educated me, pay goddamn good white dollar for an expensive Catholic school education to deal with this dumb son of a bitch. I don't even want to have a conversation with him. What the fuck are y'all thinking about? Now, I will entertain a conversation, but it's not my problem. He needs to come up to his own white standard. He wants to talk about he could have been a psychologist. Well, motherfucker, for a day, for an hour, come up to your woulda, coulda, shoulda been white standard. Prove to us you could have been. I hope y'all know how dumb this sounds to me.
It is entertaining, Stanley.
Motherfucker, there's more to life than entertainment.
That is true. I give you that.
Yes, it is instinctual. Morality is instinctual. Kids learn it. You can
Morality.
see it.
Oh, this is
you can see a little
another
kid.
dumb motherfucking bullshit point. The point that morality is instinctual is bullshit. There is a strain of thought. Morality is basically, it's like religion is instinctual. Well, morality is based off of religion. The motherfucker has no clue what he's talking about. Morality is instinctual, it's ignorant.
Morality is subjective to begin with.
Well, it's subjective just like religion can be. I would buy now. I'm more ethics, like rules. You know, well, I even think you have to be thought even ethics, but you instinctively know that it's unethical to kill a person. Morality comes after ethics. I don't think ethics are based on morality. They're almost two separate. They're ethical philosophers. They're moral philosophers. There's a reason for the separation. I'll put it that way. Morality, ethics are more rationality. That branch of philosophy. Dumb motherfucker, again, is failing. Flubbering.
The gospel. Because I guarantee you, I'm going to say this. All of us know what Jesus Christ would do. We know. Because morality. When we think of Jesus Christ, we think of morality, decency, fairness. So let me say this. All of us are born with a preacher streak in them. But anyway, that's why I say, let's debate a question of moral philosophy.
Fuck that.
And again, Stanley said, I don't know the difference between morality and ethics. Moral philosophy is ethics.
Nope.
Dip Wonder, Stanley. That's what it's about. That's what it's centered around. Ethical behavior. What's right, what's wrong. Like to me, a good moral issue would be.
This
good moral issue
is a confused bottom feeder.
Is economic theory.
Is guppy flopping.
That doesn't include 8 billion people on the planet.
They give a shit about morals in a pure economic
I believe that.
system. What a dumbass.
Throw it as a motion for debate. Can you have an economic theory and leave 7 billion people out of it, and just the 340 million Americans and the other 350 million Europeans and the other scattered around the world that makes up maybe 1 billion people living wonderfully off the fat of the land, while the third world countries have their resources robbed from them? Is that the economy that people have? If you notice economists, listen to them. You'll hear them think. You'll hear them say, it's all about the American economy. Now, never mind that we don't have an economy without Chile's copper or Africa's coltan and cobalt or Morocco's phosphate or Australia's uranium or lumber from hardwoods and stuff like that from Indonesia. We don't have an economy. So why wouldn't an economic theory include all of those where the natural resources are coming from?
Son of a bitch.
See, that would be a good debate.
Has he
There's no stats needed. I mean, you can say where the resources come from, but we all know they're spread around the planet. How can you have an economic theory and stand on it like fucking idiots do when it doesn't include goddamn the world? I stopped doing that when I was a kid. I said, no, if an economic theory don't include 8 billion people, it's just a selfish, self-centered piece of shit economic theory about 340 million people stealing resources from the rest of the planet.
Yeah, that's economic theory, all right.
But that doesn't come into it. It's just a high and mighty economic theory for America. All a rising tide lifts all boats. Forget the fucking people that were fucking starting wars and civil wars in so they kill each other while we steal their resources. Don't pay any attention to that. No, that's economic theory. That's economic flow through. Natural resources are the source of economies.
No.
I had to explain that to Ryan. He said Japan doesn't have any natural resources and they got a thriving economy.
This motherfucker is
I had to explain to him, it's like their natural resources are imported. But without the natural resources being imported, like flats and sheets of plastic and sheets of steel and lumbers and semiconductors.
They don't make plastic in Japan.
Without those natural resources being imported, Japan doesn't have an economy there, little buddy Ryan.
This motherfucker has...
Japan has an economy and they have no natural resources. That proves to you that...
feel sorry for this white man. He doesn't understand that he's never heard of Hayek. This motherfucker does not understand economics. Hayek doesn't think... What am I explaining? Everyone here knows who Friedrich Hayek is. Why do I have to debate a motherfucker? I've read fucking Hayek, and I'm not even, that level of morality and markets don't even make sense to someone who believes in Hayek. And there are people to the right of Hayek. Be Brave is not worth me debating unless we want to just do it for entertainment. Someone needs to tell this motherfucker he doesn't know. He might have read a couple books. I'm not going to say he's not bright, but motherfucker is not educated. And I need folks to know that if I debate this dumb son of a bitch, it's for charity or just pure profit. It's not because he's my peer. The dumb son of a bitch he might be white, but it's a skin only proposition. John, HB, any comment?
Well, yeah. I'm definitely.
Yeah. I thought it would be quick.
I'm trying to comment. Damn it, Stanley.
Motherfucker, why are you yelling?
Guys, you just cut me.
Why are you yelling?
Comment, then you cut me off.
Oh, no. You took a minute to think. You didn't already formulate thoughts?
Whoa, sorry. I don't think like you. You're fucking.
No, you're working, so I have to give you some grace.
Jesus Christ. You're
no, dude. Y'all don't, dude.
I was just gonna say I am a fan of Hayek too, and
okay, and then teach this dumb son of a bitch about Hayek. Morality and economic systems. That is such a fucking laugh.
Yeah, nah. I mean,
you think? Do you think the market gives a fuck about morality?
Adam Smith, Milton Friedman. Come on, man.
Well, I think Adam Smith was a little bit more moral than Hayek.
Oh, much more, but not when they're concerned markets, for crying out loud. I mean,
Yeah, I mean the markets determine morality.
He is a staunch like socialist though. So
you know what? Then you know what? So Karl Marx gave a fuck about morality? When?
That's what Hayek.
If this motherfucker, dude, economists don't give a fuck about morality, maybe as an afterthought. How now? I'm not like an economist or even that well read, but other than the basics, I've read Hayek. I haven't even read all of Marx, but the one thing I can agree upon is markets. They all cared about markets and history in Marx's case. When did morality, the markets determine morality? Marx didn't give a fuck about Jesus and morality. Marx never asked, what would Jesus do? Neither did Hayek. The fuck is this idiot talking about? What would Jesus do is not an economic fundamental. In that this idiot wants to pretend like it is, he's not up to speed, son. It won't even be a good conversation if I start talking like this. This motherfucker will literally just revert back to, and Be Brave does it every time. Well, I could talk to CEOs. I had a pretty girl. That is his like go-to argument. It's whataboutism from 80 years ago, and he's only 70. What the fuck? Y'all better school this dumb son of a bitch. No, I'm not. Every time I listen to Be Brave, I get less intimidated, like I ever was. I'm afraid of taking him lightly. That is my real fear, that I will just fucking treat him like the shit he is and not give him the respect that people like Mavid thinks he deserves. No, that's a real thing that you overshoot, you get over your skis, you take the fool, but he's really smart. That's the only fear I have. I won't treat him with respect. I have to control my inner snob.
No, I don't think you do, Stanley, honestly.
No, my mother, I hear my mother in my ear going, don't overestimate him, Stanley. He might be a fool, but he deserves some respect. And you know what? I was raised right. You give some charity. And I think what would Jesus do? Not debate this fucking gutter snipe.
Yeah, Jesus would probably
Jesus would not abuse this boy.
Probably build a shed or something.
But I'm willing to do it for money. Does this mother? No, we got to listen to more. This mother, John, this surely y'all see what I see. I hope this motherfucker does not know. He just doesn't know.
And I won't lower myself. And what are you going to say? I told HB, I said, man, you better prepare to hand back some cash apps, because if they roll in, Stanley's going to back out. So I'm sure you can hand back cash apps, refund them.
Listen to this
a headache though, to get 10, 15 cash apps, you got to go back and refund them all. I guess it's easy to do. These guys are tech savvy, so it's nothing for them. For me, it'd be like, oh God.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks, Truism. But so no, and like I said, it's so I don't know. I don't think my money says it's probably not going to happen, folks. I don't think it will. And I'm calling Stanley a chicken shit if it doesn't. And I'll call him a chicken shit for the rest of his goddamn life. He had a chance to rip my goddamn head off, intellectually speaking, and didn't do it. There's a reason. Straight F.
Motherfucker, I did it.
From the
I
sixth
did
grade
it
on,
and
buddy.
didn't have to debate
Straight
with
fucking F.
dumbass. And who is this blue chunk? I like that name, actually.
I wanted to quit school, Shenard, but my girl, she was the class president, wouldn't let them throw me out. It was a smaller school. Graduating class of 102.
Let me mute.
I graduated 102nd.
So I can blow a chunk on blue chunk. Hit the link. I don't know if it's pinned. Let me pin it right quick.
Yeah,
Blue
no,
chunk,
pinned.
come on up so I can make it make sense to you.
Hey, good morning, roller skater, Texas girl. Good morning.
Hey, Skater, how you doing?
Good morning. Man, I still.
And by the way,
go to
whilst
her,
because I always forget, because be brave. Solid Snake isn't here to do it. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. He is here in ignoring my my provocative language. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel if you like video essays that really tend not to mean anything other than to me. Share the wealth. Share it with the Be Brave fans in this sector of YouTube, because they need to understand my critique of his well, he calls himself a bottom feeder. I have to do take a sample of the bottom feeding liquid, put it into a Petri dish, grow it so I can analyze it. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. He's in a Petri dish. That's why I can sit here and examine his argument. I've already given what I think. I think he's not up to it as much as, Foghorn Leghorn used to talk a big shit for a chicken, but that was a cartoon, and Be Brave is Foghorn Leghorn. Oh, where'd HP go? So hopefully he'll be back. So come on up. Defend Be Brave. Mavid, you can come up too. Let me pin the link. Come up. I'm in a mood to hear Be Brave fans. Catch a little bit of what Be Brave is going to take if he keeps talking this moral philosophy bullshit.
Shit. And I don't think the debate's going to happen, folks. Just don't think it's going to
it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Hold on, Orthodox. Hey, Orthodox. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, man. I'm just bored. I got to work later today. So
Hold on, listen to this. Some put contracts on Wednesday were worth $6 each, and they're now worth over $550. I'm telling you, folks, you can say what you want, and I'm giving crack credit too. You can say what you want, but somebody needs to try out King Shenard, because if he ain't bullshitting, he's got a lock on an ability to like make money, a little bit of money out of nothing. I ain't saying he's going to make you a millionaire, but if you're turning $6 puts into a $550 bill, I mean, what if you wanted to risk on that $6 puts and you buy 60 of them? Christ, man, that's $3,000 you'd have made. That's interesting to me.
I'm gonna make a suggestion.
I like Tales of Cash, King Shenard. For percentages. I'm good at percentages, but I like raw cash too. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm going to
Doc?
say stick
Not
to
much.
your
Bored. I got to
puts
work later, so.
and don't
Where are you going to work?
do these
If you
sorts of
don't mind,
debates. They're
nobody's business.
unprofitable.
I got some houses to go work on.
Oh, good for you.
Plumbing. I got some plumbing to go do.
There you go. Do you do PEX or copper sweating?
Oh, I live in the South, so everything's PVP or PVC.
Well, wait a minute. PEX is better than PVC.
Well, everybody wants to be cheap. Everybody wants to do it cheaper.
It's not that much more expensive, and it's 10 times more durable.
I don't buy the material. They buy it.
No, you need to go.
Oh, well,
you need to get you a $100 PEX tool and some
moral
clamps and some crimps,
philosophy
and tell them
in,
motherfuckers it's
I'm
over
aware.
for PVC, man. Hell, they put PEX in
So,
brand new homes.
I don't
$1
know.
million homes.
I guess
Well,
this is getting along in the tooth.
Man, judging people on their PVC doesn't sound very moral to me.
Right, I got you. What I'm saying is,
I'm
suggest to
just
them,
like,
you need to
and
go to
you know
learn.
what?
I learned
This
how to
is
work with
awesome.
PEX in
This
one
is
day.
probably more
If you know
useful
plumbing, PEX is the
to
way to
hear
go. And it's
than
not that much
bullshit
more
about
expensive.
moral
It
philosophy.
is a little more expensive. But geez,
Be
just,
Brave
you
knows
know,
more
go look
about
into
this
it, man.
than he
It'll blow
does
your
moral
fucking mind, man.
philosophy, and I
Fucking
think
excellent,
that's
man.
awesome,
What sucks, I
perfectly
gotta wait
good.
until the heat of the day.
I'd rather listen to him talk about plumbing
Ooh, how
than
high is the crawl space?
something he doesn't know.
I want to hear him talk about heaters.
That's all I'll say. Negative.
Yeah, I didn't see that video, but
I'm a big old
I've
boy.
heard
Them
tell.
suck.
Son of a bitch, man. Well, you'll burn
I'm
some
not
fat
going to
under
tease
that
him
house.
about all
You'll burn
that.
some of that fat
Maybe
today.
one of these days I'll go back and look at it.
Bunch of weight. So I feel great.
Yeah, you're gonna burn some fat crawling around under that house. Guarantee you that much.
I'm gonna probably scrape some off on rusty nails. I'm glad I'm up on my Technic shots.
Well, that's true. It's a low.
Right,
I'll
it does.
tell you what, if it's a low crawl space, I almost bought a house with a very low crawl space. I was going to bring all the plumbing up above the floor. I said, no, fuck that shit. I can't stand buried plumbing. Where my plumbing is at in this efficiency apartment, I have access paint. I can't stand buried plumbing. It's like I'm obsessive compulsive about it. If it starts leaking, it does way too much damage before you catch it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm doing this to help an old lady.
Oh, I see.
So
I got you.
I hate doing plumbing.
I love it with PEX. It's fucking PEX is so cool, man. It's $100 tool. You crimp, you got clamps, or you got there's the other third option. But they say I go.
You gave him a little plumbing there, huh?
They say
Well, you know, I like hearing him talk. Maybe we should debate plumbing, because I don't know anything about it. But I can learn it.
They got their connectors. You got your
that hard.
You got your bars.
Maybe what we should do is have him debate. And I know this would be a better debate. Plumbing between Be Brave and American Man. Now tell me that wouldn't generate some money. They would get off into anything but plumbing. So anyway,
has there been a timeline set for when this may or may not happen, or
no, because I keep pushing back on it. I got debate topics. I probably basically trimmed it back by 80%. There's some things I won't waste my time talking to Be Brave about. Pro-whiteness is one of them. That was actually a topic. Fuck no, I'm not pro-white. Save that for Jared Taylor's debate. And the question about what is pro-black, that was a Be Brave question. Why would a white man define what pro-black is? But maybe talking to someone else, that would be fine. But I get a lot of, well, Stanley is pro-black. John and Tom, but John especially. I don't know how many times I'll be in the chat and someone like a Wicked will come up to the panel. Well, a pro-black like Stanley is totally BLM. These motherfuckers I won't even be on the panel. One of the most offensive things you can do is talk about someone and not ever present the question to them. You just come up and go, well, I assume. Most of these motherfuckers, if they actually listened to me, I'm not anti-black. That is my point. That's my position. Black people can fuck up just like there are black be braves that I won't be pro just because they're black. What y'all don't understand, and I'm going to take a venture and say about 80% of these motherfuckers don't understand that in 2025, outside of this particular sector and some other political discords I'm on, day to day, I can go walk to Walmart right now and nobody will give a fuck about my race. This bullshit. I really think even the ghetto, like, I went to the whole reason I did that whole, thing about baby mamas and, kids out of wedlock being a limit to black people's freedom. It wasn't racial. If you're white single father or a white single mother, freedom's going to be limited in the same way. Now, there may be differences. There may be some nuances, but your freedom's going to be limited too. And these motherfuckers, I said black fathers because I was talking to I said fathers, black baby daddies. But the only reason I said black baby daddies is I was talking to black baby daddies. I'd have said the same thing if they were white baby daddies. That fucking irresponsibility or not taking responsibility for these sorts of things will limit your freedom, just like committing a crime will limit your freedom. And if people don't quite understand the argument, it's their problem, not mine. So let's go back to be dumb and pretend we're smart and want to debate.
There's nothing to electrical work. It is so very easy. So very carpentry, very easy. Carpentry, nothing to it. Cutting a sidewall out. You can replace
He sounds
the whole
like an
goddamn
expert.
sidewall damn near on a house. Get your sawzall and the proper compressors and nail guns. Get shit out of your way. Build your replacement structure. Stand it up in that hole, and you got it. It's just too easy. That's the shortage of tradesmen is disgusting. That shows we're failing as a nation. That alone is an indication we're fucked.
What?
The kids don't. Now,
We're
I
failing as a nation because
I didn't even. I'm not kidding. I didn't mow my
hey,
fucking
that
first
sounded
garden
like
until I
another
was
failure,
in my
not
20s.
just black shit.
That's what white trash. I was a white trash. We were white trash, and I had older brothers. They just didn't make me mow that damn lawn. They should have. I was out messing around. I kid you not, I
So
didn't fucking
he
mow a
messed
goddamn
around
lawn
and
until I
fucked
was in my
up.
20s, man. That's some white trash shit right there.
But white trash shit isn't bringing down America.
Oh. Yeah, Electric and Sam I am, yeah.
What a
Yeah, cut his
limited
own lawn with it. I see
asshole.
Amish kids cutting the lawn. Sitting on a good cash.
The Amish kids are out there with a sickle.
Sitting on a good amount of cash right now, waiting for the market to dump to a little more after the Powell meeting. Yeah, Jay Rillo, get it. Yeah, no, it's
All right. Well,
yeah, no,
we are
I
going
see
to
Amish
conclude
kids.
this show
They're
because
so
this
small, and what
motherfucker.
pisses me off about the Amish, I've seen Amish kids, and I've seen it way more than once. They're so small that they've got their hands above their head on the handle pushing that lawnmower. That means, what are they, 7 years old? And
Well,
Mr. Malcolm
America's
didn't have
coming
fucking safety
down
glasses on.
at the
In
at
other
the
words, you're
root.
that low to the discharge.
The
Well, the
Amish are
discharge
bringing
is out to the
America
side, I
down.
get it. Shit flies out the back of that mower. They'd be that low to
I've
that
never
mower.
heard anyone utter the words, you know what pees me off about the Amish. I've never heard that.
We do not respect OSHA around here, sir.
No, I know, but
Yeah,
it doesn't
that is
matter.
a
It's
new
not
one.
OSHA. It's a matter of your self-preservation. You don't want something to happen to your kids' eyeballs, man. That fuck, you got a lawnmower, man.
This dude is a piece of work.
And
Right quick.
not for nothing,
Orthodox. I'm telling you,
I've never seen an Amish person using a lawnmower, a motorized lawnmower.
in Orthodox. If 100, if
Maybe he was talking about a push mower.
95,000 is 0.1% of
Maybe.
200 million. That's
Hey
not a per
Tom,
capita
I have to
figure.
tell you, I bought my son a
And you
push
guys
mower.
insisted it was. I said, no, it isn't. I could be wrong.
It made him use it.
Sixth grade
It
education.
was so funny.
When I say 85,000,
They actually work really good if you keep them sharp.
Yeah, they do. You can sharpen the blades and all that shit.
0.2%
Yeah.
of blacks are
Of course you
molesters,
can with
0.1%
any
of
more,
whites are
but
molesters. That's not a per
you know, it
capita.
was my own special form of like, hey, guess what?
Smart asses. As I thought about it, I'm going, that is not per capita.
Yeah,
Per
if you
capita
have
is
a
division.
like a residential sized yard,
Yeah,
that's
Excuse me, are you
push
still there,
mower is a great thing.
Well, so enlighten me. Or say you were full of shit.
What I told you per capita was.
Look,
Was a
he's a young man. He needs some
No, that's not
exercise.
no,
I'm
that's
not
not
gonna
a per
kill him.
capita, sir. Per capita is a division.
A lot of mowers now are
That's what
self-propelled.
a percentage is.
No,
Of the whole.
195.1%
Yeah, well-
of 200 million is not a per capita figure, sir.
Look,
That's a percentage.
we don't have my father's lawn that I grew up with. That motherfucker,
You
you
can't
could.
admit it, can you?
It looks like a goddamn golf course.
I'll have to look it up. You can't
Of
explain
course,
it. Explain
it's
how you're
like
going to
a
divide the whole up.
50-year project.
To get to the per capita,
We've
okay,
had
replace the 195.
my
replace
parents'
the 0.1%.
phone number is almost
transfer that to
60
a per
years
capita
old.
figure.
Well, shit, it's 55 years old. So that lawn has been
I know what the
cultivated
definition is. I'm
for
asking you
55
to
years.
transfer.
Yeah, it looks like a golf course.
195,000 is point.
Yeah, our lawn was immaculate. It looked like the outfield at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, what the
You know.
fuck is it with these that old fashioned?
No, you asked me to
Like,
explain.
if I took that push mower to my father's lawn, he would probably toss me and that lawnmower onto the street.
We had a rotation. We had a pegboard in the garage, a rotation.
Oh, you told me about that. You had to
Yeah.
mow it one way or the other.
Well, up and front and back one time, side to side next time, catty cornered one direction, the next time catty cornered the other direction. So it had this nice sort of parquet look to it, and yeah.
My father wasn't quite that bad, but you had to have the lawnmower. You couldn't mow it if the grass was wet.
Yeah.
Like, motherfucker, we'll wait a day. Lawnmower had the backyard was at a different level than the front yard.
Yeah.
There you go, and that'll end this whole fucking thing.
So,
No, we're not saying the same thing,
hey,
Brian Nichols.
nothing
You're not
wrong
gonna
with
translate 85,000
being specific
to 40
about
million.
how you want your lawn mowed.
Take that
He's
from
talking
0.2%
percentage
to a per
now.
capita statement.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense because you're including a lot of innocent people as child molesters in your per capita figure.
Look at this
You
motherfucker.
could go per 1,000.
This is
I
like
didn't say you couldn't do
Yosemite
that,
Sam
but your per capita
talking
is
moral
bullshit,
philosophy.
sir. Sat there telling me I was full of
I'm
shit.
the
You
rootinest,
smart-ass young
tootinest
motherfuckers.
moral philosopher.
You're not talking per capita.
No, say it better than that. Come on.
I'm tired as fuck.
Oh, come on, say it with some more.
All right, I got you. Hold on. On this matter, one of us.
And see,
goddamn fool.
Orthodox
There you
guy
go.
is his
There you
own
go.
sort of problem.
I think
he didn't prove me wrong, folks. So one of us is a fool. What else is on
Yeah,
your
one
mind?
of us is a
Pumpkin
fool.
son of a bitch.
And
You're
motherfucker,
listening.
if
You
you
come up and try
come
your
to
shit.
debate me and you go, one of us is a fool,
with an old man. That's what you're doing. What's that, Orthodox?
why don't
I
we
just got
just
off
do
the
a
phone,
panel
and I thought he was
discussion?
live with Truism, but apparently it was a they had a really good show, or a really good interview. It cut out halfway through, but I thought he was live and it cut out, and I went to call him, and unfortunately, I accidentally woke him up.
He was on. He was on Truisms when? Where did they have an actual some?
Apparently, Bumpkin told me it was a recorded show.
Yeah, Bumpkin on that show. Bumpkin was insulting me.
On Truism show?
On the Truism show, yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
horrible. It wasn't that horrible, but I'm going, what the
Truism was
fuck,
in this
Bumpkin?
chat, and
Talking about the one
let's
this
see
morning?
if he's still here.
Oh no.
Oh, I
This is
morning they were
getting boring.
Oh no,
There
3 days,
is
3
breakfast
days
to
ago.
eat,
3
I
days
guess.
ago. Since Bumpkin's been on the stream since he did that, so I mean it's okay, and it wasn't that bad. Actually, he kind of insulted me with some backhanded compliments, actually, as opposed to giving you backhanded compliments.
As
with
opposed to
insults. He kinda
Stanley
did it in
just calling
reverse,
you
so I
a
wasn't
straight
really
out piece of shit.
I'm still saying, God damn it, man, son of a bitch. So what was happening this morning on Truisms?
We're having a conversation about, and I mean, I want to talk about this, but not from the racial aspect. They were talking about demographics and white replacement. And
Yeah,
Truism
that's
brought
not
some good
racial.
stuff.
White replacement.
What were they talking about? Replacement numbers, replacement demographics. Orthodox, you're mute.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Fucking damn.
Yeah. After no education, I had to learn the difference between moot and mute when I was 20.
Fucking
Oh.
Wow. Damn.
Oh, somebody's in the private chat. Hold on.
Uh.
Orthodox guy. Oh, you shut up.
Oh, roller skater.
You're full of shit. We determined one of us is
Strict
and it's
parents.
you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Orthodox.
They seem to.
Oh no, I posted that.
They seem to
before we.
I know.
Percolate around these.
But they
See,
were talking about
this is one of the weirdest things.
demographics, how to better things.
Growing up in, you know,
that such thing.
my
It
parents
like
were
I said, it
fairly
cut out.
religious, but not overbearing.
Yeah. But he brought up some good questions.
So
like he asked Bumpkin,
that's a good thing.
What would you do about
you
the
should know
host
religion. You
situation?
should even grow up religious.
Would you be willing
But
to
you know, they
raise
never.
another guy's
You know, I
kid
remember.
and like a stepson, and then
I
maybe
remember
even-
the conversation with my mother. I just basically told her, you know what? I'm not going to church every Sunday anymore. And I caught shit
or hole
for shit. I probably still catch shit. But
okay, go ahead, finish.
they
and
didn't.
then he redid
They weren't happy.
conversation.
There would be a
Yes,
pithy
it's like
comment,
Rick,
but
yeah.
you know, they didn't give
pretty
me ultimatums, and I appreciate my parents for that.
And
Grow
then
up
he
strict, but
reworded it.
let
I actually
your
think
kids
the
make their
reword
own mistakes.
is
Maybe
something that
and
happens naturally
that
in
stuck.
society for the most part, especially like the later we go. The reword
I
was
hope
instead
I'm
of like
half
raising
as
another
good a
man's child
parent
as like a
as,
stepfather,
and I
he
am
was
half
being
a parent for
being a
that. Half a
mentor
parenting.
to young men who don't have fathers.
I pray.
So what was the outcome on that
And,
discussion? What
well,
Bumpkin say?
Well, Bumpkin said
as a
yes to
as a non-religious man,
Okay,
I just
clarify
hope
both questions first. I think
my
we only
son
did one.
can hold the course
The first
to not
question was,
meet.
you know, if you
The
want to get
one
married,
thing
you're not going to find a
you know what,
virgin.
I'm gonna mute
So,
this, and
you
maybe I'll
know,
just say this
and
and
they're going to have
be
a bunch of
done with the
bodies. So
show.
what if they have a kid?
I'm glad I ran into the John Galts, the HBs, the B Braves. I know, God damn it, I just hope my son doesn't wind up in a John Galt Airbnb. Motherfucker, I don't care what you have to do. Do not wind up being what a fucking bottom feeder like Be Brave thinks black people are being. As negative as that is, at least I know I don't have fuck you, HB, with that amen shit. In my opinion, many of us Like you told me when I raged after that idiot Alfredamus, I was basically being an N word. And I disagreed with that when you said it, but maybe, and I still disagree. I think you can be what you want to be, but I know the perils. I know the bottom feeders out there, thanks to Be Brave. And not like, thank God, you know, I was independent and I had independent thinking of what I think excellence is, because Be Brave will bring you down. Be Brave is not a psychologist. The motherfucker, and I'm going to say this unabashedly, the motherfucker was some self-proclaimed genius, had white skin, had the valedictorian of his high school class, and still motherfucking failed. I'm going to say it's because he wasn't a good white man. He wasn't a good person. Not that doesn't mean you can't become a good person, but if you have all those supposed advantages and you still fuck up, that's not white culture. That's not any culture. That's gang culture. It's failure culture. Don't tell me about what the white man and his culture has invented when you had all those advantages and you wrecked your life anyway. And you're trying to make it sound like intentional now. This is what I don't fall for. I actually listen to Be Brave, and there's more pain than there is wisdom. He could reframe the pain to do a "don't do what I did, son," but that motherfucker is too prideful. And HB, you and John, and others just fucking, I don't even care if it's for content. You're debasing yourself when you do that shit. And don't expect me to debase myself. Be Brave will give me something to work with that I'm interested in and I think is worth debating, or he can continue to pretend like I'm running away. That motherfucker needs to be a challenge, not me just go, oh, hey, y'all are fucked up in your logic. I contend you know how to frame shit, and you and John Galt and all y'all motherfuckers, you want to take some woman throwing a salad in a room on a Thursday night and go, that's how all black people are. The blacks can't figure out. Y'all are the blacks you describe. Y'all are the fucking circus handlers. I'm not. Most black people don't have to deal with getting awakened about a salad, a spilled salad. A motherfucker did a whole show about a spilled salad in childish people fucking in a squabble. Did a whole show about it and thinks that is like black culture. Ridiculous. And there are motherfuckers who go, good show, John Galt. No, it's not a good goddamn show. It's a cartoon. The reason the Be Braves score points is because we care about we care about the least among us do. Become Jesus, or actually deal with the reality that you're not your brother's keeper. There actually is a choice. So Let's see. I think I might end the show because I'm getting mighty loose-lipped, and maybe I'll go over to Be Brave's show and grace him with my presence in the chat. Tom, I honestly thank you. I know I've been a chore.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I've been, shouldn't have a couple beers for breakfast, but god damn it, I just didn't burden myself. Honestly, it pains me, and I don't know. I just sometimes don't understand, if we're so successful, if we Virgo, I'm not going to sleep. I'm gonna have a rest. And Virgo, I forgot to text you or email you. So, as a matter of fact, Virgo, do the John Galt, the Stanley at JGHB info, and just send me the email. We'll communicate that way. I somehow or another, I went looking in my normal email and couldn't find your email, but you said we need to chat. We can chat. As a matter of fact, you're at work, Virgo. Do you need more entertainment? Solid Snake isn't here, so but I can get loud. So anyway, Tom, Virgo, Vampires was last night. I was asleep. I will watch it at some point today. Virgo, Tom Gully did a whole show about something you were interested in. You have better.
She was there.
Oh, good. Okay, well, I feel better.
She called in. You know, this woman's going to Romania to see the castle of Dracula. Well, not Dracula, but Vlad Tepes.
Vlad the Impaler.
Vlad the Impaler, yes. And she called in. It was wonderful. Virgo's just
Virgo is going?
Yeah.
What
got a cousin
kind of
over there.
crazy woman is that?
She's going to have a whole year's birthday celebration, which she deserves. And that's on her list.
You know what? Mr. Virgo, I have newfound respect for him. Mr. Virgo, Mr. Virgo, I need to commend you, or I hope you're hearing this. Dude, you are a trooper. It's like, if she had asked me that, I'd have been like, what? So, hey, I'm not going to go farther than. Hey, I don't even want to talk to Virgo anymore. I need to talk to that soldier of a husband she has.
Well, we expect pictures.
I expect blood.
Well, you know about Virgo and
what if she is just going back to her ancestral home?
Well, yes, exactly
There's
right.
a calling. There is a call at a frequency we don't understand. She is being pulled back. Her vampire genes are calling her back to that castle.
Yep, she was there for the whole thing. And I'll say it, the things that people did early on as it concerns vampires were way worse than anything a vampire ever did.
That's interesting. That kind of, now an underlying thing to Young Frankenstein. You know, the fucking people were way worse than the monster.
That is very much the truth. It was a very interesting show. It really was. The early folklores and how vampirism was actually sort of promoted after the Age of Enlightenment because theologians and doctors, physicians started to write treatises on how to prevent vampires. Well, when you do that, you've acknowledged they exist. And so the populace believed in them. And there were vampire outbreaks all over the place. And it's just a fascinating subject, way more so than I thought it was going to be.
Well,
That's usually the case.
AKA, I am anemic. Now, Virgo will get that joke.
She's the universal donor.
Yeah, but she
ain't donating though.
No, you know what? And that's why she's pissed off because she can't be a proper vampire because she can't just drink any blood.
No, she tried.
Hey, she can only have that special vintage. You know, you can't be drinking that AB Mad Dog AB bullshit. It's gotta be an O positive vintage.
Yeah, you can't be having the.
She's a high class vampire.
Thunderbird won't do.
All right, well, I am going. Oh, hey, he's alone. Let's see what he's saying. I admit, I am just curious.
Hey, HB2N.
Oh, there's HB. Oh, this is gonna get
I
it.
said insult me back. You don't need to dig for a deep insult. If I call you a stupid fucking young man, you need to say you're a stupid old man. Fine, no problem. That's what I said. Go ahead and call me a stupid old man. No, you're feminine. Yeah, well, you're the fuck out of here. Fucking kids. They say everything's feminine. It's making me sick. If a fucker's a queer, call him a queer. There ain't no fucking feminine behavior here. I'm saying two goddamn women or two goddamn man and a woman. A man and a woman getting together and they love each other and they're two fine, upstanding people. There's no name you can call them for raising that man willing to help that woman raise her two kids. There's nothing negative you can say about that. Now, if a man takes on a hoe and he gets stripped, I agreed with you guys. Okay, that's bad. But Jay didn't make that exception. Are you two still in the fucking back? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, you know, there's gonna be no fireworks here.
Nas, I love that. I gotta remember that. Hold on a minute. I gotta write that down.
So HB is in the chat. Of course, you know, HB is a bit of a troublemaker.
YouTube lawn. That's a good one.
HB occasionally enjoys stirring the pot a little bit.
Lawn, you fucking dipshit.
Yeah, it makes for some troublesome things sometimes. Why is that not working? Hey, Virgo.
Hey, Virgo.
Yeah. Hey, you kids, get off my lawn. I know it, Orthodox.
Well, she might be at work.
I stated that, American Millennial. I said you got to be careful.
Why can I not get his idiot chat up here?
You're muted,
Jay said
Virgo,
he was
by the way.
absolute about it. You take on somebody
Well, there we
else's
are.
kid, you're what do they call it? Cockling or due to the cuckoo bird and shit. Jay said absolute. That's when I called him.
Now we get to look.
and he had to call me feminine.
Hey, Virgo.
Get the fuck out of here.
Is Brave on the chat?
No, he's on his show. I'm looking at it here, and then because he's been The title of his show is "Let's Debate Matters of Moral Philosophy." Stanley, no sources needed. Basically, I've been trolling him about his lack of education, lack of credentials, and basically being snooty about it. He's not up to my level.
Well,
So,
he is stolen valor, like you said.
that
But
part.
anyway, I
Right.
can't stay long because it's about to where we have to go out and smoke. It's right by the bay, so
Smoke what?
the cars go a cigarette. Jesus Christ, what do you think I
I
smoke
didn't
at
know you
work?
smoke cigarettes.
I be drinking and smoking.
Well, I thought you were smoking, the
Oh,
wacky tobacco.
no, I don't smoke that. I eat it. I get
Oh,
edibles,
okay.
but
Yeah, this is getting much more
because I have
complicated.
because I have my card.
Did
But
you stuff
anyway,
your mangoes with edibles?
oh, don't talk about the mango tree. Oh, I also came up to say because this car is about to come back around to go through the dryer, so it's gonna get really loud and I won't be able to talk. I wanted to say thank you to Tom for the vampire show yesterday. It was awesome and I had a great time.
Good. I hope there's some stuff there you didn't know, considering, well, your background.
Oh yeah. Definitely. And Stanley, yes, like Tom said, that's on my bucket list for my
I
50th
cannot.
birthday.
I never would have. Wow, you are
I'm
into
going to
vampires.
Romania.
What can I say?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I'm going to Romania. I'm going to go see my cousin.
You got a cousin in where is it? Is it Transylvania?
Oh no, she doesn't live in Transylvania. She lives in,
You're gonna bite her neck.
Bucharest or something, whatever it's called. But I'm going
Well,
there.
I wanna do a big plug. Besides, everyone hit the like button in the chats. Subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel if you so dare.
And subscribe to Tom Gully.
Tom damn Gully. That motherfucker.
Oh yes.
No, that shit, dude. Your show, and I don't give these sorts of compliments lightly.
Okay, it's getting loud. I gotta get off now. Sorry.
All right.
See you, Virgo.
Dude. Folks just don't know. And this isn't even fawning. This is like, motherfucker,
Hi, how are you?
It's almost a requirement. If y'all want to know shit, Tom Gully makes it easy because he actually does the research. There are things like that Get Smart show. I hadn't thought about Get Smart in years. It was something I used to love as a kid. I knew it. I was, what can I say? I was enriched. The show can be enriching. So, we need to work hard to get the Tom Gully show out there. In some spaces, it's not. Dirty Dude, you're into like general knowledge.
I'll tell you one thing. That Richard Pryor show I did.
Oh, that was Emmy. He got an Emmy. So should you.
That show just keeps racking up hits. They all get a little bit here and there, but that one's I'm kind of surprised. It just kind of picked up momentum here.
I'm willing. I'm going to do a show tonight. Fucking let's show it. Come up here. We can show it.
What time,
we can
Stanley?
show it in its entirety. The Richard Pryor show. That was probably, honestly, Tom, and don't take offense. It is the best show I've seen that you've done, and I haven't seen all your work, but that was a masterpiece. You know what? God damn it! Here's what we're gonna do.
What time, Stanley? Is it gonna be at 3 a.m. again? Oh, another car's about to go through the dryer.
I'm
Sorry.
actually 3 a.m. John was on this morning, so I don't like doing crossing streams, as it were. But no, 3 o'clock, unless you have a better time. I want you on the goddamn show because I'm going to show the vampire show too.
You show any of them you want, Stanley.
No, I'm asking your permission, as always.
No, you
but
don't need
the Richard Pryor show. We're going to show that tonight. The vampire show I didn't get to see. I would love to do that too. We might have to do, y'all. It'll be like a drive-in theater. Double feature of Tom Gully.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll tell you what.
No, I'm dead fucking serious.
Next Wednesday, Ruta Lee. I can't even. I've had.
We'll promote that tonight too. But let me just say this. It would be nice. As a matter of fact, I don't want to do news. I've been doing news for days and days and days. I haven't shown a pop the balloon except for like they hit 1 million. You heard Virgo, they got the Netflix deal.
She said a dryer was coming through. It was loud.
Okay, well, they got their Netflix deal, and they're still going to do YouTube. So what I propose is Tom Gully and Virgo. I want to see. Well, we will do the Richard Pryor show because it needs to be seen by this crowd. And I didn't get to see the vampire show, so we know those two. And we can do a news story or two, but tonight's Friday. It'll be Friday into Saturday. We will go into recipes. I don't want to fucking do news unless something really interesting happens. I want to get away from the bullshit about debates and moral philosophy. I want to have fun, and can't imagine a better way of a couple Tom Gully shows and some recipe shows. And if y'all don't fucking like it, and there is Kimmy. Hey Kim. Hey Kim, we're thinking about doing the Richard Pryor Tom Gully, the vampire Tom Gully show. Virgo was on the Tom Gully show. The Richard Pryor Tom Gully show deserved applause and plaudits. I want to do it tonight. I want to do recipes. I don't want to do news. I haven't had anything but news for the past few days. And I'm going to do what I want to do anyway, but it would be nice. And I would like you to join us too, Kim, if you can. Now, I would rather just start at the normal time at 3. Everyone gets sleep. I get to do my daytime, like clean the house stuff. I want to make a pizza tonight. Oh yeah, Tom, I'll find the link. But yeah, everyone knows to follow Tom, but I never do.
I'll put it in there. It's actually under my name here.
Shit, I don't do a proper job of asking people to follow Tom Galt show. I'm a horrible host. I'm all in it with my snooty self. So, yep, you're right. Tom Gully's show. Now I see. Let's see what John is doing. Now, how much you want to bet that he's doing the same stuff? Yeah, he's having the same problem I do. Funny thing about when you use OBS you have to constantly worry about the volume. Something about what you taught me, Tom. You always have to look at that output or the app, because the app outputs into either, in my case, it's the laptop speaker, the Realtek speaker.
Yeah.
That audio gets complicated. It's actually somewhat more complicated than the video.
Yeah, oh, it's way more complicated than the video. And I can't put the link in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
So it's at Tom Gully Show. It's youtube.com at symbol Tom Gully Show. It's under my name here in the
there
panel.
you go. There it is.
In the panel. But
no, I just unblocked it. So it should be there somewhere.
But yeah, the audio is always tough to get dialed in. And frankly, the audio's maybe more important than the video, especially the way we do these panels.
Right.
A lot of us are just using our
Yes,
avatar.
right.
So
Yep.
really good quality audio. And people eventually get burnt out on overmodulation and all that other stuff. Even when I was doing phone interviews, I would record them and then sweeten them up, with more bass and make them sound as good as possible. But once you get it dialed in, though, it's pretty good. So yeah, you just go to YouTube and then youtube.com/@TomGullyShow. Stanley's got it in there.
Yeah, probably.
And there might be a subject you're interested in. God, I would hope so. I have tried so hard
to make. This is what you tend to discount, and I know I'm over talking you, but my mother, bless her, I swear, my parents were like, for me anyway, because everybody, the good parents are good parents. God damn it, I'm 60 fucking years old, and I'm still amazed at what my father's still around. My mother is not. I'm thinking about, she used to talk about general knowledge, being knowledgeable about a range of topics, and I will talk about, my father used to say, be a Renaissance man. Don't be one track. And they're fucking right. You don't have to be an expert. Well, you do have to be an expert about, your job or something, but have a wide range of interests. Just be able to understand, and for God's sake, be curious. Want to know, and you can't change your nature, but the bottom line is, kids are naturally smart. When your kid starts asking you 10,000 why questions, indulge them, God damn it, because you got a smart kid. If this is when you train kids, this is when you get them interested in knowledge. If you don't know, teach them how to research it. Spend the time. If they have questions, spend the time to teach them either how to acquire the knowledge and then give them latitude to do it. God damn it. Dude, I had an adult library card at 7. And I do recall, I brought home a couple James Bond novels, the Ian Fleming novels. And, for a 6 or 7-year-old, that it could be, quote, racy. And my mother, me being the smart ass. My mother's like, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is a little, and you know what I asked her? Well, you want me to read, right? Isn't reading fundamental? And she laughed. And that was the end of that.
Yeah.
Man, you gotta be goddamn smart. You got to. I had the parents of a lifetime, at least my lifetime, and motherfucker, my son is the result. I swear, if your kids ask you 1,000 questions, this is when that decides the kind of parent you need to be. So
yeah, I believe life is learning, and if you stop learning, you stop living. Learning gives you confidence. Knowing things gives you confidence. And people ask me what my show's about. I always tell them I don't have any idea. But what it really is about is I want to tell people about things they already know about, but I want to tell them things they didn't know about that.
Right.
And we've homogenized history and information so much. There's always something that you didn't know about it. And so that's why I kind of do a deep dive on a subject. And, you know, it's either, hey, this is a subject I know nothing about. What is it? Or it's, I remember that. What's, you know, and if I can tell them some stuff about it they didn't know, that's a home run for me. You know,
right.
I didn't know till last night. In Poland, they used to bake bread with blood in it to prevent becoming a vampire. And I'm like, that's a little counterintuitive. You know,
is that like a vampire jab?
It's
it's like, you remember they used to put like the polio vaccine on a sugar cube?
Yeah.
Is that what that was like?
Well, to me, it's like shooting yourself to ward off getting shot. I mean, it's like,
hey, you heard the story about it was me and somebody else. Like, you know, you give a cigarette to a kid because they'll get sick and they'll never want to do it. That doesn't work.
Maybe that's it. There's a bunch of stuff. There's that they used to do. They used to. They used to take horses, virgin stallions, and walk them through a graveyard. And if they balked at a certain grave, that meant that there was a vampire there. Well, you know about horses. They don't like to tread upon ground that's been freshly turned or whatever. So it was always a grave that was somewhat new, and there were just a lot of things. Another thing they did was to eat the dirt that was from a grave of a suspected vampire to keep from. I mean, it was just all sorts of crazy stuff, and way more than that. And so there's a lot of things that they did. I won't get into a lot of it, but there's a lot of things they did that were way worse. Oh, by the way, roller skater girl, I did one on jeans already, but I didn't do one on specifically Levi's.
Have you done one on skates?
I have not. You know, did I do one on roller skating yet? No, I did one on roller derby. But I could do one on roller skates.
What the hell are you reading, Tom?
Well, I just do a lot of research. The vampire thing that we think of as vampires didn't. Bram Stoker's novel in I think it was 1897, the Dracula novel. That's what really defined what we think of as vampires. And it really got defined by the film in 1931. Before that, vampires were bloated. They were fat. And they were not charming. And they had not pale complexion, but ruddy, red complexion. And there's reasons for that. And the reasons for that is when they would unearth a body, the body swells. The gases inside of it and everything swell. And if they would stake it or do something to it, the gases would expel, and it would seem like that the dead body was alive, in addition to the fact that their blood would be coming out of their mouth because of the swelling of these bodies. Well, that's just a natural reaction. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff that you know, and there's a lot of things like mirrors, and vampires can't cross running water. But there's a lot of the vampire ethos that we think of that didn't get started until really the 19th century and 20th century. Before that, it was completely different. Completely different. The early vampires were only known to attack loved ones, people they knew in their corporeal lives, and but there
loved
were
ones of theirs.
Yes,
Oh.
and relatives. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can see, you know, a hated aunt or, you know, foster parents.
Yeah. Well,
or
and then,
a step parent. My stepmother's a vampire.
by the way, vampires turning into bats, that wasn't until because the film Dracula in 1931 with Bela Lugosi, that was actually a stage play, a very, 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 very popular stage play in New York.
Mhm.
And that's where the vampire bat turning into a bat started. Before that, all recorded history, and by the way, all cultures and all geographic regions had some form of the vampire in their culture.
Really?
All over the world, yes. China, Africa, you name it. They all have it. Anyway, enough of all that. It's on this show. And then
Well,
Virgo does call in at the end, and that's how I
No,
finish.
you know what? That's why I want to watch it. I want to hear what this crazy woman has to say.
Yeah. It was a fun show to do. Tonight's pretzels, so.
Well, I might actually, you know.
And it sounds boring, and it might be
Not
boring.
really.
I guarantee you.
Not if you bake.
I'll learn something tonight about pretzels, or today when I research it, that I did not know and that is interesting.
But here's the deal, and it will be odd, but I've been baking bread for let's see, well, shit, probably 10 years now. You know, it was a project that I figured my son and I could do. My wife used to bake, you know, cookies. So dude, and I know I've told you this before, my son can make a pie crust from scratch, a credible pie crust from scratch, make a pie from scratch. It was a project that, oh, hey, you know, me and my son can make bread and all this shit. Dude, my son can actually cook. Not like, you know, restaurant quality, but if he comes to me and says, hey, would you like Kung Pao chicken tonight? I'm going to go, yeah. It's not going to be, how do you know how to make it? He just fucking knows because he's made it before. Pies. Now, I did teach him, you know, the crust, but he got good at following recipes. And see, this is part of, I know he's capable because the motherfucker can read a recipe and execute it. He knows this shit.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what? One of these days I'll stop talking about my son, but god damn it, the motherfucker can make a pie from scratch. And he's black.
John,
I raised him. I raised him myself, and he can bake a pie.
John just ended his stream.
Probably because he was doing OBS. He'll start it up soon.
Yeah.
Because OBS just does not work. And I have theories why. And OBS direct to YouTube obviously doesn't work that well. They've got an infrastructure that they can stream on, and I can't even remember the name of it, but there is a freeware version of StreamYard that
You're
works
talking about
better with OBS.
Streamlabs.
It's not Streamlabs. It's actually a freeware version.
Huh.
And I can't. I'll look it up because I watched a whole video. It is so goddamn complicated. The reason I bring up like audio in, audio out, OBS, you can do like cameras, separate cameras, but like a movie. You can combine the cameras, you can combine the audio, you can separate the camera, separate the audio, and then you can take the audio and then divide it into tracks.
Sure.
Oh my God. And there is a freeware StreamYard version of that. Like you can invite people to a room that is for multiple people or one-on-one. Oh my God, it blew my mind how complicated it is. And that might be my next great project, just mastering it. I actually where I am right now is I can do an OBS video and upload it to StreamYard. I'm still trying to master the audio part of it because even the audio in a video to upload, there's microphone aux, there's media input, there's window capture input. There's just the audio is crazy.
Yeah, I used OBS before I used StreamYard.
Did you understand it?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, well, but I would be the
tutorial.
I would be the first to admit OBS is extremely complicated. It requires a lot of learning. I mean, a lot of learning. Now, Streamlabs incorporates OBS. It's like a clone of StreamYard and OBS together.
But you didn't like Streamlabs.
Well, Streamlabs, it's not that I didn't like it. I just haven't used it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, once you get on StreamYard, it's so much easier. It's just because OBS, you have all those various inputs that you have to name.
Like that.
But the big thing about OBS is getting your frame rate, baud rate, bit rate, all that stuff dialed in. And you just, it's when you're hosting a show,
right?
You really want your attention. I feel
right.
No. OBS, unless now I know some guys that use it that are just so fluent in it that they've done it for years that they're fine. But when I'm hosting a show, I want to pay attention to doing the show, and StreamYard allows me to do that.
Focus needs to be the guest.
Yeah, and so that's the thing.
Well,
there. I mean,
maybe I'll try Streamlabs, see if I can because I don't have a problem with OBS. Shit, I haven't been doing streaming as a host or anything else for a year even. So, I figure it's a learning curve. It'll keep the dementia away.
Well, OBS is there's a lot of great tutorials. Make sure you get the most recent ones like any other tutorial. But also, OBS really has a pretty awesome self-help for all of the steps of how to use it. They have their own support community type thing that you go to a certain section and it's gonna probably tell you exactly what to do. So,
all right, well, maybe I need to dive in. I mean, it's worked perfectly. Now, my struggle is the volume levels, and here's what I didn't do. I took clips, and there were YouTube clips. I didn't use my new mic or anything. I have faith in my Blue Yeti. um, and Kimmy Cakes, not only can I do banana bread with chocolate chips, my son can do it. As a matter of fact, my son, and I know I'm bragging, and you know what? A black man's going to brag that he raised an elite school person who is, at least partly black. I don't give a fuck what these motherfuckers say. Black culture, there is no black culture unless you buy into it. There is American culture, and there are different shades of it, if we must use, even that term. He can do you one better. Banana chocolate chip, that's paltry. Motherfucker, in Brooklyn, I'm not calling you that, but dude, I made cornbread last night. Hadn't made cornbread in a couple years, but I had lentil soup and I did a pork chop and you know what? Cornbread. So I just did it. Did it with no problem. Had the right pans, used the right technique. Follow the recipe. It's Martha Stewart, Martha White, self-rising cornmeal. Turned out perfect. Had not made cornbread in 2 years. Usually my son makes it. So yes, we can do the chocolate chip banana bread. He's done triple chocolate brownies without my help. Now, for some years, I wouldn't let him bake without me in the kitchen, or I wouldn't let him use the stovetop. But I got him to a point in high school, like by the time he was a junior in high school, my only complaint is you don't fucking clean up after yourself. I didn't have to be in the kitchen. If he came home, not last time, but the time before, motherfucker wanted to make shrimp scampi. And his mother used to make it. I'm going, your only problem will be, will you clean up after yourself? I don't have to be in the kitchen. Proud father. I don't have to worry about that motherfucker. I know he knows how to cook.
Got to clean as you go.
Yeah, I haven't been able to teach that motherfucker. I think it's just obstinance. He knows to do it. He just does it to defy. But Tom, I know I'm fawning. This show is going long. I miss my son. God damn it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Can't fucking. Don't want to interfere, but God damn it, that motherfucker isn't coming home this weekend. I'm hungry for shrimp scampi. I might have to make that shit myself. God damn it. Come home and make me some shrimp scampi.
Yeah, well, Saturday's my grocery day early in the morning. Then I call my dad. So Friday nights, I was like, man, I've already eaten all the good stuff. So I'm always...
You shop a week at a time too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning to do that. I used to shop literally every day. Like, I go walking through the grocery store like, what do I want to eat today? It was me pretending it was a European market.
Yeah.
So,
when I lived in downtown Indianapolis, there was a market like 2 blocks from my house, and I shopped I shopped every single day.
Nice. Yep. That's the bachelor life, though. That is so awesome.
Well, everything's the freshest.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the way to do it if you can. But yeah, come Friday night, I'm always like, what am I gonna invent now?
Oh, dude. Oh, invent. Hey, you know what?
That turns serendipity occurs. It really does.
Well, I just remembered that dried beans are protein rich. Beans are a decent meat substitute, dude. Montreal steak seasoning. Now you got to soak
that's
your
good
beans,
stuff.
overnight, or you can put them in a, one of the one pots, and you can do that little bean cycle.
Yeah.
But no, Montreal steak seasoning. Take your boneless loin pork chops. You'll have to do it either 4 or 8. It doesn't matter, but like beans. Let's just say like fava beans or butter beans, whatever they call them. In the South, we call them butter beans, but fava beans, if you must. Dried and soaked. They don't even have to soak overnight. But take your it's a one pot meal. Chicken stock helps. If you got Montreal steak seasoning, and I make homemade, like the seasoning blends, I tend to do homemade. It's cheaper that way. So just fava beans, loin chops, 4 hours. Oh my Lord, for one person, you'll have leftovers, but damn, that's good. Dude, when you say invent, that when you get to be good at cooking,
right,
you get to invent. Like this tastes like, or I think this would taste good with this. You mix and match. Oh my Lord. And then you forget to write it down. So it's hard to duplicate. You have reached the pinnacle, old man. If you know how to cook, you don't need a goddamn recipe. You just know what works.
No, and it's I used to love watching that show, Chopped.
Butter beans and oxtails. Yeah. Oh, Chop was my wife. Oh, dude. My wife used to sit there and we would go like, how is this going to work?
Yeah, well, that show happens every Friday night at my house.
It's still
the host.
Oh, your personal. Okay.
The host of that show went to my high school, actually, but
really,
he was in my sister's class. Anyway,
oh, wow.
I have been there where I got gummy bears, tortilla chips, Spam.
It was home, eh?
And yeah, I mean it was, yeah, you really did have to. Sometimes I do.
I didn't realize he was our age.
Yeah, Ted Allen, I think his name is.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he's 7 years younger.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Yeah,
that's right. You know what? I'm thinking you're
actually Stanley. It says here he's 59.
Oh,
and
shit.
that freaks me out because they said
Is he still on the Food Network?
I don't know. Let me see here. Chopped. Oh no, yeah, it's to present. So yes, they're still doing that show.
Dude, my wife and I, that was one of our shows.
God, he's an 83 grad. He was at that school when I was there.
God damn it, he is my age. He'll soon be. Shit, I graduated in 83.
Yeah. That's embarrassing for me. Went to Purdue with a degree in psychology.
Interesting.
Oh, man. Then he went to Purdue's Krannert Graduate School of Management, but went to work for the local paper up there in Lafayette. And then he got a master's in journalism from NYU. So
yeah, he sounds like a rich boy. Only a rich boy can do those sorts of grad degrees.
Well, people from Indiana would tell you that's probably true of my high school, but I don't think we were.
Yeah, well, motherfucker, I'm not rich either. But,
yeah, I think we were. Well, you got 6 kids. I don't know. You could be rich and not live rich.
Well, that is true.
But anyway.
All right. Yeah, I am prolonging this. Kim, always feel free to email with show ideas, especially because, like I said, you gave me a compliment that I had to think about that. Like, oh my God.
That was a great compliment. I was
God
flattered.
I honestly, it took me back in the day, when, yeah, Kim, you are extraordinary. Shout out to your husband. That motherfucker must be like awesome wow. So anyway, I'll stop fawning. So Virgo folks, make sure you hit the like on your way out. Please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. The depravity has begun. More tales from the hood. Tales from the hood is happening, and I will see y'all at 3 this morning. We will do the Richard Pryor and the Vampire, and because I'm interested. I didn't see the Vampire show, so it's gonna happen, and I'll get beer and popcorn.
Sounds good.
Tom, as always, you are a treasure and dear friend of the show. So
I'm just a guy.
We will scurry along. I got a kitchen to clean and some breakfast to make, and we will see y'all in the morning.
Feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Like I should go. Like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should. Like I should go.